Episode 1. If you are wondering how a field agent would act, their life would be revealed later. It is no different from any other normal family. They also need to eat to live, but the husband-catching program is a strange Western custom. Here, it is not the wife who is caught, but the husband from a young age. The police cannot even intervene when a son is kidnapped from someone else's house. That is the situation of the Western field agent. When this little girl went through a huge life-changing event, her parents and younger brother died in a traffic accident. For a child, that is a huge loss, so it created a psychological trauma for the little girl, but luckily she still had her girlfriend by her side to comfort her. The pain of this great loss was somewhat reduced, and the girl also promised the boy that she would not leave him alone in this world. Just a word of encouragement made the boy so emotional, and true to his promise, after a while, the boy's pain gradually subsided. In this class, the field agent was also loved by everyone, but because of his psychological trauma, he became alienated from people, or in other words, he was afraid of interacting with people around him. Everyone wanted to talk to the field agent but couldn't at all. The boy was so scared that he even fainted. Only Mutsumi was able to talk to the field agent. This girl also brought food to the field agent because the field agent was injured and neglected his meals. So Tokiwa and Kyoichiro had to make food for him. The field agent wanted to refuse but couldn't say it, and the friends outside were still jealous that the goddess brought food to the field agent. Then came the process of the girls confessing their feelings, while having just rejected another girl's confession. Girls are really hard to understand. Then Mutsumi packed the food for the field agent, just like a couple inviting each other to dinner. But, before he could eat, another guy came and took it away. This guy is really rude, coming in to ruin the moment when the kids are being affectionate with each other. The guy kept rubbing against Mutsumi, so he was beaten up. But now, the guy wants to meet the field agent alone to talk after school. The field agent thought he had done something wrong and was called, while Mutsumi seemed to realize something. At the end of school, the field agent was taken out of the school by his friends, and then called into a private room by the pervert teacher. It is not certain whether the field agent will blossom in this life, because after experiencing such a shock, it is natural for him to always avoid people. But he was still taken away by the pervert teacher, thinking that he would face him face to face, but that was not the case. The teacher kept touching the field agent, trying to sit next to him to make him feel better, and the reason he called him here was just to show the field agent his collection. The field agent still didn't understand, so the teacher proudly showed him a bunch of Mutsumi's pictures, proving that the teacher was a pervert. The pervert even took pictures of the students exercising, making it easy for the field agent to get angry. I don't know what else to say about this case, but then the field agent realized something. How come the teacher has pictures of Mutsumi when she was a child? The teacher had to confess that he had been protecting Mutsumi from the shadows all these years. Oh my god, the pictures of Mutsumi smiling with other guys. There is a reason for that. Maybe the fate of those kids is to be kidnapped. One of them is Tanaka, who just confessed to Mutsumi. So the teacher had to talk to him, and ask him to stay away from Mutsumi. This is more like an interrogation than a conversation. Poor kid. Sure enough, the field agent misunderstood the teacher, and thought that Mutsumi was in danger. Before he could think, the teacher had already put a collar around the field agent's neck. Just because he ate the food that Mutsumi cooked, he had to pay with his life. The field agent didn't know what to do now. He was too scared, but then the teacher also confirmed that Mutsumi was his sister. What a weirdo. Why would a sister kidnap her own brother? Or is this guy a psychopath? Luckily for the field agent, a little girl in a white dress appeared to stop the teacher. The light filled the room, and the field agent passed out. After a while, the field agent woke up, and his face was covered with Mutsumi and the others, who looked very strange. Everyone looked unfamiliar, making the field agent panic, but Mutsumi quickly introduced him to the others. Everyone is his brother and sister. After a while of explaining and introducing his family to the field agent, he also introduced the teacher to him, saying that his family is a field agent, and Mutsumi had to wait 10 years to tell the field agent. The field agent still didn't really understand the story. He thought that Mutsumi's family was a grocery store or something like that. But instead of working with a bunch of potatoes, this family preferred to work with guns. The field agent still couldn't believe that this was just a joke, so he picked up the gun of Brother Shinzelin, thinking it was just a toy. But after firing a few shots, the field agent realized that this was the real deal, not a toy. Just because these things are not like in books and movies, he thought they were toys. But here, the field agent's job is like a freelancer. It is generally considered a job, and the field agent's world is quite fancy, as there is even a field agent rating system. But something is wrong. How can a field agent reveal all his information like that? It's really a zero-sum game. Then the elder brother proudly introduced his brother Top, A very famous one. But who would have thought that the elder brother was the pervert teacher at school, who had just been beaten up, and also had the most hated field agent rating? Only now did the field agent realize how powerful the pervert teacher was, and he was also the eldest son of the Yozakura family. Just because of his pervert personality, he is an excellent field agent in all other aspects. He doesn't understand why such a capable person would target him. Sister Futaba also explained that someone threatened Mutsumi's life, and the Yozakura family received a message on social media. Then the elder sister explained why the elder brother became so perverted. Like last year, Mutsumi was subjected to a life-threatening injury because of the negligence of her brother. It left a scar on her sister's face. So the elder brother changed his personality. Then he devoted all his efforts to protecting Mutsumi, but it was too much when he controlled everything. From her daily life to her relationships, making Mutsumi like a bird trapped in a cage. He used to be one of the targets. But because the field agent is Mutsumi's childhood friend, he was not touched. But the situation seems different now, and the elder brother has a reason to let go of the field agent. Just after talking about Brother XO, Brother Do also came back to protect the field agent. But the others assured him that the field agent would be safe here with everyone, and then they made a battle plan. They were all ready to fight the elder brother. It was really a family of brothers and sisters who loved each other, because an outsider wanted to harm their elder brother. But that pervert teacher deserves to be harmed, and the field agent has decided to beat his elder brother up in a nearby park. The elder brother must be very sad to hear this. But how come? Normally 3 out of 100 places are also rotated. Here, he chose one with a winning rate of only 30%, and added a few more statistics after the battle, which are also very specific. It is true that the field agent family has a different style of working and calculating. The field agent feels that because of him, all the brothers and sisters are separated. But everyone ate, because this was a family matter, there was no need to feel this or that. And the rich old lady also said the solution to save her life. That is, this dog must marry Sumi, because this family has a taboo that cannot be broken. That is, members of the family are not allowed to kill each other, so only that will save her life. Now it is necessary to carry out the painful ritual to make the family stronger. To protect her mother, the way to catch the poison again is quit. The positions of this family are quite unique. When married, the positions will be split in half and given to each other, which will be recognized as a member of the family. The eldest brother could not break the family taboo, so it could be considered a peace under the noble. But at this level, even if the devil came down to make peace, he would still be beaten. As this also made Sumi less jealous of the eldest brother in Thailand, she was still saying that she would be difficult for her family, but she was still worried about the shock of her life. Then Sumi spoke up that she would not take her, because she was still worried that she would lose herself. Sumi also felt her pain. It seems that she has also gone through that. She saw the tears of her own girl. Then her father apologized to the boy for his own proposal. As for her, she felt even more suffocated, so she decided to carry out the plan of killing each other. But how the hell did the whole family agree with the idea of seeing their eldest brother? Surely the eldest brother lived so badly that he made his younger brother hate him. Before he could talk about his life, the eldest brother was inside shouting for a glass of water. The Flower family had entered a long time ago. The child took the opportunity to set up some of her traps, but then her father asked the eldest brother to let Sumi and her be together. But if you are the head of the family, there is no such thing as listening. You still want to kill her. You need to deal with those who hurt your sister. It seems that the eldest brother really loves his younger sister, but there is too much on the other side. Then his father did not say much, picked up his eldest brother and spun him like in Nobita's childhood. It's no different from needing a piece of cloth to spin. How the hell did he hit it without spinning anything? Then the other children also started to attack. All the loving punches and his eldest brother, but even so, it didn't have much effect. He was quickly knocked back. He started to pull out his makeshift weapon to beat his younger brothers, but they wouldn't give in either. He decided to stop his eldest brother so that she could run away. But even so, he could not defeat this eldest brother. Trying but to no avail, the blood on his head flowed down from the battle. But it didn't work. She was still afraid of strangers, worried that the people here would hurt each other. Kengo reassured her, taking her to a secret room to escape. When the eldest brother arrived, there was another her and Sumi. Because she was a girl and the head of the family, she had no skills. Sumi was thrown into a corner. And it turned out that Kengo disguised himself as Sumi, intending to hit the eldest brother. But it didn't work. Of course, Sumi was also discovered. She was still worried about her best friend, because she risked her life for her. Sumi was forbidden by the eldest brother to go out. always looking at the villain's face when Mr. Chidu was trying to manipulate Sumi, making her obey him. But she came out at the right time, that's right. This is the appearance of the hero calling the beauty too reasonable. Although she was afraid, she still kept her composure. And asked to take Sumi. Then Mr. Chidu would not threaten Sumi anymore. Sumi was very happy to be her wife. So she didn't hesitate to accept her. But Mr. Chidu understood and used steel wire to prevent it. But the love of the young? How can it be prevented? Even though she may be injured, she still decides to hold on to her happiness. Protect love because it is very difficult for a few wires to beat love. After a while, the new one came in time, and her father had a wife, too fast, too dangerous. When Mr. Chidu was still hot, then who was known as the underworld boss, not losing to an ordinary boy like this, he had to solve the problem of robbing his sister. Episode 2. Even though she has a husband, she still doesn't know her. I don't know if she has been burned. I thought I was a chicken. But it turned out to be rice, and the eldest brother was like a lost soul. There is no longer any vitality. I have seen that the younger brothers will beat him up. The new mother's waist is early in the morning. There is a madman holding a river stick into his house. Yes, and no one else is the eldest brother's wife. Mr. Chidu? Enjoying the soul is still intact. Early in the morning I got to experience the fake family's ancestral profession. When Mr. Chidu said that this was part of the training, because as a guard, you have to be alert while sleeping. After that, this fake eldest brother gave her to her. While on this side, her good wife Sumi was cooking for her husband. So when she entered her husband's room, she was shocked. The eldest brother is threatening her husband's life, claiming to be morning exercises. But when Sumi showed her anger, this eldest brother knew. Then now her lovely sister brought her to school. Because this house has been blown up by a good tree, as soon as I left the house, I was hit by a car. When Mr. Chidu explained the crimes of the fake family. The most important thing of the family is to protect the head of the family, Sumi. It seems that many people want to threaten her life. Because one thing is Sumi, so she is also considered a target. She still doesn't know why those people are targeting Sumi. As I said, she is the 10th generation patriarch of the family. Then Mr. Chidu also introduced her to her family. This is a family that has been established since the Edo period. Over the years, it has produced many extraordinary talents that have been passed down through generations. Each generation there will be an ordinary person, and that person will be the head of the family, and that person does not have superhuman powers like other members of the family. But it has the ability to continue the lineage, or in other words, it is the only one who can transfer superhuman abilities to future generations. And the duty of the remaining members is to protect the patriarch. Sumi is the only one who has the strongest power of the family, but now she doesn't emphasize the issue of living, but just wants Sumi to live the life she wants. But Sumi wants to bear the burden of herself, because her loved ones are risking their lives for her family. So she also wants to fulfill her duty. The brother just hugged his sister, and then had murderous intent towards her. That's right, Siscon, we are also a clan in the underworld, so she needs to learn a lot. But it seems that it is impossible to be peaceful when there are people who are jealous of this family. Always wanting to threaten Sumi's life, just talking about life. It has appeared. They play all the goods outside, right? Fortunately, this car carrying the president's bulletproof is called VIP Boro. How the hell did these guys get off the street without being caught by the police? Malazada's shirt is too much. Even the vaccine for heavy weapons is put into civilian vehicles. And you know what is the most toxic in the central region? That's the dog that works as a driver. This house is full of people and animals. It seems that this dog is a professional follower. I don't know if it is a member of the organization. The eldest brother was drunk and could not pay, so he had to come out. I thought it would be delicious to go down. You have the basic right. Then both the car and the three-back Zoka flew away. Then he went on to tell his cousin about the family's affairs, because the boy had now become a member of the family. So he also had the responsibility to protect Mitsuomi, and it was only right that he should, since they were both his wives, and then he told him to teach him a few basics. Because learning had to go hand in hand with practice, he asked him to protect Mitsuomi until the end of the day. Then the two of them finally arrived at school safely, and he was more nervous than ever because of the incident, which made his friends wonder what was going on. Today he had come to school like a dog, and he had only just finished talking to his friend when he felt at ease. It turned out that on the way to school, Kyoichiro had taken his hand down, which had left the dog in a state of confusion. But his fake brother assured him that he could shoot anyone he wanted without having to worry about the consequences. Because the family would take care of the logistics, he thought Mitsuomi was speaking up for him, but it only made him more confused. That's because no one in the underworld uses guns anymore. They all play with bombs and poison. He didn't know what was going on, and then he was given a smartphone with the necessary information, and he learned that the one who had attacked him was a famous bomber. And he was also the one who had bombed his house. This news only made him first class. He had once been asked by Kyoichiro to destroy a terrorist organization, and it was quite dangerous, but then he learned that in the underworld, because first you are friends, and then you are enemies, it is a common story, and this is a place where you only work. Everything is regulated by common consent, so now only he is trusted by Kyoichiro. Then he told him more about the bomber's habits, and the other guy was very active on social media, so he was always wondering what he was going to do on social media. In general, he made everything public, as if to inform his enemies. Kyoichiro wanted to protect his sister very much, but now he had more important work to do, so he left the protection of his sister to him. He also didn't forget to warn him about this eccentric, that he would plan to kill him with a special bomb that he only made. This was his style, and he had already planted a bomb in his house, so there were 2 more. He didn't forget to warn him that it was best to protect Mutsumi, even if it meant sacrificing his life. By the time Kyoichiro finished his work, he seemed to trust him quite a bit, and he was still on guard even though he was studying. So he always watched Mutsumi 24/7, because he knew that the pervert had infiltrated the school. He decided not to let Mutsumi out of his sight, and then he saw a suspicious figure and wanted to run over to check it out. But he was spotted by a teacher. So he was about to leave, but then he realized that something was wrong, and then Mutsumi and his friends continued their gossip. There was also a strange UFO in the environment, and there were rumors that aliens had been seen. And it was said that the aliens were different from each other, and there were countless stories that were just plain silly. Because of his social phobia, he sat in a corner and observed the movement, and he also received another message that a bomb had been planted. After a day of observation, he realized that his wife, Mutsumi, didn't eat junk food, and she always went with someone to avoid going alone. And she had to do everything without thinking about protecting herself. That's what Mutsumi had been fighting against fate for the past few years. As he was thinking, his friend approached him again, and it was even more awkward when he opened up to everyone. It seemed like a pretty unusual thing to do, but when his friend reminded him, he remembered. He was suffering from social phobia, so it seemed like he was trying to calm himself down, and this was quite a serious problem. But then he passed out, and when he woke up, he saw his cousin standing in front of him. But he went to the pervert's room, because the infirmary was closed today, and he asked Mutsumi if she was okay with being married to him. Because they were both childhood friends, but he didn't know anything about Mutsumi, and he didn't know that she had always been facing danger. But Mutsumi had always been by his side for all these years, and when he was about to propose to her, his future wife slapped him to wake him up, and he still didn't understand the problem. Here, you are the chicken and the family is the cage, not this dog. This dog is just a grain of rice. The family has planned for the dog to marry the head of the family. And his mission is to protect his wife from the dangers of life, because she could die at any moment. It seemed that Mutsumi had wanted to marry him for a long time, and was preparing to make a touching speech. Then he saw the bomb that was sitting on the floor, and there were only 2 wires left to detonate it. But the students in the school didn't notice anything strange, but it turned out that everything was under the control of the family, and he had quickly protected Mutsumi. He understood that the enemy was extremely dangerous, and he had planned everything. He knew what he was going to do, and after a while he realized that his body had also been tampered with by the enemy. A bomb was attached to his shirt, and he wanted to turn him into a bomb to kill Mutsumi. There were only 10 wires left before the bomb would explode, and the door was locked, so he decided to do something reckless. That was to detonate himself and the bomb and jump out, thinking that he was going to die. Then his brother-in-law came to the rescue, analyzing the bomb as if he had known everything in advance, but he had also quickly neutralized the bomb. There was only 1 wire left to go to the ancestors, and then Kyoichiro gave him a lesson on the underworld. And he asked his cousin to practice more so that he could protect his wife. Then the other brothers arrived, and of course they caught the mastermind behind the bomb. Everyone in this family seems kind, but this is a different movie. This is the underworld, so it's best to keep your enemies far away from you. That's called being too kind, but you still have to give him a bomb that he made himself, like a beautiful firework. Episode 3, no scene of devastation everywhere, and he was defeated again, and Mutsumi was captured. He tried but couldn't save her, but fortunately, it was just a dream, and he realized that he had just experienced many strange things, and was thinking about reshaping himself, and forgetting about it. But then he bit the dog's tail. So it shows that life is always like this, and the lives of everyone in the family seem to be quite normal. He was given a shot in the arm by the giant, so he had to bandage his arm, and fortunately, this is for the underworld. He was vaccinated for everything, Otherwise he would have been ashamed if he had been vaccinated for rabies. And it turned out that the giant had been sent to punish him, so that the other brother wouldn't risk his life when he was stupid, like the day he held a knife to his cousin's throat, and then the giant was told not to hurt him. It's not called being kind, it's never attacking the school, but with others, it's not so sure, and he even hurt him. Then he went to see the old woman Futaba to make trouble, wanting to become stronger, and without much thought the family had already prepared a plan to help him. But he knew that it would take a long time, and last time he had struggled to protect Mitsuomi. Just one wrong step, and he would be with his ancestors, so he wanted to be stronger for his wife. And before he could say anything, the old woman grabbed him and spun him around like a top, and self-proclaimed to have the innate talent of Aikido and Zakusitsu. Zauk may be a little petite, and this girl has been practicing since she was 3 years old. She has already done the first few moves, so an ordinary person like Taiyou needs a lot of time to get stronger. So it is assumed that Taiyou is a child when he keeps working on instinct. But because of Taiyou's spirit, he decided to open the family's orientation for this natural to experience. Of course, there will be conditions attached. That is, Taiyou must live here for a month. Taiyou thought it was just a simple request. But of course, he was wrong. As soon as he said it, the orientation began, and he had not taken a step before he fell down. Not only that, but there are also traps below. Now the girl reminds Taiyou that everywhere in this house is a place to practice. And daily practice in this family is indispensable. So Taiyou is required to get used to this quickly, and Taiyou is required to stick to it and survive here for a month. He was already confused. The next day when he woke up, he was greeted with a bomb that exploded, and then the owner was attacked by the traps in the Zauk family's house. The game is like losing your life, but it also helps Taiyou to stay awake and not be allowed to faint. Mutsumi was worried about Taiyou's safety, and he went straight to the chopping board to bury the coffin. So his younger sister knocked him out. Taiyou didn't understand how Mutsumi could live in such a place, but as the patriarch, of course, these traps couldn't be activated with Mutsumi. And Taiyou learned more about this information. When the house was accepted, the traps could be deactivated. And it seemed that the house had a sense of spirituality. It turned out that the traps in the mansion were all controlled by a computer system, and if the object passed all the traps it would be recognized as a member of the family. And it is possible to turn these traps on and off. And the people here are too lazy to often turn off the traps in the house. And another piece of information is that ordinary people. It is possible to avoid the traps within 2 years, making Taiyou scared to death, but still being warned. Always be vigilant. He is also a part of the training to save his strength. So wait for Mutsumi's food, all of which are a little bit more spicy, but not too dangerous to life, just causing diarrhea. So Taiyou has to go to the bathroom. But life is not that easy. The bathroom door still has a few layers of security. And Ochizo can still pass through without being as embarrassed as this younger brother. The crime of robbing the younger sister that this elder brother loves. And of course, to get into the meat, you have to enter the code to open the lock. The difficulty has increased when the password changes every minute. Mutsumi wants to help Taiyou, but is stopped by everyone. The elder brother was indecisive when he was about to become a younger brother, and in the end, he was helped by his family to avoid shitting his pants. And then the days of living in hell began. Everyone in the family seems to be too familiar with the traps, while Taiyou continues to be attacked. Even drinking is difficult for him, but it's hard for adults, and he still has to practice his strength. Although the return is not good at all, he still has diarrhea when he drinks, and he is about to shit his pants and is helped by others. Life is really annoying. Even taking a bath is not peaceful at all, and a few friends see Taiyou shivering. But I don't know that this guy has gone through hell in the name of it, and I have seen that I have to wear a 30 kg shirt on my body in order to practice physical strength. After a day of practice, it seems that he is quite exhausted. Taiyou wants to visit Mutsumi Daitai. His wife has fallen asleep after a lot of work, so Taiyou is still determined to practice more in order to protect his future wife. Just turning on the TV is so difficult. Trying to practice more, Mutsumi appeared again, and then the two sat down and talked. Mutsumi felt that Taiyou was pushing himself too hard because he knew that Taiyou was trying for himself. Then the two of them remembered their childhood, and then they came to Mutsumi, because the white hair attracted everyone's attention. And he was also bullied by others, and they even planned to cut off her hair, but Taiyou stopped it. It was Taiyou's protection of Mutsumi that made her feel moved. But because she didn't want Mutsumi to feel that this person was for her, Taiyou was given a reason that she felt was the most reasonable. The dog is still very cool and gradually closes the bridge. From now on, whoever wants to bully my sister, tell me, this is a variation, but it is the same type. Now Mutsumi feels moved, and her determination has been made since then. After the two of them were moved, they were immediately born by their sister Sai-on, an elder brother. The next morning was the same as every day. But today, Taiyou is in a different position. No longer being woken up by bombs every morning. Easily passing through a few traps in the house, he also easily sold them to be controlled to watch TV. And was born, and then taught how to hold it correctly. This elder brother is like Sai on analyzing Taiyou's training performance, and then Taiyou wants to ask Sai on a question that he has been wondering for a long time. That's why, was I born alone, in a box, on the first day? It turned out that because of his introverted and gentle nature, Sion was no different from being alone in the room. Now, Taiyou's problem is that he has diarrhea every time he eats, so he has gone to find a way to stop it. And on this side, he is born and thinks that Taiyou is a very talented person. On this side, Kengo was ordered by his father. Why not hold the bowl? The words are the same. Then I witnessed Taiyou practicing with Nanao, passing through the area where there were chickens. Kengo wanted to join in the fun, but was told by the girl to go away. Gradually, Taiyou has become quite familiar with the traps in the family. But when it comes to eating, he still has diarrhea as usual, and the three ancestors have not yet broken the bathroom code. Kengo was carrying it with one hand, but Taiyou suddenly fainted at the checkpoint, and he couldn't be dealt with in time, so he fainted from suffocation. It turned out not to be because of exhaustion, but Taiyou still tried to hold on because he only had 1 week left. And when the girl took off Taiyou's disguise, she realized that this natural person was covered in injuries, and if he continued, he would not be able to survive. Taiyou thought he would be kicked out, and then Futaba also said that from the beginning, there would be no ordinary fruit. If you don't use extraordinary methods, with the skills of everyone in the family, you have guided talent Zhao. Taiyou has tried to hide his injuries so that he can continue to be guided, but now he has been discovered. Because of his wife, Taiyou wanted to be stronger, and if he said the same thing, he would be beaten by the girl in the dark, and if he couldn't take care of himself, he wouldn't be able to take care of others. If you want to protect Mutsumi, you need to take care of yourself first. And then throw Taiyou the instruction book so that he can continue to guide. Futaba began to recall Taiyou's efforts, realizing the motivation that Taiyou continued to be so dark, because of his love for Mutsumi, which was almost dark. Futaba looked back at Mutsumi's scenery, and realized that Taiyou was the most suitable person to protect his younger sister. After stabilizing, Taiyou quickly hacked into the bathroom. So everyone was celebrating, and then the family's treasures lit up. From now on, the mansion has recognized Taiyou as a member of the family, and now it is the real orientation to become stronger. The opening text is to wear a 100 kg shirt on the body, and the difficulty of the trap has also been increased, playing straight to the electric level 1. This is called a horse, right? Episode 4. Mutsumi started cooking for everyone again, and added something like a sudden urge. Then, I don't understand why Taiyou came to ask Mutsumi how to wear a bra. Taiyou wanted to explain in a hurry, but look at the face of that girl. Oh, that's a misunderstanding. I thought Taiyou liked it that way, but it turns out that she's practicing her disguise skills. I've only ever thought about things that don't hurt. At this time, a dancer appeared and taught Taiyou. It turned out to be Kongu. Taiyou is still stupid. Just when Brother Shinzao went to find Taiyou, he saw Taiyou being forced by Kongu and Sumidaidi. Then Kongu showed some eye-catching actions for Brother MFA, as a painter in Nam Din once said. Taiyou's life is too hard after that Ho Chizao went to find her younger sister, and said goodbye to the woman. Of course, Sumi had to respond, giving Brother a full punch, after which Shinzao and Taiyou left together. Because today Shinzao received a task that needs to be done. It's just a low-level task, just get back the fake love letter. Taiyou still couldn't believe it was a low-level task. Then Shinzao gave Taiyou a head and Taiyou and Sumi packed their school bags. Now Taiyou has skills beyond ordinary people, paying attention to herself. When Sumi reminded her, Taiyou realized. As ordinary people were treating Taiyou like a child, worthy of being fed by his wife, Sumi pulled her hand back. Taiyou wanted to do something after school. Then Sumi returned to the work of the head of the clan, working smoothly, and Taiyou's job was to stand by and assist her. It seems that the work is quite effective, working non-stop, and Taiyou has to check the documents she has approved. In general, the work is like a nightmare. From one problem to another, the whole room is flooded with documents about the clan's business. Sumi also reported to Lolo that Brother Chizao would withdraw the divorce papers, so that the two of them would have feelings, and it was not a headache, but it was clearly visible on her face. Then there was a problem from the family members. Kongu was the first to be named, but of course he refused to go outside to solve it. The two of them had to go into the room to find it. This room is really heavy, right? How can people pile it up like this? After that, Kangu also accused the two of violating his privacy. But Sumi came here to ask after the right to hold the death certificate. But this brother is carefree, thinking that 1 or 2 death certificates are no problem. But because of his carelessness, he was scolded by Sumi. Taiyou decided to go find his head, but that shouldn't be with this messy room. And you won't know what you'll get out of it, like Taiyou's hand holding a bullet. Then Brother Kangu started to appear like a god. Ah, no, like a naked pervert. But Sumi is too familiar, but a pervert like this is still nobody. On the contrary, the pearl gave her little sister. The more she teased, the more angry Sumi became. So Sumi wanted to use the method of the clan's master. But to punish Kangu. But this brother quickly wanted to escape from the room. Taiyou wanted to stop him, but Sumi pretended to be a bully, making him not dare to catch him. But because he was the head of the clan. So Sumi began to use her power to control the house. Kangu was not allowed to escape. The room turned on the defense mode. No one can escape, while on this side, Shinzo is carrying out his mission. He quickly calculated into the enemy's base. It seems that the people here are quite dangerous, but Shinzo quickly got the necessary head, but unfortunately he was discovered, so he had to escape quickly. On this side, Taiyou and Sumi are looking for Kangu to punish him, searching all the rooms in the villa, even Sion's room, to find Kangu. As it was the time when the elder sister was discussing her power, besides, it was not about power, but because it was related to the city's responsibility. Of course, Kangu didn't dare to break into his sister Futaba's room. That room is probably not there either. Then go look for other rooms. Then came to the room of brother Kyoichiro, but it was true that the brother was different. The whole room was filled with pictures of his younger sister. Even Taiyou couldn't help this case. Then the two decided to go find another place. Taiyou thought that Kangao might have been able to escape. But that is considered impossible, because no one can escape from the hibernation mode of this mansion. Then Sister Futaba came to ask about the situation. After talking to the others, they also found out that Kangao was behind them. But just passing through a corner, Taiyou was beaten and escaped from Taiyou's hands. Sumi was very angry when she couldn't catch her brother, so she decided to disable the hibernation mode that had achieved Kango's goal. It's easy to escape from this place. Then the two of them went back to Kango's room. But as soon as they entered the room, Sumi realized that Kango was pretending to be a plant. Sumi has easily neutralized Kango's plot. How could she be fooled by this younger sister? So she pretended to be a plant. Sumi explained Kango's actions, which was a chicken run. Then Taiyou always went ahead to ensure Sumi's safety, telling Do not to use plants to fool her, but the images of her younger sister. This made this relative remember her mother. Then she also lost because she was caught. Kango wanted to be closer to Taiyou to have the opportunity to disguise this couple. And it seems that the feelings of this family are also starting to rise. While on this side, Kyoichiro is heartbroken when his secret has been discovered by his younger sister. Even the child despised it. What kind of couple would nest next to the rice bowl? But as soon as the wife put a little bit of urine into it, she knew the way to the toilet. Then Taiyou was worried when Sindu still hadn't returned. Then Taiyou received a call from brother Sindu, who was crying and calling his younger sister. Like a child. Sumi didn't answer Sindu by boxing the bullets in the magazine. It turned out that Sindu had used up all the bullets in the magazine. So now I feel self-pity, because this guy is a weapons expert, but if he doesn't have a weapon, he becomes an extremely weak person. Therefore, it is necessary to ask Taiyou to help the brother. Just give him some weapons. Taiyou is used to infiltrating and rescuing enemies. When performing the task, I was a little careless. I was shot in the head by the enemy, and then I remembered the words of the teacher who taught me. Teacher Sindu. If you get shot in the head, you need to react quickly. So Taiyou did as the brother instructed, and took down the enemy. Then he used what he had learned to defeat the others, and then remembered the gift Sindu had given him. A servant decided to use it to attack the enemy and defeat the others. On this side, Sindu was struggling because he had no weapons. Taiyou came as a gift to himself, looking at the beloved bullet. I admit that the weapons expert is different. When the other enemy came, this brother changed 180 degrees. He is really a weapons expert. The enemy was brought back to the ancestors, and he also knew how to analyze the situation in a high-level way, guiding Taiyou every little bit. But how could it be when Taiyou was shot and chased? This situation was too dangerous for Sindu to act, because Taiyou's life was being threatened. There was nothing he could do. So, Sindu decided to drop his weapon. Taiyou remembered Sumi's words. Sindu had no weapons, but he was still willing to give them up in exchange for what he cherished most. And if he gave up his weapons, Sindhu would not be able to protect what he cherished most. So Sumi prepared a gift for this situation. Taiyou quickly took the gift and threw it towards Sindhu, a real brother. But in the hands of a master of weapons, it's a different story. Just throwing it can cause damage equal to a gun, quickly breaking through the enemy's defenses, and taking down the enemy with just a few simple swings to be able to bring his sister back safely, even though he brought his hand back safely. As if he was extremely angry when he caused his sister to get injured, he must have been careless himself. Mr. O just came here in shock. Then the two brothers finally returned home. On this side, the organization was defeated and was attacked by someone else, and the next target of this person was none other than Taiyou. Episode 5. Taiyou was walking home, talking to his soy sauce bottle as he walked, seemingly referring to a couple in love. About a love story in the year, Taiyou realized that the car seemed to be following him, so he quickly switched to Sumi. In this clean-smelling villain, he came down to find Taiyou, making the boy feel a little worried, the feeling of meeting an enemy. But fortunately, this was a police officer, Taiyou, who came to see Taiyou for something. Taiyou was taken to the police station to see Sumi. To ask questions, it turned out that there was a video of Taiyou fighting criminals posted on the internet, so the police used it. Taiyou was worried, because normally this story would be hidden by the clan, but now it's spread on social media. The police officer listed some of the crimes of the new student, such as causing damage, stealing personal property, participating in a chase like in an action movie. Plus the classroom explosion. It seems like everything has been discovered like this. It seems that the student was arrested before he could do anything. But the strange thing is that there is no accomplice with Taiyou doing this, because a normal student cannot do things like this. So this story seems quite unbelievable. Then the teacher analyzed Taiyou's true identity, that he could be a boy who joined a secret organization. In general, it's more or less like that. The words that made the dog feel a little scared. So the police officer took advantage of the psychological blow. If he confessed honestly, he would be given a reduced sentence. So the best thing is to reveal all the people behind it. Taiyou understands that this policeman wants him to betray everyone in the family. So this person insists on taking the blame himself, not wanting to reveal everyone in the house, because now that's his home. Then the police officer started to comfort him by giving him 10 cups of sugar water, although it didn't help in the confession. It was delicious. It was delicious. The police gave the people medicine to drink. What's next? But still tried to give it to someone new, and even forced the people to drink it. Good police, but fortunately Taiyou has also been taught some self-defense techniques. So he quickly put the water in the clouds. Then he was about to turn around when the police officer was already standing behind him. Before he could say anything, he started to choke him. Is this really a policeman, or is this the criminal? Taiyou tried to avoid it but fell into a dark black bag. Who would have thought that inside was the demon who had ruined the lives of thousands of people, whose name was like that of the first policeman? The same place is more coercive than here. The police officer has listed the crimes of the demon, then affirmed that he has punished him. Taiyou was a little psychologically affected. Then Taiyou also said his goal, not to protect the lawbreakers, but to be the one to punish them, then put Taiyou against the wall, demanding Taiyou to tell everything. Otherwise, he will transfer the target to his sister. Then Taiyou will see a steel wire. So he will affirm more strongly. I know anything, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell. Taiyou is wondering how many hammer blows Taiyou can take to tell the truth. So he attacked Taiyou without a source, but because he had trained, Taiyou took advantage of the gap to escape quickly. But he didn't expect his brother-in-law on the other side to be eavesdropping on everything. And of course his brother-in-law knew the police officer, and it seemed like they were also close friends. The two old friends hadn't seen each other for a long time, but still didn't forget to meet. Only Taiyou still didn't understand what was going on, so Kyoichiro had to introduce himself. This is his high school friend. The name is Zendi, but it seems that the two of them don't like each other for America. It turns out that Kyoichiro sent Anzi to investigate the cases. On the contrary, Zidai hid the news for the Dakusa clan. It was really a win-win situation. Then Zidai also reported. It turned out that this new student was caused by his brother-in-law, as Ed set himself up with this drama. Ed also had a good impression of the Dakusa family. After that, the brother-in-law left Taiyou alone. Fortunately, Zidi was quite friendly. Finally, Taiyou was able to go to school. But in this state, it's not good at all. Mutsumi is worried about her husband because Taiyou looks quite tired. At that time, the brother-in-law came in and introduced himself as a teacher. It turned out that he was a substitute for another teacher. And this one started to tease his younger brother. Taiyou felt that it was getting worse and worse. He needed to close his eyes and rest for a while. But as soon as he closed his eyes, the chalk hit him in the face. Moreover, its damage is like a bullet then. Kyoichiro uses the code to make it easier for Taiyou to learn. Using the code to make it easier to learn is a bit difficult. Then, Taiyou was asked to show his true sleeping face. And he also turned his 15-year-old self-record of not sleeping. What to do to define a person who fits this clan. No, those monsters. Kyoichiro started using the wires to show Taiyou's purple sleep. So the boy just needed to sleep a little. It will use chalk to attack. In this case there is a murderous intent. Fortunately his wife spoke up inside him. And Taiyou now knows that Mutsumi also knows how to use the code. After all, he has lived in the clan for 17 years. The brother-in-law in Thailand started to get angry. It's always right. But the only thing is that he never listens to what his sister says. Taiyou decides to accept this lesson. Then Kyoichiro makes them ask questions that make Taiyou sleepy. I don't remember that the other students were the same. Only Mutsumi prepared everything. So she brought a gas mask. The degree of sleepiness that Mr. Andy used was made by which manufacturer? No wonder that sleeping once will make you fall into a fairy world. But Taiyou is surprisingly sleepwalking. Don't do it. So Kyoichiro intends to attack with chalk. Who would have thought that Taiyou would quickly counterattack with a determined kick? I thought I was awake, but when I looked closely, it turned out that I was moving while sleeping. And I was half awake and half asleep. So Kyoichiro decided to attack again. So Taiyou's abilities should be attacked. But anyone who looks at it will understand that this is using public affairs to pay for private revenge, but Taiyou may still be able to fight back. Kyoichiro was also quite surprised by this reflex, so he decided to increase the difficulty. It turned out that the half-awake and half-asleep state was a blessing. No wonder he reacted in time to Kyoichiro and he wouldn't do it again, but from then on Taiyou dreamed. Making the brother-in-law come, and then the peaceful days, Taiyou read the newspaper again, thinking that he was reading the newspaper about the military situation in the country. But no, this is the crazy style of his own strength. Because the crazy work is very busy, so he can't care about his other half. Therefore there have been many crazy increases in feelings. The more Taiyou reads, the more he sticks. Then Mutsumi comes to see the boy wants to have a happy life with his wife. What the hell before he could say, then someone wanted to see him. It turned out that the police brother-in-law, ZD, had some cases that Taiyou had to do. Who is this Taiyou? Who can't even get a kiss out of the blue? But Taiyou has to go to the park to have fun because there is a couple holding guns. It was quiet in the park, so he had to catch them right away to avoid bad situations. Taiyou still didn't know the faces of any criminals. Looking around, he was the only one who was against it, because he went to the park alone to have fun. Then Mutsumi came to work with Taiyou because her workplace was in the park. So Mutsumi came to Taiyou like a couple, even though the enemy couldn't resist. It was a pity that everyone around looked like a criminal. Taiyou was still worried and suspected Mutsumi. But when he saw her enthusiasm, he naturally forgot his duty and wanted to create a happy day with his wife. Most of them also saw a couple flirting sweetly. But it was a pity that the bottle of essence was dropped right away. Oh my god. Right now Mutsumi wanted to go fishing, so she asked Taiyou to go with her. The couple in front of me were a couple who specialized in solving dog food. They were so engrossed in it that they didn't notice anything. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Taiyou decided to go to bed to cool down. Because after all, playing super fast fishing in the sky was also tiring, easy to fall asleep, and made it easy to digest, even if you didn't know what to say. After that, Mutsumi pointed to the couple again and said, "That guy with the leopard print is so scared that he wants to play with a strong feeling." But the woman pointed to her boyfriend quite strongly. How could the two of them be so shy when they touched each other? Maybe they were a couple in love. And then Taiyou noticed another couple. Where there was light, there were always two pink lovers, and the couple with muscles played like they were feeling strong. They failed to have fun with Mutsumi, but because they had the task of following a suspicious couple, they couldn't do anything. But those pink eyes were so happy. I'm sure they'll break up soon. Taiyou had already lost a suspicious couple, so he decided to go find them, but he found a beautiful bouquet of flowers. After that, the two of them also found the office couple drinking coffee together. Taiyou tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. But these two old people talked too openly, so it was right to make others misunderstand. Taiyou had prepared to draw his weapon to prevent any bad situation from happening. But what came out of his mouth was a proposal ring. But it's true that office love is different. It's not difficult at all. Taiyou was bored after watching it. It took so much time to report next to his wife, and he couldn't find the target or have fun with Mutsumi. But Taiyou still decided to do something to make his wife happy even once. So he kept the flowers ready for the opportunity. The saying that actions speak louder than words is not wrong. The pink guys were already arguing. That's the love of those guys. Who else would have so much pink perfume and carry it around in handfuls? Taiyou only now realized that the specimen he was looking for was right there. But the people were in chaos. So even Mutsumi had to be separated from Taiyou. And the pink guys were still rioting. A little boy couldn't escape and was trapped with Taiyou. The two guys shot at random and hit Taiyou's flowers, causing Taiyou's flower beast mode to explode. The two guys below still didn't know that their end had come. Taiyou only shot twice and they were lying there. The two suspects were finally escorted by the police, and they also questioned the relationship. So the police owed Taiyou another favor, and the brother-in-law was furious when he found out that his sister and her husband had gone to the park. What's wrong with other people's husbands and wives going out to play? It's really hopeless. Finally, the two of them had a peaceful time together, playing on the Ferris wheel, because it is said that if couples watch the sunset from the Ferris wheel, they will live happily together. I don't know how many years it will be, but Taiyou also thoughtfully gave the flowers to Sumi's nose. Although it had been shot by a bullet, Sumi's nose was quite shy and embarrassed to receive this gift. This one seems to be quite happy in the future. This bad habit. There is another kid who wants to sing on top of Sion's head, but the woman is really tired today. It turned out that after 80 hours of staring at the computer, she was no longer human. Before she could finish her words, a Japanese person came in. So Sion had to fight again. It was true that he was a master, so he easily defeated his opponent, causing the little girl to panic and pull out the power cord. This mother and daughter had all the pictures of Taiyou. They were no different from the people in Thailand. Please. He already has a wife. Early in the morning, Taiyou and Sumi's nose looked like zombies. It was true that they hadn't slept for several days, and they had been sung into the database by those guys. They had taken all of Taiyou's information, but Sion assured them that they couldn't get any useful information, because Sion himself had upgraded the security system. But the thing is, in the hacker world, if you can get into the system of the CAI family, you are considered to have a lot of skills. Taiyou immediately felt that someone wanted to find him with his information. And then the two of them continued to go to school. But there was still one question. Why did they steal Taiyou's information? But nothing happened. As soon as they finished talking, Taiyou felt a danger ahead. The husband's house didn't block Mutsumi. The needles in the husband's house flew towards the two of them, so Taiyou escorted Mutsumi to run away from the enemy. The two of them tried to run, but they also knew that the enemy was following them. Knowing that they couldn't get rid of their tails, they turned around and fought back. Taiyou's husband was ready to go down, but the woman jumped down from the sky. It seems that there are people there. Oh, the agency is wrong. Why did it just come out? This little girl looked at Taiyou with that look again. Oh, it turned out that she had a secret crush on Taiyou. From the bottom of her heart, she dared to stand up to the challenge and confess her love. But what kind of love is it that makes people want to die? Mutsumi seemed to realize something after this assassination and these words. It turned out that it was the Green Earth version of Yozakura. It sounded like this guy really liked the Green Earth version, so he had already injected the Green Earth version into other people. But it turned out that this guy was a positive Green Earth version, using his skills to follow the people he liked, and then using needles to stab them to death. After hearing this, Taiyou understood that he was still here, and that this guy was in Azaka's sights, so he came here to kill Taiyou's soul. To put it simply, he wanted to send Taiyou back to his family, just because Azaka saw that Taiyou was favored by the heavens. And it was true that Taiyou was quite favored by the underworld. Because he was a good soldier in the CIA family, and an underworld company had offered $1,000 for Taiyou's head. But the photo was really careless. He still went straight to the underworld to collect the bonus, but this guy was also a bit of an idiot. I don't know if he has to get vaccinated against rabies after being bitten. He insists on taking people's lives, and he also thinks that he is a close friend, who knows all of Taiyou's secrets. You act like you know everything. Even the smallest things are noticed by this little girl. And Mutsumi agrees with such a perverted light. But even though he was pursued by a girl, Taiyou still marked his best friend as taken, which made Azaka feel very disappointed when she was rejected. So she even wanted to kill his wife. It was really smart to use Kyoichiro to approach Taiyou. But no matter what, the elder brother agreed to the matter. He naturally had the opportunity to use his younger brother. The elder brother Sui harmed his younger brother with a calm face. So he even sold all his younger brother's data to outsiders. Good brother Kyoichiro wants his sister to be too dependent on him. His wife was very disappointed after hearing this, and wanted to give her elder brother a punch to pay off her debts. But she was a member of the hacker world, so she was a little bit angry. Azaka used the new needle as a warning, And the guy also left. It turned out that he wasn't so evil as to kill people. Still giving each other a chance to breathe, my god. He's still signing up to study with 2 more people. Looking at the snake, he has to keep the wound, making many FR guys like it. Only Taiyou is a bit okay. It's true that his own life is being threatened like this. It's not easy to waste. Then he pretended to fall to attack Taiyou. But of course, how could the basic thing be able to assassinate Taiyou? The battle between Taiyou and Fan officially took place. And she just sat there, but the electric prod didn't know how many needles. Even the pen had needles. The sky sports couldn't be printed. Studying was also disrupted, while eating and sucking Sumi was also attacked completely. The ancients said that the sky would avoid eating. But this fish sauce just kept bothering me. But it never succeeded. It decided to continue to assassinate, not to accept that it had lost too much. So it decided to control everyone in the class with its needles, causing everyone to lose consciousness and become puppets right away. Then launched the arrest of Taiyou, because as friends, Taiyou could not harm everyone, so he was quickly arrested. Ross Asaka could have killed Taiyou, but Sumi ran out to block him, demanding that everyone be returned to normal. While talking, the staff member who was knocked out last time appeared. He wanted to avenge Asaka, so he took the initiative to attack. Fortunately, Sumi reacted in time to save Asaka, otherwise he would have added another bullet. Luckily, Taiyou counterattacked, causing the porridge to collapse. Asaka was admiring Sumi's kindness. He was knocked out by an angel like Sumi, so Asaka realized what true love was. Instead of loving you, I will now love you. And Taiyou was publicly humiliated by his wife, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was also threatened by his wife's life. Oh, my life is so hard. Then there was the encouragement of the sister Scion who came to the 2 of them. Taiyou still didn't understand what was going on. So Sumi explained. Come here to play the game with Scion and also warn that you have to faint when playing 5 nights. But Scion reassures you. There's nothing to worry about, today is just a test. Just play comfortably. Then the 2 of them started the game. But how the hell is the boss in this game, Mr. Kyoichiro? But she has to admit that he really looks like a villain. Scion has instructed Taiyou how to play, and both of them started to attack the boss Kyoichiro, thinking that it would continue like that. But no. The attack stopped immediately. The game progressed very quickly, and Scion didn't seem to like the elder brother at all. Creating a puppet is Kyoichiro, but there is a strange thing in it. Sinon's warned, if you don't, you will have to see a scene of certain death in reality. So Taiyou had to try his best, otherwise he would go away forever. Also, after many efforts, he finally defeated the train Kyoichiro. I wonder if this is an endless train. But then there was information that the train was stopped in time when it lost its brakes. Hawaii Sion had sung into the server system. Then turn it into a game and reverse it. This is how a singer works. Taiyou admires these new things. Then there was another task, because if Scion did it alone, it would be too much, because there was a group of people who wanted to share the endless wealth with the nuclear power plant. We need to stop their sleep, making Taiyou also tense when doing this task. Then both of them, and the game, then the task. Defeating the monster army is completing the task. But how the hell is Mr. Kyoichiro still there? But this time the task is difficult. So more and more beautiful qualities are added. Then the 2 of them started the battle plan, from destroying Countless and Juan Kyoichiro, while Taiyou still didn't know how to move in the game. How the hell did Taiyou use the taunt right after entering the game? Really good at singing the game, but Scion didn't like to give orders like that. Then, combat went to Scion, so this porridge decided to show her current ability, defeating the Kyoichiro shrimp at once. And took down bots and saved the nuclear power plant from exploding, but unfortunately, the boss still had other trump cards. Scion felt overwhelmed, was planning to call for reinforcements, but Taiyou said, "No need, I'm enough alone. My singing is terrible." Taiyou is short and arrogant. To go and fight with the baby dragons, that's the plan. The mini planes were all shot down by the big planes. But there were still some small planes that passed by. How could anyone have the strength? But Scion realized. That was the one who stole Taiyou's data. Then Mutsumi and Taiyou knew that it was none other than Azaka. This porridge has now changed to a new one called Mutsumi. Hoaza went to steal Mutsumi's information, but it was Scion's game. So she stopped contributing to help everyone. The evil virtue was defeated without leaving any trace. Finally, the task is over. Azaka was played by Scion again, but because Taiyou had used the taunt, Scion punished him. If you don't finish all this game, you won't be allowed out of the room. And Taiyou's situation is not much different from everyone else, unconscious after 3 days of continuous all-nighters. Volume B. Taiyou, was once again targeted. In a difficult battle, it seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place. Many people had died here. Then a team like the people from the military read the report about Taiyou. The two people who were impressed left the next day. Today, Nana wants to meet Taiyou. It turns out that many Taiyou came there, because today the boy completed a new task. Taiyou is doing push-ups on a 500 kg bench. Yes. It's 500 kg. An ordinary person would probably be crushed. Taiyou was sent to the location by Nana. At a biological weapons laboratory, Nanao came here to neutralize their new weapon. It is a new biological weapon. If this thing explodes, all living things within 10 kg will be destroyed. Nanao intends to bring it back to the human race, but if it is brought outside, it is quite dangerous. So the boy decided to drop it right away. Still, it's a detonator that can explode within a radius of 10 kg. But fortunately, Nanao's internal organs can produce antibodies against toxins much better than normal people. But it also takes a while to neutralize this toxin. Still urgent now. When Nanao receives a certain type of toxin into his body, he will immediately feel sleepy, and if he is not quick, he will fall asleep at the base. But fortunately, the boss was also injected with sleeping pills. Then Nanao also fell into a deep sleep. Taiyou had to quickly wake up and come to deliver the bottle. After receiving the location, Nanao also fell asleep, so Taiyou had to break in. Seeing that it was a bit easy, Taiyou was a little worried. Entering the base of the boss, the other soldiers here have also been knocked out. Taiyou sensed that besides Nanao there was someone else here. The boss was about to attack Taiyou from behind, but he was also knocked out immediately by a chain. Taiyou started to be on guard. It turned out to be the two kids at the beginning of the movie. These two are siblings. The four-eyed dog is Oga and the other cold boy is named Sui. The two are members of Hinaziko, an intelligence unit under the government. These two came here also on a mission to destroy the experimental facility. Taiyou has also heard about this organization. Unlike the outlaws like the family, the people in this organization are elite members who follow the orders of the government. Then Oga smelled a movement. It turned out that there was someone who smelled like a fight. But these two prioritize completing the mission more than anything. Although Oga really likes to have more people to work with, Sui doesn't care much. Taiyou thought that the people here were like him, so it was highly likely that they were not the boss. The two kids in the organization are quite good, but that they are still stuck. But before Taiyou's skills, then the three of them were able to enter the experimental room. Taiyou finally saw his brother sleeping, like he was dead. But at the same time, he received the murderous intent to attack his younger brother from the boss, in the midst of the action. And he didn't understand why they wanted to attack the energy. Ooh. It turned out that the purpose of these guys was to destroy the energy. Ow. Taiyou only just looked up, and it turned out that these two had already gotten the gist of the conversation between Taiyou and Nanao. So they took advantage of Taiyou to accurately determine the location, which is why they were able to get here so quickly. And because Nanao had activated the biological weapon, he was considered a menace. He needed to be eliminated. In other words, completing the mission would mean killing Nanao. But of course, Taiyou wouldn't accept that. If they wanted to kill his little sister, they'd have to go through him. The other guy didn't say much, and immediately drew his sword and attacked. It was only after a while that Taiyou realized he had been defeated, and was powerless to do anything. This guy even made the Zou clan look bad. When someone like that appeared, Oga was going to intervene, but something Shui said made him hesitate. Shui wanted to kill Nanao right away, but Taiyou stopped him. This guy was also very quick. It was really difficult. He didn't plan on talking things out with Taiyou, and decided to kill Nanao. Fortunately, Nanao woke up just in time, confirming that he had just finished detoxing from that poison, and had the test strip as proof. And Nanao thought he was going to die, so he just wanted to see his older brother before he went. But it seemed like this Shui guy was quite humane. Han saw that Nanao had confirmed for sure that he was no longer poisoned. So he spared Nanao's life, and even gave Nanao some gauze to bandage his wounds. It turned out he still had some humanity left. However, he still didn't forget to mock Taiyou's pathetic skills, after which the two of them left, leaving Nanao to cry for Taiyou. It seemed like Taiyou had also fainted or something, and just after he recovered, Taiyou was scolded by Kyoichiro for wearing a collar. And there was a lot in this collar. On top of that, he was asked why he was being scolded like this. It turned out that the reporters were the ones who had reported that Taiyou was a civil servant, so the clan's reputation had been damaged. On top of that, Kyoichiro was even named by people. It turned out that Kyoichiro had warned Taiyou that this guy would make a mistake. He almost caused Nanao to die there. Kyoichiro was still scolding Taiyou when he was hit on the head by Sumi and Nanao, and demanded that he apologize to Taiyou. After that, Sumi untied Taiyou, but he still blamed himself, because his recklessness had almost gotten the clan involved, and on top of that, it had put Nanao in danger. Taiyou still blamed himself. Kyoichiro came over again, and poked at Taiyou's sore spot, saying that the clan wouldn't have been implicated if he hadn't been so reckless. But if Taiyou wanted to take responsibility for this time, there was one way, and that was to defeat Hinaziko and restore his honor. After that, on a train, there was a guy who looked like the one at the beginning of the chapter. He took up all the space by himself. It turned out he was mocking and provoking. If you don't provoke anyone, you just have to provoke this guy, you'll only have to suffer. Sui only used one punch, and this guy's head was sent flying for free. What crime did he commit? It turned out that he had met Sui again on the train. Sui thought Taiyou had come here to avenge his previous defeat. But Taiyou was just following Kyoichiro's instructions. If he wanted to defeat the Hinaziko organization, he needed to gather information about that organization. So, Taiyou came here to gather information. By observing Sui while he worked, Su saw that a detective wanted to observe another detective. However, he didn't refuse, and allowed Taiyou to do so. The first requirement was to keep up with Sui, of course. With this speed, Taiyou could keep up. But even if he did keep up, Su would play dirty, using his sword to cut all of Taiyou's clothes off, so that this guy would lose his dignity. So Taiyou was once again publicly humiliated when he was naked in public. After that, he immediately scolded Taiyou for following Sui. But of course, every time his clothes were cut off, the detective from the government seemed to be too familiar with the nature of the work. He walked normally up the entire building, but just as he was about to finish eating, Taiyou's clothes were cut off again. But the good thing was that when the two of them were on a mission, Taiyou still knew how to help. This time, after so many days of having his clothes cut off, Taiyou was finally able to keep his pants on, but later on, they were still cut off as usual. And when he got home, Taiyou was in a bad mood. He didn't have any strength left, and Kyoichiro even considered him a complete failure. When he saw his brother-in-law's attitude, Taiyou felt like continuing to blame himself. It turned out that it was because he hadn't been able to protect Nanao last time, but Taiyou didn't love Nanao at all. This guy had done the unthinkable, and was actually quite cool. Just when he was feeling touched, his brother-in-law added fuel to the fire. So he was punched by Nanao, after which Taiyou continued to look for Shui. In the darkness, the two of them fought each other with their swords. Shui insisted that even if Taiyou was strong, he would never be able to defeat him. So he decided to end Taiyou's pursuit this time. The two of them prepared to attack, and after countless times of having their clothes cut off, Taiyou was able to block Sui's attack on his own, and he sent Shui flying with one shot, after which, Shui understood why the clan had accepted Taiyou. So he asked Oga to forgive Taiyou. After that day, the clan was no longer slandered, but Taiyou was once again in the headlines, because he liked to be naked in public, and it was also revealed that he was a member of the clan. Episode 8. There was another criminal gang gathering. The leader had a strange earring. It turned out that the detective organization couldn't find these guys either. Because they were also quite vigilant and didn't reveal any clues, many of the leaders of the organization were confident that they had a trump card. And that was Taiyou, right? It was highly likely that that guy Kyoichiro had sold the information again. Today, Taiyou and Mutsumi were walking in the park. How the hell did Mutsumi bring such a big suitcase to feel the Kia, to a park where there were dog attacks everywhere, and then he saw happiness because he witnessed such beautiful feelings? It turned out that today Mutsumi was going to meet Shui, making Taiyou not know how to react to this situation. Taiyou was quite surprised when the two of them turned out to be acquaintances. It turned out that the two of them had worked together on a few missions, but Mutsumi still remembered when Shui had intended to kill Nanao and Taiyou. After that, Sui also led the two of them to meet the leader of Hinaziko. Taiyou could only follow them to the floating office. He was looking around in front of the building, but the place they arrived at was actually the small shop next door. Shui went in to meet the owner of the shop, and said the password, Umbala Cebu. A and B, part of Café LA, ATT Hinaziko, was especially delicious. The owner of the restaurant personally brought up the menu for the guests. He pressed a series of buttons as if he was activating something, after which a passage appeared in front of the three of them, and all three of them went down. Only Taiyou was confused. The other two seemed to be familiar with it. But slowly, he closed the door behind him. After that, all three of them went down the stairs and were even served hot coffee while they were going down. Only now did Taiyou understand. But there was a reason for it, because the way down here was quite dangerous. Just a little carelessness and you'd lose your life. Just as he finished speaking, some arrows were shot out, after which countless anning traps were activated. So if you weren't careful, you'd die before you got there, after which the three of them finally arrived, and entered the inside of the elevator. How the hell was it still dangerous after getting down there? The giant book wanted to crush Taiyou, but how lucky. The big sister who had broken it had come to the rescue just in time, with just a light punch. The book was shattered. She was really strong, but seeing the recklessness in Taiyou's skills, this big sister started to mock him again. With skills like that, how could he protect his wife? After which everyone went into the anning room to talk easily. Hoazazi and Kyoichiro were like fire and water, or rather her perverted brother was in love with his sister. So what was she doing? Mr. Mutsumi was very affectionate, wondering why the two were like fire and water, but it was just because they were fighting over Mutsumi and hated each other. As expected, Kyoichiro was no longer as innocent as before, wanting Mutsumi to love someone who could protect her. But Taiyou was not yet qualified to meet that requirement. Mutsumi quickly denied Taiyou's rumors, claiming that Taiyou had a stronger will than anyone, including Kyoichiro. But before he could get to the main point, the leopard Kyoichiro broke into the house and demanded Mutsumi back, which was a bit too much. Din didn't like this pervert, and Kyoichiro didn't like her either, so the battle began. Then the two went into the arena, and exchanged a few blows, just a few, but the whole building shook, so much so, that the staff had to evacuate. Mutsumi was used to this kind of thing, so she was confident in her ability to intervene. But as soon as she jumped in, she was knocked out, and this time Mutsumi rushed over to stop them, but unfortunately, she stopped them just as they were about to leave. Unable to hold back, Taiyou also came to Mutsumi's aid, looking at the enemy in the same way. After taking a few hard hits from the leaders, the jumper also passed out at the scene. Mutsumi saw that she was injured and turned on her rage mode. She warned the two that if they wanted to fight again, she would never talk to them again, and the two were shocked. They didn't dare to say anything more, and only now did they realize that Taiyou was not to be trifled with, and Mutsumi was confident in her ability to see people. Later, Thyrein had something else to ask Taiyou, which was to investigate a politician, the politician Zosima Dai. This man was the leader of the Kuozozuki party, but his true nature was far from his outward appearance. There had been many bloody incidents after his achievements, and he had hired 3 red and yellow assassins, just like the one who had just appeared. This man was the politician's right-hand man, and he had helped the politician to rise through the ranks, but all of his work was dirty. And now this man has some big conspiracy in the upcoming general election, and the intelligence agency has found a bomb in a case. The radius of the explosion was only a few meters, so it didn't leave any traces, and it was often used for assassination, and these bombs had been sold on the market. Even the arrested criminals didn't know their customers, but they all had one thing in common. They wore soft uniforms. And there were heart-shaped glasses, and no one else but the politician, but the intelligence agency couldn't arrest a politician. Because there was so little information, in order to prevent any casualties, all that was needed was information about the locations the man wanted to bomb. So I wanted to ask Taiyou to carry out this task, but the members of Hinaziko were on their guard. So we need to find an outsider to collect the information, and after a few light blows from Shuei and Mutsumi, Taiyou was already lying on the ground. Because the recruitment notice from the Soso-Dusi party required the recruitment of more subordinates, and then put the lives of many people on Taiyou. The Ozo-Dusi party continued to spread, and Taiyou successfully approached the target, and while spreading the word, some people came to expose the politician's true face. After a full play, the loudspeaker was turned on the people, and somehow the politician stood up and apologized, making the people feel moved by his actions. So this man was once again supported by the people, and the stupid people knew that it was all under the man's orders. In this way, the popularity of this party increased, and the video of the man was also edited to increase his reputation. This man wanted to rule the whole country, but Taiyou knew everything below, and Taiyou decided not to let this politician run wild again. So I tried to find information about his crimes, but I couldn't find any. It seemed that this man was very good at hiding. Although he could see the dirty political actions, Taiyou couldn't do anything about it, couldn't find any clues about this man, and the time for the general election was approaching. Still haven't found any clues about the location of the bombs. This politician is still celebrating his work, and Taiyou is following him 20% of the time. But still couldn't figure out what they had planned, but they still worked well together, after seeing these vinegar jars appear. Taiyou also understood that these were actually their codes. It turned out that they planned through these things, so Taiyou immediately understood the plan to bomb tomorrow. This politician has joined hands with the deputy prime minister. It turns out that he wants to get rid of the deputy prime minister because he is the opponent of this party. The politician wanted to get rid of his opponents once and for all. So he had already planned a bomb, and just one button would make everyone here understand. And then it was the process of exposing this politician. But when the plan was activated, the bomb exploded in the water, and Taiyou thought that his plan had succeeded. However, this politician also realized that Taiyou had planted a bomb on his head. And the villain didn't say much, but always did. Then the other bombs were activated and exploded, and he thought his plan had succeeded, but the others were unharmed. They were protected by Taiyou's special suit, and Taiyou immediately stood up, and the politician was still complacent because he had 3 assassins. But before he could say anything, Shui had already blown them to pieces. And the other 3 knew they couldn't fight, and ran away. But this politician was still stubborn. But what age is it to fight with Sui? Just one blow, and this man lost all his clothes. The innocent were not injured. And then Taiyou was taken to the police station to be charged with a crime. However, this politician seemed to know something about Taiyou's family name, and he said that it was not just a simple family name, which made Taiyou very excited. However, the fact that Taiyou was still alive was due to the arrangement of the man, and at this time, Taiyou could not remain calm when it was the information he wanted to know. In the end, Taiyou still couldn't believe that this politician knew about his family's name, and this man still refused to say anything. But he still wanted to tell Taiyou one thing. In the underworld, there are many truths that have been hidden by this world. Then Shui reported an emergency to Taiyou. The deputy prime minister had been kidnapped. It turned out that a fake had replaced the deputy prime minister in the chaos. These guys had been targeting the deputy prime minister from the beginning. So they asked Taiyou to interrogate him even though he was about to return to the interrogation site. And now this man was revealing his dangerous nature. Easily freed himself and caused the car to explode, and this side was experimenting again. But the laboratory exploded again, but Nanao's condition was more worrying than the laboratory, and then Nanao continued his work. It turned out that he thought Taiyou might get hurt while carrying out his mission, which made the boy feel uneasy and unable to concentrate. So Nanao wanted to prepare a special potion to inject into Taiyou if he returned as a living dead, and Makshumi was also quite worried about him. But she knew that worrying wouldn't help, so she prepared a self-cooked meal to celebrate Taiyou's return, and the others were doing their own thing. Like Kenho, who was making a mask for Taiyou to use, Sion was still busy with the work of controlling the computer with those who had grudges against the tribe. When Kyoichiro and Horodaba were enjoying the meal, they knew that Taiyou could still handle everything. Kyoichiro imagined a horrible death for Taiyou, but Dongma, who only robbed his sister, was too lenient with him. Taiyou quickly escaped from the explosion, but he kept thinking about the politician's words. Han also got some information about his family, and then Taiyou reported his situation to the organization. Dongma now mentioned Taiyou a lot. The politician was also an agent, and several government organizations that did business with him were killed by Taiyou's family. The politician was also a legendary agent who had been active in politics in secret, and was reported to have died 5 or 6 years ago. Taiyou realized that he was still alive and well. He was just a pawn, but the organization had also located the deputy prime minister and tracked his location. Tran was rescued by the politician, who then tried to kill the deputy mayor, and live-streamed the whole thing. The heartfelt conversation between the two men caused a stir in the intelligence community, and the deputy prime minister began to blackmail the politician. But Guo had no interest in politics, and was only acting as a pawn, and it seemed that the two had some kind of deal. The deputy prime minister was shocked when he saw the man in front of him, who turned out to be the one he had sent to kill him. Then, he started live streaming on the internet, and then he gave up his status as the leader of the Dudu party, and returned to being the father of a murdered child. So he took revenge on the dirty politicians, and the deputy prime minister was the only one who knew everything. And then the interview began. The deputy prime minister was forced to tell the truth, or he would be killed on the spot. It seemed that he was quite reluctant to confess. At the climax, the live broadcast was interrupted. It turned out that Taiyou had come to stop the action. The former agent was confident that Taiyou was no match for him. Because he also knew the information about this gun, it could only help to break through, and the range of damage was directly proportional to the output of the gun. If Taiyou fired the gun, the deputy prime minister would also be damaged. While Taiyou was distracted, he seized the opportunity to fight back. Taiyou didn't have time to react, but he quickly closed in. It's just that this kid's boxing skills were also legendary. So he quickly realized Taiyou's intention and knew exactly who had taught this kid. He almost knew all the basic information about Taiyou's family. It's true that the legendary agent was still different. He read the kid who had just entered the profession like a book. Taiyou didn't understand why a legendary agent like him would become a politician. He also claimed that he had no interest in politics, and that he had only come this far for revenge. After completing his mission, he went home and put on a clown costume to celebrate his daughter's birthday. But his daughter was not happy to see him. But she also understood her father. He had tried to work and raise his daughter after his wife died. They both thought they would have a happy birthday party. The girl didn't understand why her father had given her such a big gift. But he still wanted to surprise her, but she realized that there was something wrong with the gift. Soon after, the house exploded again. Someone wanted to kill the father and daughter. Gududuyi was heartbroken when his daughter died in his own hands. He also realized who was behind this, and Guduyi began to plan revenge on those who had made him like this. So he planned to return to politics, and those who had betrayed him were all dead, and the deputy prime minister was the last one. Just as he was about to kill the enemy, Taiyou stopped him. The three masked men appeared again, and it seemed that the legendary agent had no intention of harming innocent people. Taiyou stopped him, but Taiyou knew that he was doing it because he didn't want to see anyone die. At this moment, Shui also appeared, and he asked the masked men to fight him. Let Taiyou deal with the last one, and rescue the hostages. He also knew about the weapons that Taiyou had created. He also knew about a kind of muscle relaxant that was made by Taiyou. He almost knew all the information about the family, and then mocked Taiyou. On this side, Shui was fighting the three masked men. It seemed that they were also hiding their strength, so they were not afraid of Sui. As a top-notch agent, Shui also used his skills to fight back, and the four of them began to fight. But with Shui's real speed, he quickly defeated the enemy. He thought it would be like this, but it turned out to be just like this. Shui was worried that Taiyou wouldn't be able to hold on for long. When he was about to turn back, the three men had already escaped, and Shui himself was threatened by a hidden presence. Taiyou was still talking to Uncle Zhengjai, who almost always hit Taiyou's weakness, about his family. But now, Taiyou had a family to protect, so he decided to defeat Shui. Taiyou had learned Shui's skills. He quickly used other skills to capture the enemy, but he quickly responded to the enemy's actions. He defeated the enemy while he was still fighting, but Shui was very happy to be defeated, so Shui decided to tell him what he knew. But before he could finish speaking, he was shot in the head by a bullet. He didn't have time to say his last words and closed his eyes. He left Taiyou a map of his daughter's grave, and Taiyou brought flowers to his daughter, and found what he had left for Taiyou in the tree. Taiyou went home and saw his family waiting for him. Shumi was worried and ran out quickly. He seemed to have felt the family affection. Episode 10. After completing the mission, Diane had a feast to celebrate and gave Taiyou a huge bowl of rice. In the past, the leader would reward the team members who completed the mission with a celebration party. With the information she collected with her bare hands, she was not happy when the 13th zodiac sign appeared. It was none other than Kyoichiro, and of course, this dog came here just to be with Shumei, and he also knew about Diane's plan from the family's information. It's true that the tactics are endless. In the 2nd grade, he opened the 9th grade. Shui showed his skills in making all kinds of animals, and then everyone started to eat. But Kyoichiro began to break up the young couple, and only he understood the most. But because of this, the two of them began to quarrel. The meal became a battle, and the chicken was going to eat meat, but it became a target for the two of them. He was hit as soon as he showed his face, so the battle of the strong began again. I thought I wouldn't be able to eat anymore. But Shui used his skills to fold the pieces of meat and finish 2 bowls to enjoy. But he still asked Taiyou. If a novice uses the foot pedal, he will get arthritis. And it's true that Taiyou's hands are now full of bandages, but Shui still told Taiyou to try his best to recover and continue training. This dog also regarded eating as a process of training for himself. After a while of eating, he asked everyone to roll their teeth. Only Taiyou was in a corner, looking at the item he had received. Because it would tell him about his family, Taiyou felt nervous when he opened the box and found information about his family. While he was still thinking, Shumi came to him and scared him. She also knew that the box in his hand was information about his family. Taiyou was worried about how his life would change if he opened it. Taiyou had been hesitant since the last mission, not knowing what he would be like if he was in front of the enemy. Taiyou sympathized with those who wanted to kill the person who had harmed their family. If he opened this box now, Taiyou would be like that legendary villain. So he was very worried. Mutsumi had kissed Taiyou with a smile. What could be better than receiving a kiss from the person you love? After 5 minutes, the two of them were able to get dressed. Mutsumi kissed Taiyou, determined to stay by his side no matter what. At the same time, Mutsumi realized that the box had been opened when Taiyou was startled. There was a b-ball in it, it was said. It is an optical data recording method, which is limited but still has a way to decipher the information inside the ball. There you are. My sister respects you. Do you need to be so angry that you bleed your eyes and smash things against the wall? And how could the couple record the words of the younger brother? Fortunately, the madman was stopped in time, so that the two could escape. Taiyou carried Mutsumi and ran home. How the hell did Azaka get on Taiyou's head, hoping to say that it was energy like an assassin? And especially the little girl moved here to protect Mutsumi from being assassinated. It turned out that Mutsumi had invited this little girl to work here. This is exactly what I have to live with now. But the problem here is that Taiyou is likely to lose his wife. In addition to being a villain, Azaka is also capable of housework. What's more, this little girl has been watching Taiyou's every move, which makes this dog feel a little sticky. And she can even take the head from Taiyou's people, making it impossible for this dog to find out. Sion had looked through this book, realizing that it was quite a bit and was being targeted. It is true that the body is different. Just by looking at it, you can see the problem of the book, and you are confident that you will be able to analyze it. Although it will take some time, this matter has been investigated by the little girl Aka, in order to protect the dangerous woman. Follow anyone, and you will know all the way to the hair. Azaka is still alive. Taiyou's bonus has increased significantly. Now Taiyou has quite a few enemies, so it's only a matter of time before Taiyou turns into a lump of flesh. If so, this little girl will be by Mutsumi's side, but she forgets that she still has to fight with Kyoichiro. These two people intend to end Taiyou together, and the little girl also accepts Amsak's new challenge with the leaf. After a day of showing Amsak, Taiyou was so exhausted that Mutsumi wanted to take care of her husband, and even when she went to take a bath, Azaka came in. And Amsak, all the things like Azadamon cow. Fortunately for Taiyou, when this little girl was defeated by electricity in the bathroom. So Taiyou wanted to break the law behind the wall, and then he took Azaka, Mutsumi, and this noisy girl's husband. After a while, it was finally done. The girl on the border saw Taiyou still drinking. The few brothers were just waiting for an opportunity like this to catch people. I'm sure this guy is the one who planned it. Taiyou must have gone for a long time. This heart can't be saved, even if it jumps into the Yellow River. But that torture device understands the problem. It was made in the Edo period, which made Taiyou easy to get along with. Trying to run away, Mutsumi was still very fluent. Today, Taiyou has some more things to do. Mutsumi plans to give the machine to her husband, then replace the husband with a person named Zhao Du. But after wondering about the name, Taiyou reacted again, quickly hiding it. The little girl Azaka behind was stimulating Mutsumi. That is a sign of betrayal, but Mutsumi still trusts Taiyou. But this little girl starts to speak ill of Taiyou again. Recently there have been some strange phenomena, like signs of betrayal, and in the following days, Mutsumi and Taiyou went for a walk in the park again. But Taiyou was quite tired, because he had done many tasks, but Mutsumi was happy to walk with him. And today, the two of them took Goliath with them, because this little girl didn't want anyone to walk with her except the owner. She was a special dog. It was raised in the direction of choice since the Ezo era, and as soon as it was said, the small and exquisite uncle became bigger. Taiyou was a little surprised. The degree of sophistication it had been with this family since the time of the ancient ancestors, and it was very strong. It can carry both of them, but it wants Taiyou to get on its back, so it tells Taiyou to hold the rope. It's best for Taiyou to keep up with it. Taiyou still didn't understand the meaning of his wife's words when he let Goliath go for a walk. Then its speed must be faster than that of a high-speed train, and you know how fast it is to run on water. Taiyou is not stable at all. This dog has also attracted the attention of many children, and it is quite clever when it comes to the danger to its owner, and it is quick to eat the scene of the explosion. But it turned out that Taiyou was the one who suffered all the consequences. Mutsumi was so angry that he sent Goliath to sniff out the enemy. This dog has also identified the enemy from a long distance, and quickly found the location, thanks to Sion's device. This guy is still complacent because he will not be found, but he decides to lose his side with the dog. It found the enemy, and attacked. After that, the two decided to go home, but Taiyou's eyes were a little bit lighter. But Mutsumi didn't ask any more questions and decided to go back, thanks to his dog for taking the two of them back. But today, it miraculously gave Taiyou a ride. After that, Taiyou hurried back, but Azaka misunderstood him as a traitor, and the little boy had taken a picture of Taiyou sitting with a strange woman. And the elder brother Kyoichiro only came back to torture his younger brother. But the people in the picture quickly came. It turned out to be a member of Hinazuku. Here, after the row, Taiyou wanted to have a secret after the row, but this girl wanted to let everyone know. In order to avoid any unfortunate misunderstandings, Taiyou would have almost gone away. It turned out that the person in Taiyou's machine was this old man. And Taiyou wanted to buy the kind of limited edition sausage, not transfer anything. Taiyou has been trying to find the amount of this kind of sausage for Kyoichiro. In order to make it easier for the younger brother, the elder brother-in-law came out to kill him. Kyoichiro was touched when he heard it. He didn't expect that after all his torture, people would still think of him. That is, this elder brother began to torture himself. Asuka also misunderstood Taiyou. Kyoichiro still refused to apologize. Episode 11. At this time, Taiyou is being trained with other Japanese students, ensuring that the family's easy children are qualified. The use of gating to simulate the ability to reflect, the high-ranking people ask for it all the time. It is true that the strange family is not wrong. And of course, Taiyou is very busy. The good thing is that there is time to breathe under the pressure. And when he comes back, he sees Mutsumi reviewing the pile of photos while cleaning the room. It turned out that this was the food that everyone ate when they were young. Mutsumi is reviewing the memories, and there is also a step and a celebration party for those who passed the exam for the Earthmaster's license. So everyone in the family gathered to congratulate the drinker. In this family there is a very good thing. That is, they often take commemorative photos when someone passes the exam. Taiyou didn't know what the Earthmaster's license was, so it was explained that it was a certificate issued by the Earthmasters Association, and the Earthmasters Association was from the 20th century. With the aim of supporting each other, now those who pass the examination organized by the Earthmasters Association will become members of the association and issue certificates. At this time, Futaba just distributed his golden power, so that his younger brother could take both eyes, the light body for the speaker. And when you receive this license, you can access the association's database and receive job requests, and there are other requests waiting ahead. But you have to do it step by step. That is silver and gold, and you will be promoted after each promotion exam. But each time you are promoted, you will receive more difficult tasks, but in return, there will be many more benefits. So Taiyou decided to take the land surveyor license exam. Futaba thought about waiting a little longer before taking the exam, so the Ochi leopard looked up again when he saw his strange younger brother wanted to take this exam. Tu Duong enthusiastically supported him today. There is a high probability that something strange will happen. It turns out that this leopard is warning him. This family has a tradition of participating in the exam and passing it. If they fail, it is considered a disgrace to the family. Taiyou guessed what his older brother said. So he was caught again on this side. Azaka was apologizing to Sion, because this leopard accidentally broke the cable, causing Sion's program to have problems. But now it is working again on the spinning wheel. Tu Duong is showing a horror movie. It made Taiyou have a heart attack, and Futaba was very calm. It turned out that Futaba also had a weakness. That is the fear of ghosts. Every girl must have a weakness. The monster with the seaweed skin still beats normally. But it turns out that Futaba's skill does not work on ghosts. Oh really? I have seen this girl destroy a haunted house when she went out to play. Of course, at that time, Futaba was only 19 years old. Although Futaba was still in shock, it would take until tomorrow to return to normal. Futaba could only cling to her younger sister, Mutsumi. It seems that this mansion often has strange things. The family's treasure has also been stolen. Oh, and it's gone. So Sion guessed that these are the ghosts who have a grudge against the family, making Futaba even more scared, making Mutsumi even more miserable. So we have a 24-hour survival challenge with only Futaba. And Futaba just clung to Mutsumi, and everyone had not seen their princess so scared for a long time. So everyone is trying to pay attention not to show anything special, especially Kanzo, who doesn't look like he has any intention at all. Then everyone gathers together to talk. Futaba must have someone by her side at all times. Even when going to the toilet, to the programs related to ghosts, everyone tries to make her not see it. Of course, the leopard Kanzo would not miss such a moment. He scared Futaba again, making this girl even more cautious in every action. Mutsumi is the most miserable younger sister. She can't even cook. She has to be careful when taking a bath. Even when going to bed, she was a little scared, because the family's ancestors made strange noises, making Futaba still scared. So Mutsumi had to tell a fairy tale to make this girl sleep. It was really a fairy tale style of the strange family. In the chaotic period, people stabbed each other as usual. Quickly running into the river, there was a child who was adopted by the river, and then Mutsumi slept well. So Taiyou had to cover her up and tell her to sleep, talking about the war of hired assassins, the friendship that was rekindled when they stabbed each other. Taiyou still didn't understand what he was reading, but at this time, Futaba was happy again, because she remembered her childhood. Sorry everyone, when I saw the miserable lecture, when reading the story in this book, Futaba remembered her late mother. The one who used to read this book to her. And then remembered the painful promise when her mother passed away. From then on, this older sister tried to practice, but still could not overcome her own psychology. She was afraid that she would lose her loved ones again. Futaba tried not to let everyone see her miserable self. So she turned herself into a clown, when everyone thought she was afraid of ghosts, and Taizou was here. Futaba could only tell the story comfortably like that. Taizou could feel the feeling of being afraid of losing his loved ones. But for Taizou, that was the motivation to become stronger and protect the others. After that, this month should also go to bed, because the preparation for the upcoming land surveyor exam, today is the day of the land surveyor license competition. Everyone is starting their exam. Many of the girls have relatives at Vu's house. Taizou is the one who currently shows the ability to surpass everyone. With the addition of this person who wants to be stronger to protect others, and also has caused trouble with other land surveyors, then naturally he will have to prepare for the afternoon exam. But there are still girls who hate him, because Taizou is also a high-priced bounty. So he wants to receive the bounty, and attacked Taizou. Who would have thought that the handsome boy with glasses would stop him, and immediately disqualified that guy from the exam, because it is forbidden to attack other candidates. Taizou wanted to thank this handsome guy, but this person seemed too intimate, making Taizou always avoid him, and also thought that this was a pervert. This person started to flirt with Taizou again, making her a little annoyed, but she also realized who this guy was, Hosai Fudu, although this guy is quite famous in the land surveyor community. The #1 playboy in this land surveyor job, the type of young people who don't love anyone but can flirt with anyone. But seeing that this guy has a good personality, she is a little annoyed. Do you like my personality? That person started to flirt again, not forgetting to hold Taizou's hand to flirt. Oh, this guy also has Taizou's phone number, and now it's time to prepare for the next exam, so the candidates need to go to the exam venue. But Hosai Fudu still didn't forget to flirt, making Taizou move away from her. Now it's the underwater obstacle course exam. Taizou completed it in time, and the other guy also passed it too easily, then continued to the other exams. Every time, this guy sabotaged Taizou, but also helped Taizou in some exams. Then it was time for the final exam. But this final exam is sealed in a box, to avoid leaking the information of the land surveyor. So each exam is done once, and each exam will be destroyed immediately. It's really true. It doesn't matter, because the license is right in front of you. But if you don't run fast, this place will also be destroyed, and you will be disqualified. Now just turn on the 2-speed acceleration, then each of these candidates has to go through thousands of thorns. Taizou is still running hard to overcome all the challenges. But the candidate who continued to play dirty, only a little bit more, Taizou would be eliminated from the competition. Who would have thought that Hosai Fudu would help Taizou? And at the same time, he said a flirting sentence that made Taizou very touched. But unexpectedly, Taizou still pulled this guy out of the elimination. But at the same time, it made both of them highly likely to be eliminated when the exam area was about to be destroyed. If Taizou did not let go of Hosai Fudu, the rate of elimination would be very high. But this natural ladder still insisted on saving him, in the end still refused to give up, because he wanted to pass this exam together. So Hosai Fudu used his teleportation ability to get both of them, and it turned out that he was not only a candidate, but also a land surveyor, and also a supervisor for this land surveyor exam. A ghost enters the candidate to test everything, including morality. Here, skills and knowledge are the basic conditions to become a land surveyor. But there is still one more important thing, which is humanity in this exam, and that ugly ladder is not qualified to take the exam, because that fake is also one of the examiners. And especially here, each candidate is observed and evaluated by an examiner. That is, this guy tested his heart for fun, proving that he was recognized by the family. Then this person also received his land surveyor's license. Taizou also thought that Hosai Fudu said he liked her was just a challenge. But that person said that it was his true feelings, making the fairy unable to say anything more, having to accept this strange guy as his wife. Episode 12. Now on a date. A woman is looking for a long time to get attention. I mean looking for an injured person to take to the hospital. At this time the criminal investigation room has escaped. Athi introduced that he was asked by Mutsumi and everyone. Naturally today he went to find Taizou, making this person a little surprised. How could he not be surprised when someone was paying attention to him in the dark? Normally only lovers would take each other to the hospital. But this old man went to the hospital by himself. It is true that the old man is very conscious. And this old man must have played hard last year, So now he's a little embarrassed to go home with the children in the house, so he came up with a plan like this. That is to get into the hospital before he gets home. This old man was not surprised at all. It seemed that he had known about it for a long time. Taiyou is his own hospital, but Taiyou immediately flew away. Even though he came down to see that the injured person was an intruder, it was right that someone suddenly broke into his house. Taiyou gave him a punch right at the first meeting, called a punch for the elders to continue. When Mutsumi arrived, the person realized that he had made a mistake. The old man's eyes were already open. Mutsumi introduced again that this is the old man. The old man is too old. As soon as he got home, he flirted with the maid. It seemed that Mutsumi was quite familiar with this scene. Taiyou still didn't know what to say. This person still hasn't figured out the story. It turns out that the old man was just joking. Then he hugged his grandson, gave him a gift of money, and slapped him in the face. Mutsumi was surprised when his grandfather came here to congratulate the two of them. While he was touched by his words, he led his grandson away, making him still unable to figure out the story. Before he could leave, he was stopped by his grandson. It turned out that he had received a request from the police to arrest the prisoner of the Zakusa gang. I thought this old man was a professional criminal, but it turned out that he was assigned to collect information about the underworld, in a destiny that seemed so noble. It turned out that he was collecting information about the underworld for women. So the girls should be careful of the sticky traps of the uncles. That's why they are forbidden to go out, and they already know the true face of the old man. So Kyoichiro was responsible for taking his grandfather back to prison, a good dog and a good cat. But this grandfather was also very old, and Kyoichiro didn't want him to resist. Because in the prison is a big belly, so this old man started to say the words that Asian parents often use, "I gave birth to you." "Ah, not this time I gave birth to your mother." So the grandfather escaped from his grandson again, which made the grandson extremely surprised. Then he bombed the bald head and dragged his grandson away. The grandfather also couldn't say anything, and at this time he also brought a photo to Mutsumi. When Kyoichiro was sitting in the photo room taking pictures of his sister, "Call the grandson. Talk about the skills of the grandfather." There is a technique that makes the ribs and bones flexible. So, he is a legendary thief, and can break into any place. This old man is also quite dangerous when he has collected a huge amount of data over the years. Anyone would want to have it. This month he also told his grandfather that he would not be able to die. So he just told the old man, and then asked the grandson to take the old man home. This is really a good grandson, and he has taken the grandson to a spy bar, and is flirting with the girls here, making the grandson feel uncomfortable. If his wife knew about this, she would only be angry. It is true that when flirting with girls, they will be happy, making this side or that side only bearable. These people want to start faster than before. Telling all the national secrets to these girls, the grandson wanted to enter the old man's secret room easily, but only later realized that he was stuck. He was stuck to the chair by the glue of some girl, but this old man was smarter than a book. So he took off his clothes to escape. What's the shame? This old man is out, and still wonders why so many girls follow him, and he also wants to take this opportunity to teach this grandson a lesson. The grandson attacked, but it was not worth it. The table was still easily escaped, but immediately the grandson had a question why he escaped from prison. If he wanted to meet the two of them, he could wait until the end of the mission. But with the table he said, "Today is an important day to catch the powder. It must be on this day." But he still refused to tell the grandson what was going on. At this time, the three idiots also came to pour wine for the table. This is a commemorative wine for the old man, because it is the type of wine his wife loves. Invite the grandson, but this person is not old enough, so he refused. Then the table said, "If you don't drink wine, when will you have a baby?" making the grandson die. I saw this old man still trying to describe the sex scene of his wife to make him die faster. This old man is really a pervert. Of course the grandson has no need. But the table is still strange. It is really proud to talk about his wife, an old romantic who is loyal to many girls. But when he was young, he was only around his wife. Then this old man didn't care about other women. Who would have thought that it would be so difficult for this person? And for the table, she is the sun that lights up his life. Just a few words of flirting made this old man fall in love. So now he has a lot of children. Now's the time for men to talk. The table feels that the grandson has something in common with him, reminding this person to cherish life, so that he will not regret it later, and then wish the two of them to be happy together. The grandson also promised that he would bring happiness to Mutsumi. The first time this person drank wine, to show the courage of a man, he drank the whole glass. Give it to your grandfather. Feel the sincerity of the grandson, and take a deep breath. At this time a woman stepped in lightly. When the two dogs were still talking happily, They immediately took the key and locked the old man up. This girl played big and chose an explosive ring, if removed by force. It turned out that the landlord had arrived. If this girl played tricks, the landlord's hand would fly away. Hearing this, the girl immediately stopped. At this time, Mutsumi also appeared. Explained to the grandson, and the woman standing in front of him is the 8th patriarch of the family. With the grandson just now, I thought my grandfather had died a long time ago. But I couldn't think of how this old man could be so devoted. At the same time, I could also see the sadness of this old man, as if he wanted to return to that bustling time. He immediately confessed to his wife, but was immediately sent to prison by his wife. The feeling of being saved on this day is a bit interesting. Now, the grandson also understands why he escaped from prison, but the grandson also understands the old man's sadness, and Mutsumi has heard all of the grandson's confessions. When she stood in a corner, she made the daughter of the family even more angry. At this time, the two of them were very close to each other. The two old men talked about the past. It seemed that it was still very strong. Who wouldn't be? The two old men were so powerful in the past. In the end, the old man was still the same as usual. I thought the children were at home, but where did they all go? It turned out that they went shopping with their family, and everyone was preparing to go to the market. And everyone decided to split up to buy things for themselves. The older brother only intended to pay the bill for Mutsumi, and intended to let the other brothers pay for themselves. But Mutsumi with her divine eyes, so the older brother did not hesitate to pay for everything. Then the couple went shopping again. It has been a long time since Taiyou went to the shopping mall, and he remembered the image of going with his family. At this time, Mutsumi was listing the items to buy today. Who would have thought that there would be guns and bullets? At this time the couple came to the game machine. Taiyou thought that Sumi was just playing around, still thinking that his wife was still a child. It turned out that she had gone to a gun shop to buy bullets, leaving her husband in shock, as he never thought that this place would sell bullets. He wondered if the police would arrest them if they found out. He went to buy 100 kg of secret milk sausage, but the salesperson misunderstood what he said. It turned out that he was buying bullets using a code word to avoid suspicion. Instead of bullets, he said milk sausage, and instead of gun, he said coffee. Taiyou still couldn't believe that this was a shopping mall. Who would have thought that it would have products for assassins and other things related to the underworld? On the other side, his brothers were also buying the necessary equipment. But the guns and other parts were being given to them by an old lady with poor eyesight. She was just a security guard, but here came the eldest brother. Kyoichiro was carrying something, a secret weapon of some sort. But judging by his smile, it seemed to be something good. Taiyou went to change his bloody clothes. As he was about to leave, a little girl grabbed his hand, but it seemed like she had lost her parents. So Taiyou took her to Sumi, but it turned out that her parents had been kidnapped. When he thought he was taking his own daughter home, he realized that it was impossible for him to have a child since he was a virgin. Sumi knew that the girl had lost her parents, so she asked her quietly. The girl explained that some scary people had taken her father away, and she even said, "Let's talk on the lower floor of the building." So Sumi understood the situation, and went into the elevator, and went down to the secret floor. As it was a secret floor. It was more like a black market, selling illegal goods that couldn't be sold openly upstairs. It was called Near Fish Organization, and be careful, you could also become a commodity in this place. Sumi was confident that she would be fine. Just then, the girl's father's voice came through. It turned out that the girl's father had worked for an organization, and had withdrawn when he had a child. But because of that, the organization targeted him and even planned to take his daughter's organs. At that moment, Taiyou quickly rescued the girl's father, and the father and daughter were reunited. But now, they had to leave quickly. Before they could even say anything, other guys arrived. In fact, these guys had only come to gain experience from Taiyou. Kai's appearance was also cool, so let's give them some credit for that. And these guys knew that Taizou's head was worth a lot, so they decided to target the patriarch and his entourage. No one had ever been hunted like this before, but it was also a lot of money, $500,000. So the remaining guys in this place attacked Taiyou. But who would have thought that Kyoichiro would handle them in an instant? Seeing the eldest brother, the other guys also gave up. At this point, Taiyou thought that he was finally safe. But life is full of surprises, as the eldest brother was holding a book on torture methods, so he knew that it was meant for him. The other guys seemed to be quite scared, but they still decided to give it a try. But who would have thought that the other brothers had also arrived, and in just a few moments, they had subdued everyone. Only now could he see the terrifying power of this family, as they had subdued everyone else. At this time, the old lady and the two guys were still happily watching a Ford movie. Even though the building was about to collapse, It seemed like these things happened every day, so everyone's faces were quite calm. And so, another storm in the family had passed. Episode 13. The beginning is about Taizou's past, when he was still happy with his family. At this time, the whole family was on a happy trip together, before the heartbreaking events that would follow. Later, this boy witnessed the murder of his 3 family members, which became a psychological trauma for him. Even now, Taizou still dreams about that painful time. He couldn't help but seek Scion to find out more about the murder of his family. He got the information from the old man, Gao, who had a list of new participants in the Dujia family wedding, which was the wedding of the 9th patriarch. And in the list, Taizou's mother was also included, and most of the people who attended the wedding were ordinary people. This was just a wedding to show off, because for this family, weddings were just a normal event. And Taizou's parents' names were on the guest list, but that still didn't explain anything. He only knew that there was some connection between the Mutsumi family and Taizou. Taizou didn't seem to be surprised by this result. He was just a little surprised that Ga could know about his family's death. And at the same time he revealed that he was still alive because someone had arranged it. So Taizou seemed to be mentally prepared for the story. Only Mutsumi seemed to have had an out-of-body experience when she received this information. And she was even more surprised because she thought that her family was responsible for the death of Taizou's family. But Taizou quickly comforted her. With just a little information, it was impossible to say anything for sure. And Taizou didn't want to lie to Mutsumi at all, which made her very moved. On the other side, Scion had to choke on the rice in front of him. This way, he wouldn't be able to speak. At this time, Taizou wanted to know the truth about his family's murder. So he hoped that the family could help him a little, because he couldn't say such harsh words to his own family. So Scion closed Taizou's eyes. Because now, they were all family, so helping each other was a normal thing to do. The only problem was that they still couldn't figure out what to do next. Scion couldn't believe that the information about the past had been destroyed. But it still existed like this, which meant that it had something to do with the underworld. Scion decided to go there. It was an organization that collected information about missing people, called the Human Lost Library. Wow, an organization located in an underground shelter. This was a private organization funded by the police. The information here was quite accurate, and it could find the real reason behind the death of Taizou's parents. The boy also decided to go there. This place looked like a library, and if anyone dared to make a sound, they would immediately be reminded to be quiet. Taizou saw this and could only shut his mouth because he was scared. Then Scion revealed that this was the librarian of this place. This woman was very protective of the books, and hated noise and loud voices. Even standing close to the librarian, and breathing too loudly, could send you to the afterlife. So there was no need to waste time investigating the cause of the old man's death. It sounded like a good idea. Because this woman was a high-ranking member, Taizou was able to bribe her, and the librarian always kept the areas in the library quiet. As long as he tried not to make any loud noises, everything would be okay. Hearing these words, the latter was so scared that it climbed up to the roof. Scion also lowered his voice immediately, or else he would have been gone too. Taizou was as quiet as a mouse. He wasn't allowed to make any loud noises. As he walked past, he saw the librarian adding another person to the list, making Taizou too scared to move. Then he went to look for information about his family's death. At this time, many old men had already passed away. There were constant scenes of people dying, making Taizou a little careless, causing the generals around him to die in vain. Although he had gone to many areas, he still couldn't find any information about his parents, which was quite frustrating. After a while, he finally found information about his family. It said that his family had died, but he still couldn't find the murderer. Taizou discovered that there was something in this book and was told that it was a data storage device. So Taizou put the information ball into it, and the book began to change and display information about his family. It was the Asano Baitan Popuchirhu family. Taizou became even more shocked when he found out that it wasn't an accident, but when he wanted to learn about the Tampopo exhaust. Then he was informed that he was accessing illegally, and now the right to book information has also exploded, making everyone a little worried. Scion knew that this MZ was in danger, and quickly advised the boy to leave as soon as possible. Because with the loudness of the explosion, he would be instantly pierced, and as soon as he finished speaking, the librarian also came to attack Taizou. You are this latter, if you don't have time, you will definitely be pierced. At this time Scion supports him with all his might, and shows the way out for his Mchai. Taizou quickly used the down to attack the stable to tighten the library's stable source. Only 30 more wires will be reactivated, so Taizou must take this opportunity to find the exit as quickly as possible. But he was still seen by the single mother, and came to him. A violent girl, who made Taiyou have to predict, and the librarian quickly rushed to attack the boy. This latter is always calculated by nature but is hindered, because it is difficult to win a bet if you are motivated. When Hyun ran away for Taiyou, Sumi realized something and asked Taiyou to remove Taiyou. Then this little girl turned up the volume of the speaker and turned it all the way up, and her cousin was able to knock out the lady over there. Because this lady is light sensitive, she can't stand too loud sounds, and Taiyou also knows the clue that has assassinated his family. At this time, Kyoichiro was supporting, and not forgetting to protect MZ, with the weights of the information that MZ said. But when it comes to Tanpo, Po is a bit harsh, when MZ's family is also their victim. And what could not be expected was that the mother of Mutsumi, the previous patriarch, was also murdered. And Kyoichiro has also used the entire information network of the clan, but still cannot catch them. There's only one piece of information that they are targeting the 10th generation patriarch, or in other words, Mutsumi. And the assassins all have the flower tattoo of the police department on their hands, and at the same time, these people are all very strong. Speaking of which, this brother-in-law still did not forget to add a 50 kg weight to his brother, and said that he would continue to increase it. And this time Tae cried out in pain. At this time, Kyoichiro also affirmed that he found a lot of information that Taiyou provided. Taiyou's family is the victim, because Taiyou's father is an employee of a medical company, so the scope of the search can be narrowed down to the field. After Taiyou's family had an accident, 15 people died unusually a month later, and only the head of the hospital was related to all those people. Hanta is a singer with Keppe Seida wears a car, but still doesn't think he's the mastermind behind it. But it is related to the Tan Popo organization. After what this organization has done, they are now targeting Mutsumi. So Kyoichiro asked his brother-in-law to find out about this criminal group. Of course, the brother-in-law also knew the answer of his younger brother. After that, Taiyou had to pretend to be an old man with a chronic disease. But Taiyou still couldn't adapt to this case, but if he didn't do it, he would be recognized. And at this time, Mutsumi also disguised himself as a wife with this old man. In fact, these two have always been husband and wife, and then both of them went to the hospital. But Taiyou didn't seem to be doing well at all. It turned out that his brother-in-law had intervened, catching the younger brother easily put on a few more weights to look like an old man. At this time, he was also called by the staff to check, and then met the singer with Keppe Seida wears a car. This research also examined Taiyou, and then began to chat like a doctor and a patient. This guy is also quite affectionate, and he is still taken care of by his wife in the hospital. Taiyou still feels a little embarrassed when his wife feeds him. But Mutsumi likes this feeling, because she is the patriarch of the clan. But she wants her life in the future to be peaceful with the person she loves, and no longer have to worry about the minutes of fighting late. Taiyou also really wants to have such a peaceful time, with the person he loves pretending to go. But he wanted to be the first to sell his body, because he couldn't stand the feeling of missing Mutsumi by his side. These few sentences made Mutsumi feel more in love with Taiyou. At this time, the hospital director went to visit other doctors. After that, he also left. At this time, Taiyou also started to act, and wanted to find out the secret of this hospital director. Started when accessing the hospital's computer, and also felt that the hospital director's computer had a problem. When there are many passwords set, but with Sion's equipment, the encrypted data has been revealed. After that, the information about the bloodline was released by the clan, because this is a clan with many talents through generations. In the blood of the patriarch, there is a shore of numbness called Sam-Anen, which is generally a kind of power of this clan. And so the people of the clan have 5 senses and strength, which is just right. And this thing is also effective for people who do not belong to the clan. It's like a battery that brings power. Taiyou just learned about this information, but still has no way to create a strain. There must be a source of Sam-Anen, or in other words, the heart of Mutsumi. Taiyou still can't believe what he sees. At this time, the hospital director also came and attacked, causing Taiyou to mess up all his actions. And it seems that the hospital director has also guessed that someone has broken in before. It turned out that he also knew that Taiyou survived the assassination. Taiyou thought that the hospital director was the one who killed Mutsumi's mother and his family, but the hospital director was still hiding and not telling the truth. He is also confident that even the clan will not be able to solve this matter. Taiyou has also seen the Sam image of this guy. He intended to stab Taiyou to reunite with his parents down there, but he didn't expect Taiyou to have such a hard armor. At this moment, Taiyou stepped back the other guy with an electric gun. Who would have thought that he could hold the electric current? This latter must have just updated the new version of the fake. If you don't hold it empty, then hold it. Then he uses a smoke bomb to escape. Taiyou once again loses the trace of the enemy. My account was also taken away by him, but Taiyou has kept the data, and also knows that one of these guys is targeting his wife. Taiyou absolutely doesn't want that to happen at all, and is determined to protect his wife. Episode 14. At this time, Mutsumi was stuck by the wall, and was carried in his arms by a man, and then the little girl also continued. The flower family is just a dream, or rather a promise, which Mutsumi can hardly fulfill. It seems that it is also a psychological obsession of hers. On this side, Taiyou is still trying to investigate Tampopo, but still cannot determine their location. It seems that information such as the flower bill is not very useful. But Taiyou noticed something. A form is a single form, which is the English phonetic name of the Tampopo Police Department. Taiyou immediately gave up the idea, thinking that they couldn't be that simple. But Bo-ran felt that there was something to pay attention to, and decided to investigate an office, as if it was better to have more than less. At this time, the director contacted someone again. Inform your close friend that you have encountered a member of the Daku clan. The flower family is the Tampopo organization. It seems that it is also dangerous, but the director intends to take something from Daku, which is likely to be the heart of the 10th patriarch. After that, it was the process of waking up early because of the sunlight in Taiyou's call. Oh my god, I thought I was sleeping in which room? But I was lying in the middle of the sea. The army was confused and didn't know what happened. Yes, everything was still reported by the brother-in-law, guiding the younger brother by taking him out to sea to fish. I admit that I really like to take a private boat out to the middle of the sea, but it still makes the younger brother almost bewildered. Today the weather is nice. Let's have some chicken and sticky rice. Oh, I went to the sea by mistake. Brother and brother, only men can bring happiness to each other. Doesn't it sound a bit awkward? After that, Kyoichiro asked Taiyou to go fishing. Mr. Taiyou received a message from his brother-in-law today. He wondered if he had taken the wrong medicine. It was highly likely that his brother-in-law was quite sinister. Taiyou thought it was still raining, but how could his brother-in-law treat him so well? It was really unreal. His mother even brought him a lunchbox. Taiyou felt something was wrong. He looked at his future. It was highly likely that he would be used as bait again. His brother-in-law even read his mind like a book. He knew what he was thinking. He must have been scolded today, so his brother-in-law rewarded him with a reason of practicing 100 times. While talking, Taiyou caught a cold worker. As soon as he got ashore, he fired a series of shots at Taiyou, saying that he had some skills, otherwise people would criticize him. His brother-in-law comforted him, saying that he didn't need to worry too much. It was just one of the basic skills of a diver. Of course Ulta 3 and Chiao had practiced this many times. Taiyou now realized that everything was for him to practice. But his brother-in-law said no because practicing with his family was better than fighting with these guys. He said that there must be a conspiracy, and it couldn't be so good. Create a poster for him to find the enemy. He was indeed a heroic brother-in-law, and it was also simple, because Taiyou had already won the bronze medal. Such exercises were only worthy of a bronze medal, so bronze divers could handle them. In order to become a member of the family, one must do this basic thing. It was basic. In the afternoon he fought with all the big shots. Taiyou was confident that he could do it. He was determined to overcome the difficulties of the family, and successfully defeat quite a few enemies, but his brother-in-law brought another 10 fruits. This was to kill him, not to practice. He even asked him to row a boat. How could he deal with this situation? Taiyou was still able to get on the boat, and save others at the same time. His brother-in-law was still wearing a life jacket on the sea. Taiyou didn't know who had sent him the message, but he saw the sign of Tampopo, because this was their usual way of doing things. They liked to set up unmanned aerial vehicles to attack anyone who approached. All this information was rumor before, but now it's true, and Kyoichiro has been using Taiyou as a bait to lure the enemy. He knew that this guy must have a sinister conspiracy. But Kyoichiro also warned him about confronting this organization. This was a global terrorist organization with a military network to confront any country. And their defeat was classified as a super difficult task, which could only be accomplished by gold divers. But the warning was that these were cases that Taiyou could accomplish. So it was best to take his brother away. Taiyou refused, of course. He knew that he couldn't defeat them. Seeing his determination, his brother-in-law accepted it and threw him into the water with a torpedo. This was to kill him, but Taiyou used his skills to cling to the torpedo with his steel wire. His brother-in-law knew that the torpedo was coming to him, so he quickly told him that if he didn't solve the torpedo, the people here would be killed. It was also very difficult, because once you became a diver, it was not very good to sacrifice yourself for others. It was best to find another way to do it. Then Taiyou decided to cling to the torpedo. He tried to find a place with a control circuit, and stabbed it into the shell, to disable the missile, and cut off the connection between the detonator and the system. At this time, the torpedo was getting closer and closer, making the others feel scared, and try to swim away. Taiyou was trying to recall the knowledge he had learned. He quickly used the family's solution to prevent the torpedo from exploding. Somehow, it was very close to Kyoichiro. These guys still smiled. At this time, Taiyou was respected by everyone for what he had done. On the other side, the Tanpopo submarine did not see the information of the torpedo explosion. How could it explode when the #1 diver was holding the torpedo towards them? He still let his brother-in-law follow him. In fact, such weapons had no effect on this strange family. Why bother attacking them? Then Kyoichiro quickly destroyed the submarine, but Kyoichiro still recognized his brother's achievements, defeating a whole team and neutralizing a missile. So he was promoted to 2 ranks. Taiyou was quite happy, but then he received a message. The hotel he was looking for was related to them, and the guy named Marco Taka, VKF Asia, had sent a message. In a room at the Delilian Hotel, Marco Taka, VKF Asia was there. At this time, Taiyou also decided to participate. And Kyoichiro sent Shongdu to cover Aidu, because this guy was still quite weak, and hid in a wooden box to go to the secret base. Then he received more information that the enemy was operating in this hotel. They had backers, so if they were not prepared they would only be killed. Taiyou guessed that his brother-in-law must be happy when he thought of him being killed. At this time, Fuda 3 met Kyoichiro again. They didn't talk to each other. Fuda 3 didn't understand why he brought Taiyou into this story. Kyoichiro thought it was because it was related to the case of the boy's family photo. It was a more reasonable reason. At this time, Taiyou had broken into the upper floor of the hotel. He thought it would be easy to go up to the 50th floor. He was not allowed to go up there, so he was punched away. When he knew that he was not allowed to go to the upper floor, he had already been punched. Only a few others, and the designated staff, were allowed to go up. Ordinary people were not allowed to go there. Taiyou could not enter, so he decided to stay outside. As soon as he went up, he saw a quarrel. The battle between Sujia Dogetati and Sujie Baby. Taiyou also scolded his mother. He was hit by a stray bullet and a bottle of wine, and then he fell into the water. However, he was safe and sound, and was rescued by the people at the swimming pool. At this time, he heard the voice of Fuba Nui Cat. It turned out that Fuba was on the 47th floor, so Taiyou knew that his chance had come. On the side of the permanent chief, the staff beside him found that there was an intruder. So he decided to arrest Taiyou if he saw him. On this side, the permanent chief was still playing. It seemed to be the pleasure of life. This old slave was the general manager of this hotel. Mako Tuka VKFAC. Taiyou was still playing the piano for his bodyguard. Soon after, he announced that he had brought a new batch of goods, an improved version with fewer side effects, and then let the slave try it. At this time, Taiyou's relative, the cat, also jumped in. He didn't say anything and shot others with a gun. This was a crime of attempted murder. Mamamako Tuka, VKFAC, TAA, also recognized Taiyou's voice and began to threaten his life. Then he smiled sinisterly and decided to leave. Taiyou was attacked by the slave continuously. This guy was really powerful. He also knew that Taiyou was a family member of the RA family. Mamamako Tuka VKFAC Tao went to another place, and the slave began to use stimulants. He decided to solve it quickly. Taiyou couldn't catch him anymore, and now he was entangled with the slave. It seemed that this guy owed Mamako Tuka VKFAT a favor. The slave told Taiyou how evil Tanpopo really was. We heard that in order to obtain the power of the RA family, each injection that the slave was holding was something that had been heard. It is called the flower of pain, a stimulant that mimics the bloodline of the Durako, and then he injected it into himself without hesitation. Injecting essence is a high risk. This thing is also compatible with humans. And then this guy's muscles became more and more terrifying. Now it is called a monster, not a human being. Taiyou also felt the pressure on him, intending to attack, but the other guy had grabbed his throat. He also gave him a blow. Most likely he would speak Vietnamese, and would decide the next step of the plan. At this time, the man at the beginning of the film also appeared under the hotel balcony. Taiyou, despite his injuries, still managed to hit this monster. But it didn't care, because they had physical strength, and the ability to recover quickly. The flower of pain can help achieve the power of the Dorako bloodline, only that it is only a one-time use. And then this guy intends to kill Taiyou quickly. This time he went to the ancestors, but Shindo intervened, and Anne-May also arrived in time. With one blow, the other guy retreated to the saloon, and at this moment, his eyes wanted to tear his enemy apart, the crime of touching his family. Episode 15. After everything, Taiyou also found the people who harmed his family, and began the process of revenge to protect his wife. But now his life is threatened. Mai Jindu has come to the hospital. An's eyes seem quite serious. The joke is not funny between them. But the other guy was hit but didn't care, so the enemy felt more excited in the game of invasion, and Jindu also quietly went down to poison the hole before going up to finish it all. Then he went to Taiyou and looked straight down at him. He looked down from 50 floors, but how could Shindu be as oppressive as the other guy? Whatever. Equip the younger brother with everything before daring to do it, but if it falls into the hands of the other party, there will only be a corpse. While he is busy reminding the younger brother, the other party has already counterattacked. It was too late to dodge, so he was hit by the other party. But Shindu is not easy to talk about. But he must talk about it. He is on par with the guy who injected the drug. That guy injected also has the strength of Shindu, but that guy is a basket case, so he can't keep up with enough. In terms of strength, he can't beat him, so he wants to commit suicide. Then you're done. You're just playing with people who don't age. It's always difficult for Shindu, but Taiyou landed safely. Shindu was forced into a difficult position so that the other guy wouldn't be able to move, so he had to grit his teeth and say it himself, saying that he would rather be beaten than accept it. At a high level, Shindu was vomiting blood because he was beaten. The other guy was still proud when he punched Shindu's blood, but Shindu was like, "If you don't get a little of my blood, you'll have to spit out your bones." Shindu ordered the stubborn younger brother to run, so that the people could escape from here, and let the people who caused the public disorder. In the face of joy when he was able to be himself before, he broke the flower and pretended to be a human, but those who were lightly injured were also greeted by the nearby people. In the end, Taiyou also completed his own mission. The no-man guy also knew that his plan had failed. Just as he was about to regain his spirits, he was punched by the other party, Shindu style. "What kind of fake goods are you selling here?" This guy still thinks Shindu can't beat him. So Shindu directly took out a gun and decided to test it out for himself. And it also has a terrible destructive power. Instead of a long-barreled gun, it is a short gun. So he thinks that this little ace is a bit too much. It is difficult to take him down, as if he is overestimating himself. He always thinks that he can keep this form. What people don't know is that Taiyou has everything in the hotel, and Shindu also said, "You look down on my brother." No man doesn't understand that Taiyou is also something, and this and that. Then Shindu fired a shot, the light illuminating the entire sky. Who would have thought that this guy could still stand up, and then collapse? On this side, the captain Marco Toka VK Asia also realized that the fake goods are never better than the real goods, and asked a subordinate, Do, to clean up for him. On this side, Shindu was a little dazed after defeating the enemy. Thinking that everything was over, Taiyou was suddenly hit by an uncle. The kid didn't expect that there would still be people in the hotel, but the man quickly disappeared into another room, and then accidentally met Shindu, who was also going downstairs. But Shindu didn't expect that his younger brother's body was full of holes. At this time Taiyou realized that he had become a big flower pot. All the holes were scars, and he also accidentally touched a pool of blood. Shindu quickly put his hand in to stop the bleeding, not knowing when he was shot and pierced like a flower pot. But it was in the internal organs, but he was still able to get through the critical danger. If it weren't for Shindu, this time he would have gone to see his wife. Mutsumi was worried about her husband, but her asshole brother-in-law framed her husband. It's true that some people don't have a heart. So he was beaten by Futaba into a puddle of mud, and Kyoichiro was still considered a disabled person, and was not allowed to visit the sick. At this time, Mutsumi was still quite worried. So he decided to stay and take care of her husband, and Nane also led the way, and went out. Mutsumi looked at the photo of her deceased mother. Futaba met Kyoichiro but didn't talk much, always ignoring the eldest brother. The eldest brother is like a self-sufficient person in the family. Shindu wants to talk to the eldest brother. The hand is clenched because he thinks everything is his fault. Shindu can't believe his eyes when the scene appears before him. Taiyou suddenly pointed out the wound, and Shindu didn't realize that there was any money around, and only had the ability. But when Shindu arrived, Taiyou had been sold, and Taiyou's body couldn't react in time to the attack. And Shindu knew that only one person could do it. And Kyoichiro also realized the person being mentioned. At this time, the family's alarm has also been issued, an alarm that an invasion has occurred. And the chicken changes its appearance and the number of invading enemies. The birds in the sky cry out that there are dozens of them. There are 9 fighter jets. These guys seem to be playing too. But they are not managed in a specific way. Whoever is strong is the father, and this guy is the leader of a Flower of Pain Death squad. Of course, it was all directed by Marco Taka and Capacita, and he had already planned with the family before. If Taiyou was injured, the family members would gather. That is the right time to surround the family by the GIQD, and also think that this group of extras can eliminate the other brothers, thinking that it is enough to keep Mutsumi Dai. The Jia family ordered the sky troops to start invading the mansion. The brothers and sisters of the family were speculating about the intruder. These sky troops confidently entered the mansion. But it was a bit awkward when they saw that there were only children in the house, and then the children also grew up, which made the other guys feel a bit dazed. Only with the fist of the child, these guys were defeated quite a lot. At this time the brothers and sisters in the family also appeared. Kyoichiro appeared in a bit of a hurry. Then, everyone also rushed into the battle. The fist quickly knocked down quite a few guys, all fighting with extras and paying like that. What kind of temper do these guys have? But even if this group is beaten, they can still stand up, causing difficulties for the brothers and sisters in the house. In fact, everyone is just a group of cannon fodder. But because there are so many of them, they decided to divide into teams to break in and capture Mutsumi Yozakura. But Kyoichiro wouldn't allow anyone to hurt his sister. Whoever came would be fixed immediately, and they would be exposed like corpses. These guys also understood that they couldn't eat this family's women, but they still had to hold on at all costs. These guys were only 3% compatible, so what's the point? When the slaves were 10% compatible, there was no hope. Then the leader also began to show his power. They were all loyal to the Popotan, the pet's character of the vulgar price. But who would have thought that he would punch the book like a child? Everyone also did not expect that this name would also be full of this and that, and he also received the weakest point of this vulgar price. It is family affection, because this family has a close relationship with each other, so KOC decided not to let the enemy hurt more people in the family. But the words, "This UC likes to be intervened by someone," and the man he met before, who is also one of the people in this family. He activated the hibernation mode of the upper class, making it impossible for the brothers and sisters in the house to break in. KOC also knows that these people will not harm Sumi, and there is a characteristic that the hibernation mode cannot be deactivated without the owner's key. KOC decided to go to retrieve the previous generation of homeowners, and be sure to meet this owner. Episode 16. The ear is still being spelled, fortunately escaped the critical condition. The family's special test has also been invaded, and there is an enemy that the brothers and sisters all know who it is. KOC decided to go find the previous generation of homeowners. Sumi was still worried about her husband, but she didn't expect that the special test would be decided. And it was surprising that there was an emergency power supply here. But it still couldn't be decided, all because the enemy had destroyed everything, and Sumi didn't feel happy with everyone. Taiyou, because there is no support, the touch is getting worse and worse. If it continues like this, Tai will definitely go to sell the relationship, worry about her husband endlessly. At this time KOC is still walking in the flower market. In order to regain the key of the second generation patriarch, this is the key equivalent to other vulgar husbands, to activate the house, and KOC thinks that his T no longer has the right to use it. It turned out that the old man was the T of everyone in this family, and Sumi was worried about this situation. But Taiyou was able to hold on. She looked at the photo of her mother again to gain courage, and then decided to become a doctor-like container, sucking her own blood and transferring it to Taiyou. At the same time I recall the words of the deceased mother. It turns out that the blood of the school family has a special power, and it can also be used to do bad things. As it can still do good things for life, of course. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. What can be done, and the school family often have a lot of pain. So her mother is worried. The bloodline is given to those who love them very much, and must also bear the pain of that person. The world of the little girl also stipulates that she gives her blood to Taiyou. In order to save her life, Sumi's blood is being transferred directly to Taiyou, but Sumi is still a little worried that she will be too early. It's probably not too early, but what's the matter? But Taiyou's degree and strength are decreasing. Sumi had to worry about her husband, fearing that she would become a widow before she could do anything. The tears of the sky ended, and before they could see the progress, the enemy had also found them. The college student, oh, the wrong monster, didn't say much, and planned to rush in and catch Sumi. I thought I could complete the task well, but what's the matter with my life? Taiyou woke up in a moment. With just a few punches, his wife was able to defeat the enemy. If you touch your father's wife, your son will only cook. At the same time, in his eyes at this time, there was also a scene of flower pain, plus a cool word, but using it down has no effect on these straight monsters. So Taiyou had to fight in close combat, and one shot was to see the old lady's neck, which is the power of the first phase to meet the surplus. Taiyou didn't know what happened, but he had to protect his wife first, and he didn't need to think about it instinctively. Still, he knocked down the enemy in the middle of the fight, punched him against the wall, and Taiyou knew where this enemy's strength came from but was confident of victory. The bastard also realized that it was because of the blood of the Daku that affected Taiyou, which stimulated all the cells in the human body. At the same time, because of the uncontrolled supersensitivity, there were also some brain-destroying mechanisms, and half of the inferior monsters also created mechanisms. At this time, Sumi came to Taiyou to restrain the beast in him. These guys don't need him to fight. Let's talk to MD tonight. Hey, the two of you are still in school, but if you accept the words, it will make this adult calm down. The beast in the body has also been restrained a little, and Sumi tells the story of the two of them. It is impossible to escape from this self because it is in hibernation mode. I thought I would die here, because Sumi didn't want to be caught and used. She thought there was no other way. So the two of them would lie here with their mouths down and hold on, thinking that the two of them would have to die together. Taiyou suffered a lot. The self people have peppers from somewhere, and they dare to threaten his wife like this. You guys are really unlucky when you meet me. Sumi is still trying to calm Taiyou down, so she can hear her wife's voice echoing in her body, and this adult is showing danger and closing her eyes. The cells were stimulated when the wife spoke, and it was simply that the old man was able to enhance his strength. It a pity that before they had time to be affectionate, the bastard broke up and caught Sumi away from one side. This guy doesn't know if he has made a will for himself. Taiyou's laughing punch returned to his ancestors. Who would have thought that it would not be kept as easy as Tai? So he also knew that he had to make a will. Taiyou didn't say much and counterattacked continuously. With the potential power that his wife had just written, a hole in his body was always filled. The laughing tree fell down, and the victory was cool and handsome for Taiyou. On this side, the father and son were still hugging each other. Kyoichiro wanted to change the degree of vulgarity, and the father still smiled and greeted his son. It's just that all the enemies came to beat the son, always a good father, but this old man also knows. Taiyou has been able to develop his own power, and began to miss the memories of the year. Kyoichiro didn't like to talk much, and he also knew that the old man had been alive for so many years, but he didn't understand why he used Tenpapo to make Taiyou stronger. The two of them mentioned the blood of the patriarch again, which is a very powerful utterance. So Sumi never used it, but when she was pushed into a dead end, the old man of the family was the one who created such a situation. This father calculated every step of the way, knowing that he would treat Taiyou, so he caused a fatal wound as if he didn't give Taiyou to death. We old men are also very powerful, and we also know how to use the enemy to separate everyone in the family, which has caused Sumi to be pushed into a dead end. It is necessary to use his own blood, all of which is the conspiracy of the father, and this old man is not as loving as he loves his son. One thinks that he wants his daughter to have a husband strong enough to protect her. Thinking that it was just the heart of the father, he then asked about his eldest son, Kyoichiro, saying that Kyoichiro was gradually becoming precious to Taiyou. But this easy brother still hopes that the little Taiyou will die, and it would be even happier if that little boy died. Then the father also lived and moved away. He didn't forget to apologize to Goliath. Kyoichiro planned to attack his father, and this old man also guessed his intentions. The tree is when the father has not learned anything from the mother's family, and then launched a large-scale attack until the destruction was destroyed. Taiyou looked at the enemy, and at the same time his eyes returned to normal. At this time, Sumi cried with happiness when he planted and got up, thinking that the plant would die again. Because of the side effects of the blood, seeing his wife so worried, he also hugged his wife and comforted him, saying that he was still alive, that it was really happy. And it was a pity that he was interrupted by a few wires, when he was able to connect with his sister. Now they don't need to deactivate hibernation in a hurry, because when it is turned on, the two children will be safe, and the brothers and sisters outside are destroying the enemy. Just a few punches to save myself. Not much, just this combo to fool the enemy, and at the same time, use a prepared trap. With Kenzo's skillful hands, gathering in place with a nanao, made all the enemies come. You've all been surrounded by my brothers. No now said. Then found the stimulant in his hand, a final punch that shook the earth. It became a deep hole, and the rest of the creatures wrapped them in a cocoon, so they caught a guy in one place. This cocoon can't even be pierced by a knife. The material is great, but I don't know if it can be self-made. Then Futaba has controlled it clearly. Blow the sack away so that they can go where they need to go. While on this side, the father and son are still confronting each other. Like the skills that the brothers in the clan use, everything is taught by the father. So it's still easy for this father to stop them. Kyoichiro still insists on getting the ring back, thinking that a man who abandons his family doesn't need a house key. Hearing his son say that, the father is still proud because his children are mature. After that, Kyoichiro also got the ring back, and the hibernation mode was deactivated, and the people were reunited. Jin-do is still worried about his younger brother, but he still doesn't understand why, even though he was in critical danger. Taiyou was completely normal. Kyoichiro also returned. Taiyou was still suspected by Du. Kyoichiro saw that everyone was having fun. Taiyou used his sister's blood, which made this kid able to get angry, but it was difficult to control it. Because the brain and body can't handle the information overload, Taiyou once again automatically activates and beats his family members. So Kyoichiro hated it. Took this opportunity to let his brother relax, and then let him listen to it. Then, support Mutsumi to sing so that the other person can feel the sound of the ear. Then you can calm down again. But seeing the fear of that family, it's not wrong to guess that Mutsumi's singing voice will be a bit special. The eldest son's child was very excited because he filtered his younger sister. Mutsumi sang a voice that made her siblings scared and deaf, and the singing also made the whole area stop moving. Taiyou fainted when he heard it, then lost his memory, only feeling that he had heard a sound like the end of the world. As Futaba was a bit harsh when using it gently, with his understanding, Kyoichiro had to beat his younger brother, but then he saw his sister happy with ordinary people. Episode 10. A new day has come. Have fun. What are you worried about? Taiyou has been woken up by the rooster, but he still feels the most dangerous with the wounds on his body, thinking back to the events of the previous day, with a new terrifying power. So I want to check if that power's in my eyes. At this time Mutsumi is diligently working as a devoted wife, cooking for her husband. Then Nanao came again. It was a recipe to help Taiyou reduce the side effects of the bloodline of the Duda family, but Nanao was a bit panicked when the recipe in this one seemed dangerous. At this time Taiyou also went out, thinking that he had been on vacation for a long time. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt pain all over his body. Is it okay yet? Taiyou is worried about Mutsumi when she still can't leave the house. Also because of the danger this time, she was ordered to stay in the house, Taiyou, because he had been out of school for a long time, so he also wanted to go to school early to wait again. Because he still had to return to the fire, Nanao suggested going with him, so the youngest had a task for today. Taiyou still seemed to feel a bit worried. Because Nanao's condition is too big for a student, Mutsumi happily said that Nanao's sticker is really different. Of course, Taiyou still hasn't seen it yet. Then the youngest also took the syringe and injected himself. Then the muscles shrank and relaxed. Taiyou's mouth was wide open. This younger sister looked so cute. No wonder everyone in the family loved her. Taiyou still couldn't believe what was in front of his eyes. So today the two brothers went to school together. Taiyou still couldn't get used to this form of the youngest, because Anao's muscles had the ability to neutralize toxins and enhance physical strength, but controlling that ability was a bit difficult, so the kid just maintained the muscle state, so that when he went to school he would use a special medicine. The body returned to its original state. Otherwise, this kid must have been in a newspaper dozens of times. Taiyou still felt a bit uneasy. But the two brothers still went to school as usual. As if nothing had happened, Nanao was also quite interested by many friends. At home there was a smell from the kitchen, which made Sion and Kenzo have to cover their noses and look. It turned out that Mutsumi was making a new cleaning agent or something. The thing is as muddy as mud, but it doesn't seem to work, making Mutsumi a bit disappointed. The two of them guessed who this kid was poisoning. Taiyou continued to chat with his friends, but he received a call from Nanao, so he let his friends go back to class first. Nanao wanted Taiyou to come to the biology club. It seemed that something was quite serious. Taiyou came to find his brother, who is in Nanao, stabbing with a needle. And at the same time, around the kid's body, terrifying cells grow, making Taiyou feel terrified. The kid didn't have any problems. He just felt a little tired. Taiyou took the syringe next to him and injected it anywhere on his body. Taiyou also did the same, and at the same time, the cells also gradually shrank. Nanao also gradually felt much better. Just then, a familiar kid came. Her name was Kita Satos, who was looking for Nanao because she didn't see Nanao come back after feeding the animals here. It turned out that Nanao was being hugged. Taiyou was confused and didn't know how to explain. Then this kid approached the kid Nanao, then kissed each other. The kids these days are so strong, they use kisses to hurt each other's foreheads, but Nanao's forehead is normal. When they kissed each other, their foreheads also increased abnormally. So this kid thought this kid was having a seizure, and then she calmly walked away as if nothing had happened. Taiyou was also confused, not knowing what the hell was going on, but a bit sad when he was like invisible. So the kid also had to explain about that girl, who was the president of the biology club. And this kid was not interested in humans or animals. It's interesting, isn't it? Taiyou is still a bit worried about Nanao's condition, but because the kid didn't have time to take the medicine, that's why it happened. So he grabbed a handful of animals and put them in his mouth like eating bread. But at this time, it would still happen again, making the kid feel dizzy. Nanao attached himself to himself. To control the other half of himself, he himself read the incantation of his own body. And when he read the incantation, he felt like he was an ordinary person. But Nanao also realized that he had reached his limit, so he decided to use the permanent vaccine. If he injects it, he will no longer be unstable, but that also means never returning to this form again, and this kid will not be able to go to school. Although it's normal to say that, but for Nanao, he doesn't want to leave school at all. The kid still has his friends. And Taiyou felt that. Nanao seemed to want Kyoichiro to do the procedure to drop out of school for him. Then Taiyou prevented the kid's injection action. And this kid started to cry, like Nanao also didn't know what was going on. It turned out that this kid felt the help of everyone in the family. But Taiyou didn't realize what Nanao had endured during that time, when Nanao didn't need to use it yet, but trust him. Taiyou wanted to protect this kid's life. Nanao also completely trusted Taiyou, so the kid continued his studies. Although in the learning process, there will still be unexpected things. Taiyou quickly searched the room as usual, but no one around noticed anything unusual, playing sports with everyone. But everyone still didn't realize what was going on. Taiyou disguised himself to help when necessary, but good things don't last forever. When Kitasato went to feed the animals, this little girl's cockroach saw Nanao's forgotten beast, thinking it was an egg. With the nature of a cockroach, it ate it. But unexpectedly, it was something that stimulated cell growth. It grew out of control. Kitasato couldn't believe his eyes when he came back, and on this side, Futaba and Zin were having fun together. They were really passionate people. They are enjoying the houses that have been built and renovated, and the Polpo gang is still aiming for Sumi. Hearing this, Din is also very happy. There is a younger sister who will love to tell Din to save her beak, but this gang is so long, Din decides to investigate them. Taiyou is trying to save Nanao so that the boy can relax with the cells. And he also has a job as a doctor. Nanao also felt hesitant when Taiyou said he wanted to protect him. The boy could still continue to go to school. Just then, only the abandoned animals came back. Of course, they also realized the unusual thing here. So the two children went to the abandoned room. They couldn't believe that this place had been completely destroyed. And the animals had also been released. Nanao saw Kitasato from afar, so he breathed a sigh of relief, but then the boy also saw Basilik's bag. In this bag was the side effect of using his medicine. So I thought it was my fault. Because I thought Basilik had taken my medicine, and it had mutated. At this time, the little girl also woke up calmly, as if nothing had happened, worried about Basilik. Because during the painful time of the cockroach, the girl decided to follow. So Taiyou told Nana to go with her. The best friend will stay here to deal with the animals. The older brother has been bitten enough. The younger brother just reminded the animals that they are poisonous. After that, the two of them also went to the steam room. This place looked humid and dark. It was an ideal environment, so cockroaches often lived here. When Taiyou was about to use a few mice to lure it out, it was so big that the two mice were not enough to lure it out, but Nana was a little worried. Because this environment is beneficial for stimulating cells, so the cockroach must be in a bad condition. Just then, it came down from above, and tried to attack Taiyou too. Nanao saved the girl, but now he speaks like a real monster, and has no will. No matter what the girl said, she didn't recognize her owner. Everything about this cockroach is becoming more terrible. It attacks everywhere to catch a target. Nana has to stand up to prevent the scene from hurting his girlfriend. And feeling that he was the one who caused this, Nana decided to show his best friend's strength, using his cells to neutralize the drug. Then he calmed the cockroach down, which made his girlfriend panic. Lish regained her senses and ran to Taiyou. Taiyou quickly took the opportunity to catch her. Nana kept thinking that he was very sorry for his brother, the two brothers went to the rooftop to talk, while Taiyou had a bruised face with poison. Nanao couldn't control the cells. He intended to use the last resort, because if he hesitated, he would be seen by others. Taiyou didn't want his brother to be like that. He tried to prevent the scene, but the boy was exhausted, because Nanao couldn't control it anymore. Taiyou still didn't want his brother to do that, so he stood up to prevent the injection, then his legs carried his brother, and made Nanao gradually regain control of his cells, also fortunately, but the injection was still there. When did the little boy Kitasato come here from the beginning? Making the other two a little ticklish, in that dark cave. This girl witnessed everything, from the beginning, to the end. But her face didn't have any strange emotions. She even thought Nanao was a pervert. To more precisely, the pervert is about the physiological structure of the meditation face, like the way the baby becomes a snail. After that, she also recognized Taiyou. It turned out that the first time she met him, she had already recognized him, but she just didn't want to talk. The two thought that they were both a family, but the little girl thought that Taiyou wanted to join the club, so she also dragged him to register as a member. Also warned that no one is allowed to ask about this club. After that, the two brothers also successfully returned home, but there were 4 people in the house who were unconscious. It turned out that the rice cake was made by the wind, so whoever ate it would faint, but Din ate it without any problems, and he had to rush to destroy the antidote. Episode 18. Taiyou went to practice with Sindu again, but still couldn't do anything, fighting with Aratap. How could he win? But Sindu attacked in such a coordinated way that even if Taiyou used Hoa on Dao, it would be the same, but also because Taiyou was not familiar with the new power. So just prioritize restraining the enemy. Then unexpectedly Kyoichiro came to watch his younger brother's training. Also mentioned about the blood of the Jaidu family. Sindu started to plan a training plan for Taiyou. Then Kyoichiro went to the association to do his duty, and was about to go to the test when Mutsumi came running. And the older brother Simlo thought that his younger sister had come to find him. But the girl shook her head slightly to the side, came to hold hands and greeted her brother. The Flower family, this girl, has just discovered a shopping mall, and has won a 2-day and 1-night vacation to a place with an endless hot spring. This is a resort for the underworld. When you are invited, you can come to that place, and it is difficult for anyone to win a vacation like this. So the older brother, Kyoichiro, sat in the corner, just because he had a duty to do. He couldn't join everyone. He cried again. The child decided to give up his duty to be able to go out with his sister, so he was punched by Futaba. He was really an irresponsible person. But he is the #1 member of the world. Really a ghost, so the younger sister always takes the suitcase and leaves home to do her duty. But the older brother demanded that his duty was to protect his younger sister from the most suspicious people. But in this dog, he was the most suspicious. Mutsumi put her hand on her brother's shoulder, saying that her brother was really a jerk. Her younger sister just opened her mouth and increased her strength. But still, don't forget to tease his younger brother. Don't ask to take a bath with his father's younger sister, in a public bath. My wife is not allowed to take a bath together. Not only that, he also asked for the body of his younger sister. The voice of the people was to go to jail. So the next day everyone had a trip abroad. But Sion let everyone go on the thrilling road. Shaking and shaking. Nanao vomited all the pills in his body. It's true that you shouldn't trust girls to show you the way. You've seen everyone rushing down to a lake, thinking that this life is just a mouth. But no. This is the world of the members. Of course, everything here must be of the highest quality. After the cow, the point of a car becomes an underground nest swimming underwater. It's really cool, but it's true. The resting place of the underworld, so how can you go by the normal way? Then they went into an underwater cave, and finally everyone arrived. Taiyou was still overwhelmed, and not the scene here. This place is quite peaceful, because harming each other is forbidden. Each wisdom is that the young children here still hold real swords. Oh, near and far places outside the road are peaceful and normal below. But it seems that this family is a bit notorious. Wherever they go, there are people who stare and know. And there are also enemies that this family has hired to appear here. Those guys remember the last time they were enemies, they decided to use their weapons to attack this place. But before they could ask, a little girl came to prevent the scene. Since fighting or killing each other is not allowed here, you have to hide your identity and enjoy the food, not increase your hatred. The others also knew the rules, and had to give up, having realized that this tribe was quite familiar with this place. They claimed that they had brought a telescope with them today for sightseeing. And right before their eyes was the owner of the resort, Emma, who then led everyone to the resort facility. Kangho and Sincho had to fight over a room, each being more childish than the other. It turned out that the tradition of this tribe was to reserve the seats by the window. It was indeed a unique tradition, and it appealed to Shincho's love for his younger siblings. He easily won the seat, but his love for his siblings made him think of his family vacation. He missed his younger sister, Anshii, so Shincho and Kangho felt sympathy for each other, not knowing that everyone else felt the same way. Kangho was still watching an action movie on his phone, wondering why everyone was so emotional. But which boy doesn't like these things? Surprisingly, Sion was just as emotional as Kangho, making Taba hit him, who then excused himself by saying that he had turned it on to study. Sumi was sitting by the window, feeling refreshed, and Taba knew what Sumi wanted to tell him because it was easier to talk about many things outside. Looking at his face, he seemed dangerous, and then he felt the shower, which was a bit deadly, considering the room was 200 degrees Celsius. Everyone was watching, except for him and Shincho, who was still okay, just drinking fruit punch, not knowing what was really going on. But the older he got, the more different it became, and in the end, it was his younger sister who won, while the older brothers were dying. Shincho thought he would have to practice more, but he was still playing the claw machine, but he was determined to win a prize for his mother. San won a bear. And then everyone in the house started claiming their favorite things. At the end of the day, they had a happy dinner. And Go started dressing up as Kyoichiro to make the other members laugh, while Sumi felt that her stomach was a bit strange. Then the old enemies appeared again to cause trouble, but they refused to give in, but the leader was playing a bit too rough, even daring to attack Taba. This guy was probably invincible, and Taba didn't say much, but he just stood there, making everyone around him a little nervous. It turned out to be ZA, who had collapsed after leaning on him, and with such poor stamina, he couldn't help it, but he couldn't control himself when he was drunk. But in the end, the leader was beaten up like a toy, so this tribe had to intervene to stop the situation. Enzo had a little trouble finding his wife, but in the end, the two of them managed to find a safe room, and Sumi thanked him. Then they heard the sound of a bathtub outside. Enzo decided to go back to the room to take a bath, but Sumi pulled him back. She seduced him to take a bath with her, but at that moment her older brother came back. He must have been looking for his younger sister, and now the whole place was in chaos. Zo realized that his older brother had appeared here, and Zo was embarrassed to take a bath with his wife, looking at each other and feeling shy. Sumi put on a swimsuit and started to approach him, but he still blushed, leaving it to the girl to take the initiative. Sumi told him to relax. They were already married, and it was normal to take a bath together, and Sumi seemed relaxed, because she often took a bath with her siblings when she was a child. But it was very different now. The atmosphere was still noisy, and Zo gradually became less shy, feeling at peace in this place. And Sumi wanted to tell him something. Standing up like that would kill her son, and Zo was really shocked, and he seemed to have a big heart. But what she wanted him to see was the scar in the middle of her chest. That was when she was attacked by Popo Backup, who had taken her heart because the heart of a pure-hearted person was a source of power. And the concentration of saminin around the heart was much higher than in other places. And if it had it, it could create an antidote that was compatible with the enemy in just a short period of time. But at the same time, it could also create an antidote for the victim. So Sumi gave Zo her blood, not by accident, but when his body was extremely weak. It was the right time to receive the blood, and it might not have had any serious consequences. But in fact, everything was part of Sumi's plan. Zo came closer to her, and he was shocked when he realized that her heart was still beating. But in fact, everyone thought so, until the enemy attacked the tribe. Kyoichiro said that their hearts were still beating, and Zo didn't understand why their hearts were still beating. It was just a plan for Zo to receive Zo's blood. Of course, the two of them still didn't understand why he did that. The girl only remembered the time when she was taken away by others, and her father was the one who called her. But he had disappeared since then, and Sumi could no longer rely on her father, but now she relied on her husband. No, she didn't rely on her husband. She didn't know what to do now, and Zo wouldn't give up. He asked her to go with him to meet her father, and Zo could answer the questions in her heart for so long. At the same time, she had to introduce her husband to her father, as Sumi's husband. Now she was shy, but her face was red, and she was happy when her husband said that. When they were moved, a guy suddenly flew out of the house, and it was none other than Sin, who had been beaten up, but he still didn't forget to run away with his two younger siblings. And Kyoichiro said that he had found his younger sister taking a bath with her husband, which was why he was here, and the two of them still didn't understand why he was here. Kyoichiro also intended to kill her with Zo's blood, and he would have died if Taba hadn't stopped him, and the three of them came to their senses in time. He reminded the two younger siblings to leave this place, because fighting was forbidden here, so they would use pillows to decide who would live or die. Taba confidently called on everyone to attack, but no one could beat Kyoichiro, and was beaten up instead. Zo hugged his wife tightly, and Kang Ho couldn't do anything but transform into Sumi-ai, and then held the older brother back, giving everyone a chance to attack. Kyoichiro was also a top-notch fighter, but he was still no match for so many people, and he was proud to have defeated the #1 fighter, and it also became a legend that was passed down through generations. Episode 19. Today, Zine was sent again. As usual, alone, and the chief of the Tan Bao Bao was also working. Shuai and Oga had also infiltrated the enemy base, the headquarters of Marco Tohoi Kui, so that others could easily infiltrate. But this guy didn't seem to be worried, but because he had already moved the Andao flowers. So Hinaziku's side was a step late, and they were caught in a trap with a bomb, and the chief was confident that he had finished off the enemy. He felt relieved when he saw the ruins in front of him, but Shuai and Oga still managed to escape easily. They also knew that the information they had was not helpful against the Tan Pobo. This guy also went to meet a beautiful girl to meet someone, and at this moment, Sume remembered the image of her father. The trip made it impossible for her to concentrate, but Golia was with an Uai, and the investigation into the group was not progressing. Even with the support of Ci Hinaziku, they couldn't find much, and everyone stayed up all night looking for clues. The Pobo clan often transports something, which is the flower of the island, and it is a large amount. But all the information has not been confirmed, so the brothers in the family are investigating. And Azaka also supports it just to be able to return to Mutsumi Daiwa. It is a reasonable exchange. Mutsumi is worried that his crop has not returned yet, but on a train, their father and the dean are talking in a low voice. He was glad that the epidemic seemed to have gotten better, but his father didn't feel much, which made Marco Takei very angry. His son only cares about his favorite dumplings. After an hour, Marco felt someone coming up the train, and it was none other than the dean's adopted son. Taizo-kan boldly infiltrated the two strong enemies. Taizo quickly disguised himself as another waiter. This waiter is more enthusiastic than the other waiters here, doing other people's work and helping everyone. It is true that the waiter is like that, and he has to keep the boy on the train. But wait, why is there a boy on the train? What a dedicated waiter. But Taizo still hasn't noticed the suspicious person here, but he received information that this is the train of the Pobo clan. It turned out that Taizo is investigating Mutsumi's father, Taten Momo, but all the information about this dean was not disclosed because it was considered a secret. But there was news that this train was the Pobo clan's transportation route. Even though it was a rumor, this waiter still insisted on finding out. It's a pity that before he could do anything, the gun was lost. The gun had been found but not yet used. Taizo went into the room in frustration, and met the lady who was leaning against the window. It is dangerous to lean against the window when the train is running. Taizo thought this vinegar girl was slow. But unexpectedly the girl gave him the gun that had been lost, which made Taizo feel confused and unbelievable. It turned out that she leaned against the window because she wanted to get the gun back for him. Then she introduced herself as Sai-dai, in room 13. Taizo wanted to thank her by helping her do something, but Sai-dai wanted to bring some documents here. But there was another guest who needed his service. Taizo didn't feel anything when he passed by, but the woman seemed to know him very well. After entering the woman's room, Taizo realized that everything on this train was not normal. He realized everything when he calmed down. The engine of this train has been remodeled, so the steam engine is not working, so there is no smoke on the front of the train. Taizo checked the information sent by Sion and Nanao, and then he quickly used his electric gun to destroy all the glass windows here, help the train escape outside, and at the same time realize that the suspicious people are sitting calmly, as if nothing happened. The two of them didn't hide their identities anymore, because when the train disappeared, they would regain the ability to recognize everyone's faces. Taizo also recognized the older man next to him. It was exactly the same as the description of Mutsumi's father, and it was also the first time he met him in the tower car, and it was also the person who caused him to fall into the most dangerous state. Taizo held the gun tightly in his hand, and made a cool debut for his wife when he pointed the gun straight at his wife's head. A high-profile debut. He would not allow the two to be together anymore. The story is over, and Futaba has finished the case. But it was another failure of the family, because the person they were looking for was their own father. Sion and Mutsumi talked to their sister again. They had located Taizo's location, but they still couldn't get there. Futaba had another call. And I also know that it is time to pick up my younger brother. They called it the residence of Hinaziku. At this time Taizo was still pointing the gun at his father, when the girl he had just met appeared. Seeing his stupid behavior, Taizo was surprised when his father-in-law was right behind him, pointing a gun at him. Taizo wanted to fight back, but was immediately knocked back by Haguja Baisha. The rare person who is 100% compatible with the flower of the island. Taizo was also a little surprised. Now the dean wants to know what will happen if Hazakusa and Saozakusa fight each other. And Makoko too has planned to disperse the sisters in the family with false information. After that, in order to lure Taizou here, some of the transportation routes were destroyed, but the ultimate goal was achieved. Activate the blood of Saozakusa in Taizou's body, so that he can fight the girl Baisha, the person who is 100% compatible with the flower of the island. After that, the dean also decided to leave. Makoko too also tried to guess the intention of the dean who accompanied him. He also mentioned that there are people who are more terrifying than him, and it is highly possible that this is the final boss. Then there was a battle between Taizou and Baisha. The girl launched an attack that tightly bound Taizou like a dumpling, but this also opened up the power of Taizou Dai. His eyes also showed the flower of the island. And this is a battle between the real and the fake. The two sides rushed into battle. Taizou activated all his senses and avoided the attack. But then he was dazzled and knocked far away. Then Baisha also explained what they were grafted with. Create special abilities like the family created by the dean. And she is also confident that even the real thing can't defeat her, because Taizou still has the experience of fighting. Taizou also knows that he still holds the gun. However, Baisha had the opportunity to use her power 10 years ago, because she was a patient with a terminal illness before. Thanks to the dean, it also changed her. At the same time, there must be a trade-off. Then it is even more terrifying. Taizou was also confused by the information he had witnessed. He didn't understand why she had to do that. But for this woman, as long as she can live, it is enough. And the flowers of the island on this train will be distributed to those who need to live. If she can't be stopped now, Tampupu will one day remember everything and threaten Taizou's wife's life. Hearing his wife being threatened, his blood boiled, and he attacked the girl in a more ruthless way. The two began to fight each other. But Baisha didn't flinch at all. Her hair even blocked the attack from the gun, and a hair appeared when it was cut off. Taizou was also determined to overcome the hair by transforming the gun into a sword. The dean was still watching through Kamesa. Episode 20. Taizou saw that he threatened his wife, and the tree was determined to hold the girl's hair with a sword, but he was also counterattacked a lot. And even if there is, the hair still grows back quickly, and I see that the hair has turned into an attack like a snake, just like the name Baisha. Because of the continuous connection, Taizou couldn't fight back. Taizou tried to use his eyes to follow the movement, but he was surprised to find something. Baisha is using her hair to create a language for him to communicate, which is sent at a fast speed, so even the most enhanced eyes can't recognize it. Because the Dean of Exita can recognize it if he uses other methods to communicate. So the girl came up with this method as the safest. Taizou still felt a little embarrassed, because everything happened so suddenly, but the girl wanted to send the truth to him while she was still alive. Baisha wanted to say that it was because of her that his family died. Taizou immediately felt very guilty. That was the story of 15 years ago. At that time, Haguola only wanted herself to be able to live, which was when she was terminally ill and was lying in bed for treatment. At that time, Taizou's parents came to see her, who had been visiting her regularly, and also gave her fruits. It was the earrings she was wearing. They also had words of encouragement to encourage her. But the double agent Exita was the director of this place, and Taizou's family was grateful to him for helping the girl get better. He also showed himself to be a friendly person who loved everyone. At that time, the girl was very happy. Every day passed, she was supported by everyone. Taizou's parents also gave her a wig to make the girl feel more confident. But everything was just a fake scene. The double agent Exita came to see the girl alone, and she was also able to walk on her own feet. Her health condition was getting better and better, but he took her to his laboratory, causing the girl to have a fever. Walking around here are all human corpses. She still doesn't know what's going on here. This guy also confirmed that he did this. He experimented with the Andao flower on 10,000 human bodies, but the people here were all born around 1.25 body. But the girl was miraculously compatible with it. She was the last survivor. He also said that this was not a secret experiment of a deep organization. Because it is a research destination to study human life, the girl is worried about Asano's family. Then that family left the world without knowing anything. And the whole family went together, making the girl speechless, and Taiyou was also horrified by what he heard. Kabuxita has promised those who are related to this matter. He believes that the great sacrifice of others will help the world progress. The girl was able to live thanks to them. The girl also mentioned Taiyou many times, that the earrings she was still wearing were a gift from his family. It was implanted by the director, and attached a tracking device. If the earrings could be retrieved, it would be possible to investigate the deep forces targeting Taiyou's family. The girl started coughing again. It seemed that the side effects of the angel flower had started, and she didn't have much time left. The girl also realized that she could no longer wear them. She wanted to do something to help Taiyou, and then continue to encourage Taiyou. Although Taiyou was thinking about the moment of his family, when his loved ones were still alive, they had happy pictures together. Although there was a father who reported the correct time, these were his inner memories. But at the same time, the image of his family's accident also appeared, creating a psychological shadow in his heart, thinking that he lost his family because of his weakness. Then the two of them met again on the roof. The girl kept encouraging Taiyou, not knowing how wrong he was in his life. Taiyou didn't say much, and kept encouraging him, regardless of his life. Kappa Sita was watching and felt slow, because all of Taiyou's stats were increasing at an alarming rate. That is the power of the blood of the Du family. But it is not all, because Taiyou is losing control of his strong emotions. Zam Ai Ni is very strong. It can increase or decrease depending on human emotions. That is the difference between the lower ranks. But now it has exceeded the level that Taiyou can control at his level. In just a few minutes, Taiyou's body may be destroyed, because he cannot contain that formidable power. Taiyou now only knows how to attack, but is still being controlled by the enemy, only because his strength and speed have increased, but his accuracy has decreased. Therefore, I did not see any more data about Taiyou, and decided to remove him from the train. Taiyou still remembers the time when his family had an accident, and the time when he was sucked by a 100-legged centipede. The girl who called him the love of her life. Taiyou gradually became more sober, and easily escaped the control of the enemy. But it was still difficult to control this power. So Taiyou decided to seal himself. It is not the way to practice martial arts by yourself, but this is the way to eliminate the excess energy in the body. But because it is an emergency measure, it is not recommended to use it. Of course, it was because of Sindu that Taiyou was taught this method, but he definitely didn't want Taiyou to do it. Taiyou decided to be more sober, because he knew that he didn't have the strength to protect his family that day. But now, it's a different story. Taiyou was determined to protect his wife and family. Then Taiyou applied Sindu's teachings to his own cells. It's just that with his current ability, he can only use it once. That's the way to attack the enemy if he gets into a difficult situation. At the same time, Bak Xaa also used all of his strength. But of course, how could the lower ranks win against the higher ranks? Bak Xaa was also defeated. She also remembers the memories with the Asano family. In the end, Taiyou still couldn't get along with the two Du families. Instead, he gave the girl her parents' heads. And Taiyou also immediately told about a girl who fought against the disease. Taiyou only cared about the remnants of the Du family, and had no love for anyone. He also knew that the death of his family had nothing to do with this sick girl, and also thanked her for always keeping the relics of his family. Hagura was very happy. In the end, she also went to heaven to meet her loved ones, and Taiyou decided to stop this train. But a giant hand cut him because of the surprise. He couldn't escape. Who would have thought it was a child? And another enemy appeared, but Taiyou had no strength left, and the enemy seemed happy to say. The other child seemed quite innocent, although he had the power to kill people, and these guys came to collect the Angel flower and Bakshi A's body. At the same time, he decided to destroy Taiyou here, probably not letting him testify. Taiyou was in great pain, when the other guy was quite leisurely when killing people. But he didn't expect that Futaba had been standing in front of him for a long time, and Din also appeared, as if these two were also a pair of cards together. They often colluded to kill the eldest brother, then that kid must be easy to beat. The palm technique combined with the leader Hinaziku. But the little girl who didn't know the sky was high, and the earth was thick attacked first. Din didn't need to do anything, and threw the little girl away. The other guy didn't seem to want to confront the two of them. He intended to use his poison ability to attack both of them, but to the other two. It's just the kind of insecticide that is sold in garden stores. Futaba uses a little bit of skill, and can use the train. Futaba also only went there for a long time, otherwise that kid would have escaped. Din and Futaba took Taiyou back. Kanmizuki was able to bring Bakase back. But in the end, the girl was finally able to rest in peace. The clan still hadn't received any information about the Tampo Poka. But anyway, they were able to bring their younger brother back, otherwise it would make their younger sister sad. Their mission was also completed. Episode 21st. Today the enemies are playing with each other. They are good at researching others, but they are a bit stupid at playing cards. Then other dangerous Tampo Po appear, like a woman who is only covered by a gas mask. At the same time, There are other enemies who are quite dangerous, of course. These guys all have different terrifying abilities, but in general they are also very good. Today they are celebrating their successful project by eating strawberries, but Momo has other thoughts, and on this side, Din is contacting everyone in the clan. He received a notification that the enemy's lair has been found, but it is located far away on an isolated island, which was originally just a small fruit village. However, during the last World War, it became a military base, and after analyzing the bracelet of the white car last time, they were able to find this place. And there is a large amount of flower-eating island stored on this island. Guessing what they are planning? And decided to attack their lair after a week. This is called the Cooperative Campaign of Sarodagoza and Hinaziku, a dangerous enemy, so the more allies the better, and they also plan to ask for support from the Earth Association. Jiang wants Sion to investigate with him, so everyone decides to prepare a really big plan for the upcoming campaign, and the mission must be successful and cannot fail. It is a full-scale offensive campaign by the Dagoza family, and at the same time mobilizing non-clan members. Taiyou looked back at the gun and recalled the previous battle. He also realized that he was not strong enough to protect everyone, so at this moment, Lao Jia approached and folded himself up, shrinking inside Taiyou's pocket. It scared the little prince, and Grandma Kike was also worried about the clan, but she still didn't know why the two of them came back here. It seems that the two of them also received the information, so they also decided to return after a while. In order to guide his nephew, he asked Taiyou to come to the training ground, where he had trained with everyone in the family. And Mutsumi's father was guided by him. Lao Jia also made his nephew learn faster than others, so he thought that the nephews of this clan were all the same. He hoped that Taiyou would gradually become stronger, as he had guided his nephew. And at the same time, the bullets rose from the ground. Grandma Keike now teaches Taiyou useful things. If Taiyou only uses the power of Sam Ainen to strengthen, then his strength is still just a chicken. Lao Jia also knows how to use his strength. It is true that the closer he is, the easier it is to analyze everything. And he explains how to use it as Momo did to Taiyou himself. The bullets that enter can gently make the enemy not notice, and at the same time, his nephew is much better than himself in resisting those bullets. Taiyou had to face the situation, and then Lao Jia started to attack Taiyou. He reduced his strength so that Taiyou could not escape. It is also believed that Taiyou will gradually get used to the style of this clan, and the young dog is still screaming miserably, but this is still very easy. And the actual combat this time can be understood from the beginning. And then Taiyou is reminded that he can use the sword to create a shield, and use it to block bullets. It's not worth blocking. The bullets still fly straight into the face. And the situation is that this natural disaster must endure such things for a week. In order to get used to the strengthening of the bloodline, it is possible to learn how to predict bullets, and another top priority is to withstand these bullets. Taiyou seems determined, so he doesn't say much. Lao Jia takes out a box of bullets to play with the dog. He has to play a little bit naughty, eating a shot in a day. It should be a substitute for rice. On this side, Kyoichiro is meeting his close friends, as if to exchange his skills with everyone, but unexpectedly, Din also has the tattoo of the Tanpobo gang. And this girl is also one of their experiments. She didn't want to give it up to remind the world, until she could destroy them. But the son of your mother is also crazy, and wants to destroy their leader, shouting that the dean is not their leader. But the bastard is really a hopeless bastard. Now the three close friends are cooperating with each other to catch the leader of Tanpobo. And it's a coincidence that Su and Oga are also their victims. No wonder these guys are so strong, they are all monsters. They follow Din because they were freed by her. And there is one thing in common, which is to translate the Tanpobo gang so that other children will not feel unhappy, because there are children who can survive. Because there are children who can survive, but they are not so lucky when analyzing the blood of the two people. The tyrant decided to find out the information in his family, so that he could find a way to save everyone when they were injected with this flower-eating island. Nara also thanked the two for their support for her style, and mentioned the last time they met. The two asked the tyrant to let them go, and Nara was also confident that they would not kill him, because after all they were also members of the clan. Ben Sion is also very serious about his style. Kenzo came to enjoy the luxury at the Pobo Gambling Company, but in fact this place sells weapons and makes money. The patriarch of this dog asked for the hat of Sumi, so Kenzo disguised himself as his sister and seduced him. It is really a death with a girl is a sacrificial death. Then Shinsuo is trying to improve his weapons, but he is still crying, and his hands are still working continuously. As if there was an assistant Arzaka, when they received food from Sumai, they once again shed tears of happiness. Futaba is practicing his own mentality by scolding the enemy, and Hoajiagu also wants the support of the members of the gold company. However, they have their own things to do, and Hoasifuzu wants to support the clan because of her family, and one thing is to approach Taiyou. At this time, Taiyou was still as stubborn as ever. He could see that his family was reaching out to him, and Sumi ran over to ask him with concern. Grandpa scratched his head and didn't know if he did something wrong, but Taiyou's reaction still hasn't improved much. If it continues like this, it will not be able to hold on for the time to come. The old man realized that Taiyou had only awakened half of his strength, so he must increase the intensity of his training, and the old man began to slowly release his strength. But unlike Taiyou, when the old man opened both eyes, he also completely awakened the bloodline in the clan. The bloodline will continue to increase to the point of adulthood, and the current level has increased to another level, and at the same time, it is also the ace of the clan. And the clan only shares its bloodline once in a lifetime, and the old man received the bloodline from his wife, just like Taiyou. But it has its own characteristics for each person, so the abilities of each person may be different after awakening, and one of the points is to greatly enhance the ability. In the end, it is to increase the activity of bones and cells, allowing the old man to always pass through any gap, no matter how small. The old man, but in the can sneak into the clothes of the nephew, and at the same time he can turn his bullets into a small one. And the old man transfers his ability to the bullet, so it can break the underground veins located 1,000 meters away. So the training method is changed so that Taiyou can fully awaken, but it is also quite dangerous. Taiyou still wants to practice no matter what, and the training process begins, and the two nephews hold hands and dance a gentle dance. I don't know if it works, but it's good for my wife. But the old man just danced with his nephew while guiding him to bloom, and the dance was to resonate with the two of them. But I didn't expect this to be so effective. Taiyou was leading to fully open his own flowers, so the old man decided to sell the porridge directly. It made it impossible for him to fight back, but Taiyou used his sword to block the bullets, which was also a sign of readiness to bloom. Taiyou continued to guide the flow, but the old man pointed his gun at his daughter-in-law, always aiming straight at Sumaiwa. I thought this time he was really going to do it, but Sumi was still safe and sound, and Taiyou had fully awakened his power. This young man still didn't know that he had done this, as if his body was controlling him automatically. The instinct to protect his loved ones, and it is called hardening, the old man said, that when the hands harden, the other places will soften, so that they can block the attack and reflect the personality of the person. But the previous data did not give the personality of Taiyou. So the old man had to understand what he cared about most, which was the desire to protect his wife. The awakening is done, now it's time to practice it, but the dog got involved because it barked when someone threatened his wife's life. He was warned not to point a gun at his wife again, but this plan was agreed upon by Sumi and everyone from the beginning. Of course, she also had a side to protect by the strong man, the altar room for worship, so that Taiyou would not be able to support the strong man in time, so that he could play with his wife in a helpless position. It's a bit shocking, it's a girl you can't trust. But just then, the grandmother also knocked on her husband and sent her daughter-in-law. Because of the crime of playing stupid and not reporting in advance, the old man knocked on him. The daughter-in-law had a headache, and all the reasons were denied because he dared to endanger the head of the clan. Taiyou was manipulated and no longer believed in life. There is a wife by his side who also deceives him, and this is beyond help. Sumi has to apologize in a hurry. However, he himself was deceived in broad daylight, just a little shocked. So now he is a little bit more reserved. And the grandmother's punishment is that he is not allowed to have a wife within a week. So what is the difference between this and the head of the earth? For those who ask their wives, it's like torture. And what's more, after that, Kei led Sumi into the secret path. The pain was still there when the daughter-in-law was held back, and Sumi didn't know about this secret path until now, and it could only be opened with the key of the clan leader. At the same time, this place is the genealogy of the clan. Each patriarch creates his own path, and those who are afraid can go back. This place is also very easy to get lost and cannot escape. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the palace, the room of the head of the clan. It's easy for Taiyou to come out. It's not stupid enough to have a secret passage in the room. There is a secret book about the origin of the clan, but the way to open it has been lost during the war. If you try to open it the wrong way, the palace will be destroyed. This book has been handed down by the members of the clan. It has been secretly protecting society in the dark, and if it is not revealed, the world will be in chaos. So when only Sumi is left, and she couldn't protect the secret of the clan, and from the way she practiced, she was ready to destroy everything, but Sumi was sure. He himself was ready to return to his clan, but at this moment, Ban and Taiyou accidentally came down here, but they didn't get lost in this place. Taiyou was surprised when he learned that his little girl was carrying a great responsibility, which must also be the plan of the two old men. Episode 22nd. Today, the whole clan held a grand outdoor banquet, with the participation of companions who helped in the new campaign. That is the private translator Tanpopo. This is a cherry blossom viewing banquet at night, but it is so beautiful that it is called ecstasy. Of course, there are many activities in the open air, and this clan is no exception. The dog fights each other, and the girl screamed that both the old man and the younger brother flew into the sky, and there was also a light singing and dancing program. At this time Taiyou was standing under the tree again, but his unopened flower was automatically activated, because this is not an ordinary peach tree. It is the celestial tree of the Yozakura family. The old lady also gave him a petal, and when it was placed on his hand, it glowed, and then his ability to control the flower was still possible. After that I only learned for 2 days, so that's right. Then I learned that this tree has existed for a long time, since the first generation. A cherry blossom tree with a small amount of spiritual energy flowing in it, so it can be compatible with the Yozakura bloodline, so it is cold in both body and mind. So this is the tradition of the family in grand events. The ecstatic movement when playing is like walking in the water. The tree is a panacea. Because the important campaign of the family will start tomorrow, this outdoor banquet is to prepare for that battle. It is called the Yozakura Yin Festival. So the old lady gave him food today to replenish his energy. But the food of her family was like his wife's cooking. It's like getting paid. Shizor didn't react in time, and entered Hosifuzu. This natural ladder completed the task early to see Yzor. They were under the cherry blossom tree in the middle, like a couple of lovers, and gave Shizor the food they had prepared. It's not painful. Yuzor said that he had to fight swords again tonight, but Asuka quickly stopped the scene in time. Then he made Hosifuzu, but this daughter-in-law also has the right to control that natural ladder. They are all the same. Giving is the top one-night stand that no one wants to date, and the other is the top one-night stand that is the most annoying and annoying. These two may be reasonable when they come together. A few Azaka girls took the opportunity to let Shizor eat the rice they cooked, so they were so opportunistic, so the two of them started arguing again just because they wanted to fight for Shizor. Kipsumi stood by and watched the two of them fight for favor, and had to speak up for the two of them to stop. In the end it turned out to be his own pickled egg dish, and Lao Jiaban was not bad either. My wife's cooking is the best. And my wife is number one. No one is number one. So how can we have fun without that number? One night stand. Let me ask my sister. It locked the county magistrate's sister's evidence. Shizor was in a difficult position, and didn't know how to choose to satisfy everyone. We adults don't choose. We take all of us. All at once, there was a straight brother who didn't give his sister's things to Shizor. After that, everyone called him to go out to play completely, and only An Sinzor was left to fight. He was also asked to win against An this time, and the other side was the same. They are also starting the seed sowing project, so the uncle started to have a celebration party with each other. In the rhythm, there is no plan at the beginning, but these guys decided to practice together for the past few days, confident that they will not be attacked by surprise. It is impossible for the alien race to reach this island, but these guys are not much worse than the alien race, and the deputy head of the T has had enough of the tricks of the staff. At this time Zorza's singing program was officially launched, which is also the tradition of this family, and Kyoichiro is very funny. Zabakiko and Mutsumi only played the piano, and the singer was Sion, and it was undeniable that this sister sang really well. The blood is extremely hot, and Ban and Kyoichi are very happy, and everyone else jumps up to help them with their performances. But it seems that these performances are too strong, and if this heart is a family, the uncles will eat right away. In the end, it was very successful. But it seems that Sion felt embarrassed about this video. Sionzor praised but was thrown a microphone by her younger sister. And it was really boring to be praised. Sionzor's singing style is too similar to her usual image, which makes Taiyou a little confused and doesn't know who it is. He has seen a musical style again. Every age of this sound is a little white, which makes Taiyou a little confused. After that, it is the literary and artistic performance of everyone. Their joy makes it feel like they are not about to enter a tense battle. Mutsumi is the head of the clan, so everyone was asked to read the mission book for tomorrow's battle. And here they have 3 battle plans. That was to retrieve the cherry blossom petals that the Popo gang had cut off, arresting Shavka Sita, who was said to be the leader and mastermind of the Popo gang. This was also a request from the police and the detective association, and secondly, it was the kind of people who carried out their duties in their dens. And Hinaziko worked together to complete this task, along with a few of Momo's true faces, but everyone understood that it was impossible to know where Mr. Bo was going. So it is necessary to be selective in planning, not to encounter unexpected situations that are not airtight, and to ask everyone to be the most selective. And in this situation, Taiyou felt that it was no different from a picnic. As he intended, his older brother took Taiyou away. Mutsumi thought that he was not right to say that he was not right, but he did not know that his husband was being taken to his mother's grave by his older brother. And Kyoichiro also said the reason direct. The story of the chief of the third generation of the war has been lost, and it is rumored that he was burned to death in an event. But this drop when the Popo gang is bursting with their power. The story of Kyoichiro, the chief inspector, confirmed his thoughts that his mother's body was being held and studied by the Popo gang. Because only blood and organs can make them break through in Yozakura research, so that the brothers understand that they use surplus to make destroyers. That's why Kyoichiro wanted to do this fourth case with his younger brother. And the older brother wanted to bring his mother's body back himself, not wanting his younger brothers to do it. He wanted her to be where she was born. And Taiyou also understood Kyoichiro's feelings. But he didn't understand why he was given such an important case. I thought I would get a touching answer, but every word would become a cold. When this older brother said that he would give the first turn to his younger brother, who had no life. And Kyoichiro wanted his younger brothers not to suffer anymore, and it would be enough for an older brother to bear everything. I want Taiyou to participate to make this plan more certain, but I trust that the people of the house will speak directly and elegantly. But I also forbid Mutsumi to know, and if there is anything uncertain. This is just if. But before I could finish speaking, a slap from Fuda 3 knocked him to the ground. And the last sister was finally wrong. So Fuda 3 pulled Kyoichiro for Taiyou to be released. And then his wife also came to pull him up, thinking that Kyoichiro was making it difficult for Taiyou. And Mutsumi also guessed that they had some secret. She didn't want to find out but always trusted her husband. It is true that if the husband and wife are in harmony, the East Sea will also be eaten, so the plan will be called easy to do. And Taiyou also wants to protect his loved ones. So early in the morning, everyone started the campaign of the Price family. And on this side, Kavkfasita also woke up after the party, and received a report that the enemy had invaded. And it was none other than the Price family led by Gyakuda, in Kukeku. Oh, do you have to go to the head of the sacrifice? But why do you have to bring both tissues and candy? After that, the family also prepared to jump from a high altitude to the island. And Shangdu was afraid of the high altitude. On this side, it is divided into two directions. One is the rear and the front line. And the first is Goliath jumping down, and then the brothers in the family enter the enemy. On this side, the enemy also realized that the other family had arrived, and it seemed that they were not too surprised, but they were just a little puzzled as to why the family knew this word. Momo also realized that everything was revealed by Baidse in the previous battle, and he also knew that the girl used her hair to transfer the signal, but now the old man said it. But in this group, there is no problem, and there is no worry about facing the family with one hair. Sion has found the information to rescue the enemy. There is a 1,000 machine bunker here that was used as a base for the army of the former country, but the government later announced that it had been cleared during the war. In the center of this, there is a noble registration there, and now, Goliath only needs to pierce through that sharp door to break in immediately, and at the same time, Sion is denied access. At this time, IK of the enemy army came to the ground to meet the enemy, and Taiyou and everyone else also saw the enemy appear. But in this porridge, they also drank and were not afraid of anything. Rudy is also the most terrifying monster of Nachizibana-ma. No wonder he dares to confront this family. IK only uses his flames to attack everyone. Futaba wanted to open the game after the fight, so he asked Shengdu to taste himself, and then only used one of his fingers. It caused the flames to turn back and take IK and destroy the gate, so that others could also break into the gate. But he was beaten by a few shrimps in the first battle, but it was like nothing to let these guys in, just for everyone to exercise their muscles. Uncle is called to be defeated in the middle of the battle, and from here everyone starts to assign their own cases. Futaba knew that he was not good enough, so he just stood and waited. IK tried to attack Olia, but it was not easy, and Rudy was also the beast of the family leader. Futaba also decided to take care of this monster. Episode 23. IKK. When his tree was destroyed so easily, this mother was confident that the next time she would make Futaba unable to develop. If it was so easy to eat, it would not have been the #1 family in the world. Futaba is said to control the flames like the sky. She also knows who is in those flames, but she is not the female of the family. The little girl who was concerned was scolded and cried. She was really just looking for it. While people are trying to fight, these dogs are playing below. But really after that, Kyoichiro asked Cha-Cha to call for more reinforcements to deal with the bad situation. Rudy is also a strong family leader, and the government team and Hina Ziko also participated. However, several signal shots did not work because they were blown up, and it was embarrassing when only the beautiful successor showed his excellent shooting skills, and he always hit the target. It is true that the 8th-generation patriarch of the family must be carved with foam, so the rude boy, Mo Sang, has been sent to assist. No matter how much people care about this dog, this father is so heartless, and he will leave everyone behind and run away in case of a bad situation. The 36th strategy is the best policy, and then the Jia family led by Jia Qa went to clean up the soldiers with the nobles. Then the general on their side has already appeared, and the black man attacked everyone. And Taiyou was the first target. This guy also has a compatibility with cherry blossoms of 500 nails. And the high muscle care is very high. But this opponent is quite suitable for Sheng. Looking at the two sides, Shengdu also judged that this was his opponent, so he let others go. But it was a bit disadvantageous when these bullets could not penetrate the audience. He had to pull out his long goods and fight, and then return to the battle of the whole family. Futaba didn't want to hurt anyone, but just wanted to catch the end. So he advised a tree not to sacrifice in vain, but his mother could hear it. Thinking that he had nothing to lose, he decided to use all his strength, and it seemed that the cherry blossom fake this also caused embarrassment. Unlock both eyes, and the skills have also been upgraded, and the rockets with special density have been sold. The speed and density have also increased compared to before, and Futaba is confident that he will be able to trip his way. But when it was close to his hand it changed direction, which made the whole lady feel a little embarrassed, but after all, it was the first time I saw this. It wrapped around Futaba's hand, causing the whole lady to quickly take off her gloves. Otherwise, he would also lose his life. And Asai was proud of his flame again. It would not be extinguished and would burn until the things that were used as stations were used up. Then, the vinegar fell to the ground, to be used again. Its effect was to attack the enemy, because it made it difficult for the three of them to avoid it, welcoming the attack, and covering the little girl. Every sin is boring, using the real thing of Zorzakuza, catching all the attacks. Using the surrounding air to make it difficult for the fire to reach, Akai was confident that if he attacked a lot, then it would be impossible to react in time. The attacks became stronger, and even Zor's ears felt worried. Like everyone in the house had faith in each other, so Zoru asked Zora to keep moving. The helicopter above would still fly. As if not following Zada, because the grip had made many lives, it was also known that Akai's flower had been activated. We learn about the past of this great lady. Initially, she was an ordinary high school girl because of an incident of a drought that turned out to be like that. With Zada, Kave Sita has been searching for people who are suitable for the flower of the right path. But when they arrived, it was a family that was wrong. Kave Sita glanced and recognized the arsonist of the house. After that, Akai was rescued and used the body of his siblings in order to be able to operate for his own experiment. Later the girl also found the person who killed her whole family, burned the whole family's house, and now begged for forgiveness. This is really just to be shot, not to give birth to more evidence. Kiva Kappa Sita has since collected a strong general for himself. The one who went also thought that his team would finally win. Akai began to tell about himself. But I forgot one thing. The name of the film is the Daisakusen clan, not the Tanpobo organization. To defeat the Taba world it is only a dream, but the Taba can only guide the direction, and cannot help all the flames. Akai from the news increased the speed. Then the Taba was good. But only said that, even if you want to kill people, you don't want to die, okay? Taba just wants to compare Akai's hatred. Then he returned to the time of researching the power, for the right line. Although it also activates all the power, and is similar to the power of the Daisakusen clan deck. But, still can't compare to the real thing. Kive Kappa Sita also warned Akai, even if he had to face the real thing, he would avoid direct confrontation. But Akai thought that the real thing must be the same as his system, so he wanted to test the power of this clan. Taba will easily control the surrounding air to help all the fires before Akai's 1,000 words, but it is not the real thing. It is just the flower of himself. The learned movement of Taba is simply to fill it to the maximum, increasing the accuracy and dexterity of the hands, so creating chi and neutralizing the attacks. Creating a gust of wind, then no flame can touch it. Akai still saves the power. That's all, always. Kyoichiro also asked him to withdraw early, because with the right line, the body of her could not be kept for long. Then it could also be burned to death by this body. But Kyoichiro did not want to lose the body that had been tested with great effort. Akai immediately. She didn't care about the world being a little worse. She just wanted to kill the people she hated. After that, the past of her family reappeared. So she lost control of the fire. It is best that this scale activates the fire resistance system. Then she may live. Akai's body was flowing. Her strength also erupted once, but the three of them quickly ate her. Just using the water jet noodle, Akai was knocked down, causing this child to faint. Kyoichiro did not expect that the three of them could digest all the cells of the two old residents inside the body, and also blew away her fighting spirit. The three of them gave Akai an example. They themselves had met a child like her, who had been lucky enough to overcome those pains. Then I also discovered the difference in goods. How to say it? The three of them also warned the people inside about the power of the same family system. Aisai also lost the effect on the base. And the father also knew that the people in the clan were going deep into it. But in this natural way, the face of the research is very indifferent, because anyway, if the base is destroyed, the Dioceed will not be affected, confident that the female victory is still towards him. It turned out that he was keeping the body of the Winter Chief. No wonder he was so confident. As for defeating the enemy, Sion lost the terrible communication channel, and also extracted the data of the test subjects. This can be combined with everyone's handkerchief plan, entering the research room, followed by Kengo and Nanao. The youngest friend knocked out all the enemies with his smoke, but he met an opponent of the ice system. So Nanao blocked Kengo. This time the heart is the general who manages this place, is the enemy of Nanao and Kengo. Every time Kengo fights the enemy, it's like going out to play. And the other experimental pens of the company are just for fun. They are said to become perfect copies. This guy still insists on preventing the use of his skills to turn the environment into a freezer. I also know that this clan aims to rescue the hostages. So this guy doesn't want that, decides to eliminate all and experiment. Just protect the source. The other guy also listened to his superiors. He intended to use his skills in a closed room. Unexpectedly, he disappeared later, and on this side who is trying to prevent Ka from seeing the double a version of himself. But this guy is awake, and will only let the new person play. Only the others are experimental tools. Who wants to ask Mizuki to be the first? The little girl felt the fear of life. But at this time, Shinzo was fighting the man in black, but it seemed not very advantageous. Even going down the tube couldn't do anything. But he also cruelly attacked his allies, making this city feel the fear. But in fact, he is like a turtle, meeting anyone who is not a police officer, not an ally or an enemy. Because he doesn't care about anything. This situation doesn't care about his own death or others. So this is his strength. And he is also cold and indifferent, so his allies also attack this guy. But they didn't kill him, but they ate a meal, thinking that there was no forehead. Shinzo didn't look at him anymore, so he attacked him. A blow that blew half of his face. Shinzo also recognized the metal of this guy. It is the Dark Stone, and the Duari Kurare clan also has this type. The reason is that it has good attack power. But this guy's cells are not as long as that. Shinzo will simplify this guy's body. It's just that this guy's simplicity restores the original table. Then the base is divided like a cloud separating Shinzo, and the black stone Sinon has closed it. But this guy used his own body to complete the wall. Only 30 wires were this wall pierced. But Shinzo did not fight this guy. Wanted Shinzo to come to him to the others. But Shinzo realized that he was suitable for fighting this guy. If it was too much, he would use the flower. But it was a bit difficult for him. Because he himself had not used it for a long time, Shinzo still decided on his decision. He would defeat the enemy. Azaka incense powder. Because the preparation time, Shinzo also carefully prepared everything. Create a weapon that is suitable for the clan, in general. This weapon is quite suitable for Shinzo, a master of using weapons. It is the heart of Shinzo placed in it. It is not beyond his expectations. It is still easy to digest the enemy. Every sin is a bit long when it recreates the body, and it also has the ability to create a long territory. By covering the entire room with his cells, now it is a favorable environment for the Dongzi, making Shinzo also struggle to take the blow. But with the injury, he remembered the time of the continent split, because using the flower was injured while doing the task, accidentally opening the flower to sweep the world without knowing when. But basically it's also quite difficult to control, so only the younger sister in the house had to eat and drink so that the older brother would worry less. And the mother is the one who understands him the most. A son with a kind heart. As the past has given him strength, but not a fool, but simply born too strong. So in return, he is very timid, just being suppressed by strength. Being born also knows that it is usually impossible to destroy the fairy. He fights to activate his own enlightenment, and only hopes that the enemy will not be good. Episode 20. Here it comes. The male protagonist turns on the enlightenment just to fight the good opponent. Being born, because of protecting the family, was forced to turn it on. In this part, the male protagonist has been buried, being born to open the attack with his own versatile weapon. Then each cell of the male protagonist is black, but still being knocked back. The thing is that he can't create it anymore. Then analyzes the dark male protagonist's challenge song. It is possible that many metal ions are controlled by brainwaves, so the parts may still have enough metal ions. Then it can still be restored. So being born must destroy the metal ions in the dark male protagonist's body, and then they become ordinary metal blocks. Being born to remember his own past. Just because the family was hurt, he was obsessed with weapons. So he decided to learn about them all the time. What is the way of using? The strength affects two weaknesses, and his enlightenment is to destroy, with the name of the seven-sided shape. This time, the dark male protagonist is severely restrained, although at a disadvantage, the dark male protagonist with the strength that looks like the real thing. Still able to compete with being born. Both sides are bleeding profusely. This guy still has the opportunity to regenerate the lost part, and at the same time, he has entered the head of being born. As if that was a joke, when he forced the male protagonist to reduce the amount of blood on his clothes, he forced the male protagonist to escape from the chaotic battle. The two sides fought each other again, but now being born is sober. So he didn't kill the dark male protagonist. Even if his head was cut off, the dark male protagonist could still live. And the report has been completed. Being born still does not forget to thank Asaka for helping him build weapons. And now he just wants to go to the place where he was born. But at this moment, the enemy has come again. I don't know why. Just a button. The whole group flew blood at once. The control function of the latter is naturally the people in the family. Except for the family. All the self-destruct devices are attached to the body of the experimental object, and the self-destruct mode begins. But the dean wanted to evacuate everyone, because he didn't want to keep any data, because he thought that if the particle experiment was successful, then those experimental objects would not be needed. And the people in the family began to disperse with each other because of the scene they had just witnessed. It also seemed a bit terrifying. After that, the self-destruct chip was also discovered, and Cyan reported the bad situation to everyone. Jiang named Ka about Asita, who didn't care about the research and the experimental subjects, and this guy planned to die with everyone so that his plan could be achieved. Sion obtained the information exchanged between the particle collider and the outside organizations, analyzed his plan, and the deepest floor of this base is increasing the 2.2 family of crabs. It can transform 10 billion people, and there are explosives all around this place. If the 2.2 family of crabs in it exceeds the maximum language, then it can cause the entire research to explode, and the amount of 2.2 family of crabs will spread to the sea. After a few years, it can cause the entire ocean family, people in the world, to the countries by the sea. Only a few people who can adapt are fever, and the rest will explode and die. And those who are not compatible will go crazy. Create a cruel and crazy natural selection for the whole world. The reason why he did this is just because of his belief in the theory of the end of the world. According to inhumanism, or a criminal seeking stimulation, now it is the top priority to stop the particle experiment plan, and there are only 30 minutes left before the explosion begins. There is no time for this time, and the people who need to fight quickly. Besides the girl, there is no school. The 8th battle, playing the rush to open the door for the porridge to escape, Xion decided to attack the system again, but the system was immediately lost. But using brainwaves, Xion was also affected by his own brainwaves, and the enemy planned to be confident in his own ability to protect himself. And Xion also knew that he had met a difficult opponent, because he has activated the power source of the system by freezing Mr. Ingyu Ma, preventing any power sources from being accessed from the outside. The overload of electric current will affect Xion himself, and may even kill him. But then the power source was turned on immediately. If you don't have a corn tree, you will lose a big opportunity. It is true that family affection is above all else. Many if the corn tree is the source of electricity, that is, facing the guy with ice ability. Just said after eating a hole in the head, but generally speaking, it is still just a maggot, and it also caused a bomb to hurt the ice dog. After that, The other personnel went to the next power source, just so that their 3 fake sisters could infiltrate their system, and Xian was worried about his good sister. Then no one quarreled anymore, but everything was still okay, even though the group of people were being hunted down continuously. And the corn tree is almost out of people. In general, although the 2 sisters in this family bite each other, they are the 2 people who love each other the most and care about each other every little bit. When the 2 people pay attention to each other's feelings, Xian is so moved that he wants to carry the pole. But it's a pity that the sisters in this family still quarrel with each other all the time. The ice ladder is currently unable to touch the real vow, but the enemy is currently taking advantage of the time, so the enemy only needs to be held back long enough to be considered a successful plan. So Xian needs to disable this system within 20 minutes. Of course, cleaning up the drinking is still the easy brother and the younger brother. But Taizou is the main attacker, and Hochizou just looks at his younger brother. Basically, with these guys, just one turn of his hand is gone. Life is really unfair to type without living. People just wave their hands and fly away, and they also have many younger brothers, and they don't give the enemy a chance to get up. And ask Taizou not to hit them with one blow. Then he punched. The corn tree is still supporting his sister, and the 4th one has been completed. But the enemy still attacked other personnel. I don't know why the enemy knew the location of the corn tree. It turned out that he received a notification from the center. So use your own strength to attack the exact location of the other personnel of the corn tree, and the enemy is still proud of his great brain. Then I started to remember my poor past. He was a dying patient, and then I sang about a CD and said, I chose you because this child has a super brain but is sick. And this is his natural talent, because she used to be like that, so she can't be eliminated anymore. The beautiful sister in this family only talks about the black things of that porridge court. It's a pity that the real brain is not suitable for this corn. It is confident that it can end the story, because the name A Nu has found the corn tree. They were confident that there was still a lot of time to carry out the plan. Who would have thought that the corn tree would pull each other's hands and reconnect their old love, which made the other guys a little surprised, and it turned out to be a self-destruct mode. At the same time, the ice cone became abnormal, and the location of the corn tree could not be determined. This new guy was hit by Itachi's illusion. The information was completely confused, and the corn tree was taking pleasure in being imitated and misleading Elnuma, completely according to Cyan's plan. She only now let the stupid boy know the importance of daily follow-up, and only when the language is determined to be turned on again, Cyan can completely act. And of course, it was also because Cyan and corn tree had turned on their enlightenment together. The corn tree and Cyan were handsome and gave birth to endless girls, and the enemy was still in a state of confusion with the information. The corn tree shows his own skills. He's very good at coordinating with others, and the more enlightenment has been strengthened to the maximum, and at the same time, it is always synchronized with others. Turn Inama's eyes into his own, and then analyze the entire body of that guy, and mention a character that makes Inama possess. That was the virtual position the 2 ladies gave him. Inama felt a sense of unease as the channel analyzed his family's situation in such detail. Inama's past was that of being abandoned by his parents at a young age. The 2 of them had apparently been happy, thanks to their grandmother Heiko, and as a young child, he would often go and play pranks on the old woman. However, the old woman didn't hold a grudge, and Inama thought of her as his own grandmother, to the point where he would even steal her savings to buy pens. Unable to bear the loneliness of the wall he was confined to, the young boy was close to death, and he couldn't find his grandmother anywhere, until he felt warmth in the morning. It turned out that Heiko had given him her coat, and she had finally left him, after which the man known as Asita came to find him. At that point, he had been too weak to even look up at the channel, not wanting to remember that information. But the channel also thought of itself as victorious because Asita would fall in love with the boy who had always been lonely. It was confident that he would not betray him, because he also sympathized with Inama, who was still manipulating the enemy's psychology. Basically, the channel had used Taizou's image to tell a story that would appeal to his emotions because it felt sorry for him. Having said that, it also broke the ice, and the boy felt that Inama's aura was decreasing because he could no longer fight. And the boy felt as though he was being watched, because Cyan was doing just that, since her Asita was an analysis. Her intelligence had been raised, so that she could control the entire system. It was no different from a supercomputer, and its efficiency had been set to 100%, and then it had become the core of this system. The boy was just Taizou, and at that point the system was also destroyed by the explosion of all the devices, and the boy realized that he had been used. Cyan decided to stop the Zhao Hat project, and the task of dealing with Kaviki Arsita was given to Kyoichiro and Taizou, and the 2 brothers worked together to break down the gate. and in front of them was the institute director, who didn't seem to be doing anything, and was probably preparing some kind of plan. Episode 25. The Zahat program was finally stopped, and Taiyou and Kyoichiro had also met Kaviki Arcita, and all they had to do was take him home, and he even thanked Taiyou. However, he was still very dangerous, and it seemed there was still a trap ahead. Cyan reported that she had found a link between the explosive device and his experimental data, and if he had a problem, the entire base would explode. However, he didn't care about his own life, and only wanted the Zahat plan to succeed, and was even prepared to sacrifice everyone. That was to either hand over the girl, or have the base disappear, and this was a race to protect the family. Taiyou was in trouble, and at that moment Nanao was helping the experimental subjects escape, and the people there still didn't know what was going on. They still decided to listen to Nanao, and just as she shouted for them to run, the girl attacked Nanao. Mayuzuki also came to stop the girl, putting Nanao at a disadvantage, because she also had to protect the experimental subjects. Hit by Mizuki's Jimi, the people there who were running away were quickly knocked out, and Nanao was fine because she neutralized his poison. However, she was attacked again by the girl who still thought she wanted to take back her body, so Nanao was still having a hard time coping. However, the girl didn't understand that the two of them were also experimental subjects, so why did they also want to die here? Nanao was confident that she could help the two of them without relying on the two families, but Mizuki was confident that she could remove that thing from her body herself, and she wouldn't die even if the base exploded. And then she started to tell Nanao her story, that her family had been killed by the human community. It was from the pollution incident at Zansotancho, and a disease had broken out at the place where Asita lived, causing everyone there to die. The number of people who died was countless, and they decided to investigate the cause of the incident, and the main cause was a chemical plant there. They had also stood up to sue the plant, but the government had protected them, and they still existed. The people there had no chance of winning the lawsuit at first. The old man had criticized the people there, calling them hypocrites who were pretending to be victims. And this man had also lost his son. And he himself had also been infected, and as he became more and more desperate and close to death, Asita appeared at just the right time. He had taken pity on this man, so even though he thought that Tampopo was an organization of harmless people, the people who had been abandoned by the world, he had injected his and Nanao's cells into them, and Taiyou was hesitant because he was concerned about his sister's life. However, he still decided to stand by and watch Taiyou, and after a while, Taiyou confirmed that Asita was not fighting alone. The Hinaziku family had come to help, and the girl had also been captured, and other organizations had also come to support the family. They began to attack the familiar people there, and it seemed that they had suffered heavy losses, but Asita was still supporting them. Even though Taiyou said some harsh words, the girl on this side was glaring at him, feeling very uncomfortable. She unleashed her power to break the glare, and attacked Sui and Oga, and in fact, this girl also knew a lot about the organization. Her friends had also joined her, but she considered this her home, and didn't want anyone to take it away from her. Even though Miyazuki insisted that the two of them could not defeat the girl, because she was a combination of Sui and Oga's cells and the Ha family's cells, but she could be a chimera. And Nanao realized that because she was a relative of the family, along with Sui and Oga's cells, Taiyou was finally able to catch up with his younger sister. Nanao decided to use Asita to put an end to everything, and Taiyou was still very worried about his younger sister, but she had decided to use her Asita. In order to stop Enasuki's attack, he also realized that there was something unusual, and he also introduced his Asita, Senka. It was a combination of immune cells and the immune system, and could deal with any poison or experimental environment. Nanao had also analyzed the data of the experimental subjects, and thought that it had been chosen at random, but it was all because of the director's guidance. He had cut off the place where they lived, and controlled the experimental subjects, and the experiment was not done by someone else. But it was because everyone had done the experiment themselves, and this place was where that power had been taken away, and it should no longer exist. Mizuki felt the wonderful purification, and the poison couldn't keep up with the speed of purification, and this was the real thing. He also felt that his strength was being drained, but Nanao also seemed to be a little tired when she absorbed all the anesthetic, but it seemed that Nanao still had something left. She fell down on her head, and seemed to be dying, and this was a condition that could not be cured by Hazakoja's power. It would lead to death, and it was highly likely that she would die in 5 minutes, and Nanao didn't want that to happen, and was desperately trying to save her, using her Asita to neutralize Hazakoja, but it seemed that she was running out of water, and her heart would stop beating. Mizuki understood that even if Nanao did something, it would be useless, because the concentration of Hasakoja in her was too low. Only if Mizuki transferred all of his Hazasaman into her would it create a balance, and Mizuki would be able to save her. She gradually recovered, but Mizuki had lost a lot of Hasakoja, and if he transferred all of it to her, he would probably die. But she was like the daughter he had lost. So Mizuki chose this path, and it turned out that he was the one who had taken pity on this girl in the dark. Because the girl was like his own daughter, Mizuki wanted to find other candidates and give her to them. But in the end, she also became an experimental subject. But here she was not given enough food, and gradually became more active than before. But she was only considered an experimental subject, and in the end she would be destroyed, and he was willing to kill anyone if he wanted to protect her. Mizuki had made the child know who was in charge, who was only allowed to be held by the head, but Mizuki had led the child down a dark path. So he was going to do what was best for the child. If she wanted to leave the clan, he would let her leave, and he would gradually let go of his feelings. He also understood that his father had left him, and in the end it was still a tearful farewell, and he had never held his father's hand. The child still wanted to stay with him, but all that was left was dust, and everyone understood what had happened. Finally, the mission was completed, and KVKRC was tired of his subordinates. Han had no sympathy for them, and Sion was still analyzing the data. It was over, so Taiyou just attacked the Midea chicken. Taiyou was very strong, so he decided to go all out, but it seemed that it didn't hurt at all. He pressed the self-destruct button, but unexpectedly, Kyoichiro decided to cut Taiyou, a beheading in front of Taiyou, but still this guy didn't die. His blood vessels were half connected, and his information had been revealed, born in 1914 on this island. All the information they found about him existed during the war. He was a former military doctor, and the director of the Kive Karsita Hospital, hiding in the dark history for 100 years. He was a monster who lived a long time, and this guy also had a new hobby. And this guy had been studying Zahu for a long time, and immediately after the outbreak of World War II, he also learned about this clan. He was the head of the Military Medical Academy, and was given a task by high-ranking officials to study the ancient clan, Zahu. At first, he didn't believe that such a clan existed, but there were data and statistics that made him believe, and he was almost successful. However, all the data had been wiped out by the war, because his research had been classified, but there was still something suspicious. Although the clan had worked for the government, the clan had been independent since 1895, and there was no record of the clan participating in World War II. The research could not be carried out. But it still did not hinder his research. He had talked about a chaotic period in the past. The brutal era of war. War was never fair, but the power of Zahu did not distinguish between people. He realized one thing after studying the clan, that the power of this clan could create peace and harmony. He felt it was a pity if a clan understood it, and he had a dream that everyone could use it, like the fact that one of his cells had turned into a monster. He carried with him a beautiful hobby, saving the DNA of every specimen that could be regenerated at any time. Kavikabayita decided to use these cells to detonate the island, using the two people to stop him from activating it himself. Kyoichiro was also surprised by the two Zahu. He didn't expect that there could be eyes of the Zahu bloodline, and it was impossible to create a copy of those eyes here. Kyoichiro decided to go and ask about the specific situation, but the monster's eyes were too strong, so Kyoichiro decided to use his younger brother as a puppet. Then he instructed Taiyou to follow the plan, using a monster's trick, and Taiyou would then follow Kabakapakshita. Episode 26. The situation was quite tense. Sion's system to disable the detonation system, but it only had 5 minutes. Then, he had to destroy the tanks in the base, and Taiyou had also received the order, because the two Zahu were transformed and evaporated quickly. It would evaporate on contact with air, which sounded easy, but Sumi was still very worried about her husband. After all, he was her husband, and if she didn't worry, who would? Kavakapakshita was trying to control the situation to disperse the two Zahu. But Taiyou in the meantime had already rushed to the scene, but Kavakapakshita still didn't care about anything, knowing that Taiyou didn't dare to attack him, so he went on his own. Taiyou still tried to get Kavakapayita to surrender, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a voice. It turned out that Kavakapashita was confident in his feathers. He guaranteed that even if Taiyou strengthened his defense, he wouldn't be able to defend against it, and it was also a poisonous feather, and if he lost too much blood, the power of this clan would also be weakened. But Taiyou still tried to stop him, because he believed that Sion would stop the explosion of Hazahuza. While Taiyou was officially stopping this dangerous guy, Kavakapakshita was still not worried. and even threatened Taiyou Asano. Taiyou felt a great power from Kyoichiro, and then took Taiyou to a field of daisies, which was very peaceful. It turned out to be the past of this teen. The past of this guy was revealed, because this was during the World War II period. The laboratory where Kyoichiro worked was going to be destroyed by the government. And this guy regretted that he hadn't finished his research, the research on the blood of Yozakura, and this guy might have to go to prison. So he wanted to make a final wish to a girl lying on the sickbed. He took the girl's blood so that she could be regenerated. But this girl had a strange disease. Her whole body was covered with daisies. One thing is that this person also wore the ring of the clan leader on her body. It turned out that this was the head of the Yozakura clan. She wanted to remove the blood from her body to be just an ordinary Yozakura. She was even willing to sacrifice her entire future. Taiyou was just about to speak when he was knocked to the ground. He was fighting without paying attention to the enemy. Sita also gave the kid a shot of Mizuki's poison. This shot was only bearable for a while. So of course Taiyou was in great pain. But Taiyou was only concerned about the story he had just seen. It turned out that it was the resonance between the blood of Zahu. Sita mentioned the custom of the head of the Zahu clan. People who were willing to sacrifice their entire future by using the specimens of the future clan leaders. And the process was from the head of the clan itself. The two also said that Mutsumi's mother, and they only needed one more specimen of the next clan leader. One more strong clan leader. Then the dream of the head of the clan could be achieved. Sita assured that even if his plan was destroyed, then everything would not be able to end. Immediately afterwards, Taiyou exploded his power to attack Sita, giving the dean back his arm. Although he was attacked by this guy, he was still normal. Taiyou didn't really care about the story. He only knew that he had a grudge against the guy who killed his mother, and he would protect his wife from all enemies. So he was determined to stop this Sita, and the dean also began to recover his body. Then he used his own sample to attack Taiyou unexpectedly, which was an ancient and thick sample, and its composition was different from the current sample of the clan. So it would definitely cause a rejection reaction. The ancient promise was a poison to Taiyou, creating a side effect of anti-transformation in Taizou's body. And of course, Sita had also experienced it during the war. He also assured that the power of the clan could change the world, and that Taiyou and he himself had used each other. They were just playthings of Yozakura, and then continued to synchronize Taiyou through his eyes, and explained that the dark side of the clan had thousands of people sacrificed for this clan. They were experimental subjects, and those who were thirsty for the Yozakura bloodline. Taiyou didn't want to be manipulated anymore, but if he was disturbed, the erosion would be faster. The manipulation started from the brain of an old man to a young child, who thought that Taiyou was also just a plaything in the hands of Yozakura. So Daisakusen wanted to sympathize with him because he was in the same situation. The voices in Taizou's head had also been interrupted, and then he just fell asleep. Or then go back to the past Sita. At this time he was dragged by the government. But it was a copper drag, a replacement for someone who did well. But the ear saved the copper, and also caught the toilet paper midi, certainly intending to study more about this model. At the same time, the laboratory here was abandoned. Of course, Sita was reluctant. He had spent so much effort researching. But they saved the wrong person. How could it be so easy? Sita blew up the research. Only the toilet paper mid was standing in front of him. It seemed that she was not injured, but the head was also dead. Thanks to the devil, Sita had already let the toilet paper mid be free. It was strange that he was quite cold-blooded towards the experimental objects. But he was willing to give up his life for the first-generation ancestor. The fake flower he grew up on this island, where he died from the Spanish plague. So Sita followed the flower's will. But the job was just to move the human body and throw it away, feeling that he was born in a crying age. But the toilet paper mid was thirsty. This girl was a strange mutation in the study. As a new hope for mankind, maybe people like her will be normal in the future. This could be a step forward in the history of mankind. Sita thought that it would be difficult for him to witness that. Then the toilet paper mid transferred the power of the ancestor's will to him, as a ladder for this fever to speak. Because this girl wanted to witness the future that Sita said, and also wanted him to do it, so they started to cooperate with each other. Creating this tempop, Sita thought that Taizou's heart stopped beating, so it was over. Taizou could still hear this guy's voice, but now he had no strength left. Taizou remembered the pain in the promise. If you don't give up everything, it's not too bad to end everything here, thinking that he should just come here. The toilet paper looked at the ring, and knew that she was in trouble. It seemed that her blood was in her body, so the toilet paper thought she would transfer the divine way to Taizou. Kvikfacita still didn't activate her to do anything to Taizou, explaining the reason why Taizou couldn't resist anymore, because his whole body was almost full of security ginseng. He intended to destroy Taizou's entire body, thinking that everything would end here. Right at this moment, his wife's voice echoed in his head, reminding him of the ring that the toilet paper asked Taizou. This pair of rings can feel each other's heartbeat and breath. The toilet paper can transfer its heartbeat to him. Even though he was thirsty for blood in his body, Taizou felt like he was on fire when his wife gave him the power. He had the power to protect others. It also suits Taizou. Taizou also understands that his wife has just lived through the times when she was by his side during the difficult years of his life. From the time Tai was not up to being a prince, Taizou can now fight with Kvikfacita and say that he stands up to fight because of his wife. The girl is back between the two, but Taizou also has a lot of strength, but what he aims at is the fake Hajia company. Destroy it. The plan is considered a failure. But at this time, Taizou has also been attacked continuously. But he was not afraid because he had absorbed all the fake Hajia ko, preventing it from being neutralized, so he could become a container for the fake Hajia company. He just needs to self-destruct on himself. Then the plan will succeed. Of course Taizou is discouraged, but he doesn't see it as strange. Having been attacked again and again, Kvikfacita will be infinitely expensive. Then the people in the family have appeared at the right time. That's right. In order to support his younger brother, Kvikfacita didn't feel nervous at all, so the total attack of the family began. Coming to the climax, but this house is still very crowded, even though I know that the previous money has absorbed all the fake Hajia company. But still confident that he can neutralize him, Kyoichiro still does not forget to torture his younger brother. But that also helps Taizou escape the resonance state from the opening. In order not to be like Taizou, the person decided not to use the opening, but to use a formation called the ambush. It seems that this formation is also quite powerful, but it has not been used for a long time. The excitement of Jinzou, and Chika Futaba. Then Ken, Gonanao, and finally the decisive blow of the eldest brother and Chika in the family. A perfect combined attack, but Hajia Koei in his body still did not decrease. It is impossible for it to increase continuously. Taizou noticed something in his intention, and immediately reported to Kyoichiro. The brothers only need to look at each other to understand each other. They intend to finish him off in the river attack. Create a new formation and focus on Taizou. Bring this younger brother. Episode 27. The rescue situation is tense, because Kvikfacita can explode at any time. It is necessary to quickly neutralize him. Kyoichiro has heard the order of Sion, so he decided to open the formation to make the flower hurt, and Taizou is the center of the formation. Toili Sumi was a bit surprised. Many others found it interesting, so they decided to just open a new song. Because Taizou is the center of the attack, Kvikfacita seems to be very contemptuous, because he thinks it is ridiculous to send an ordinary person to fight him. So he intended to neutralize Taizou. But Kyoichiro controlled Taizou's puppet. Only the age of the child could stop the child. Taizou also knows how to use the clone technique. Fighting is always a fire, followed by the combined attacks of others. Kvikfacita is confident that those attacks will not work on him. Kyoichiro said that it was just the first move, take your time and enjoy it. It turned out that Taizou disguised himself as a stone to approach, all of which was a combination of the people in the family. Saigon quickly penetrated the body of Kvikfacita in order to be able to penetrate the spell inside the ground, and this formation was also proposed by Taizou. It was unexpected to plunge into another secret difficulty. But at the same time, this is also the case of the two people, Taizou and Kyoichiro. They came here to recover their mother's body, preventing other brothers from knowing, so that she can rest in peace in the upper world. Taizou saw the blood vessels penetrating the Kvikfacita since his eyes were enhanced. And they are the only signs of Yozakusa's blood, because Yozakusa's blood and heart will not be lost even if the owner dies. This is a strong blood voice with humans, as it can also inherit the power of Yozakusa. That's why Kvikfacita is linked to the main double school. If the children are, then the blood level will be stagnant. Kvikfacita can no longer maintain Yozakusa, and it also means that the plan has been destroyed. However, humans cannot break this city's spell. because ZAM-ACTA will not come out and react with the outside air, which could cause a terrible explosion. Both the main double school and Taiyou could die here. At this time, the ATA was fighting tensely without knowing what was going on, while Taiyou decided to destroy this bloodline. Sure that he will overcome the crane, when his wife is by his side is this terrible power, raising to increase his strength. Unexpectedly the signs also began to explode. Kia is speechless. Not expecting to meet a reckless person, his younger brother is a bit confused with the explosion. Kyoichiro also knows that his younger brother has completed the task. And I know that Taizou's stubbornness is the most suitable for this task. And only he can do it. Taiyou finally took his mother-in-law out of here. Cian has noticed that the amount of two families in that guy's body is getting less and less, and he can't maintain this body anymore. The rule is to use the remaining power to destroy and detonate the two families outside, then while the others are worried about a big explosion. Unexpectedly, the three of them had already used their ultimate moves to prevent the explosion from spreading, and to make the culprit pay for what he had done, using the CV-ACTA ladder. In order to prevent the mixed blood from spreading, the others also tried to force him back to normal, starting to use their skills to carry his powder. At that time, the society from below also started to use their attacks, causing a commotion on the body of CV-A.I. He also felt his body being torn apart more and more, and now he could hear the voice of the old man, who was saying that he was on the wrong path. He also felt it, but he was still happy, but the old patriarch still decided to transfer the results of this experiment to a hidden person. In order not to waste CV-ACTA's research results, and to give him a final farewell, the final move made him return to the embrace of his ancestors. At that time, he also felt tired and collapsed, but Kyoichiro also came and waited to take him away. Everything seemed to be under control. The people who had been caught were also arrested, and on one hand, there was a harmonious atmosphere from Taiyou and Mutsumi, and everyone else was welcomed. Afterwards, Taiyou also had Kyoichiro come to his mother, and he quickly put on clothes for his mother, although he did not show any emotion but was very sad. At this time, you came to see your youngest son, Mumum, and then scolded him, saying that he was a troublemaker. But he just took the cup and ran away, and Mumum didn't care about anything. You didn't understand what the hell your youngest son was doing. He also knew that the cup was not a weapon but his daughter's fairy, and he wanted to get it back, but Mumum refused. You said it belonged to his wife. You didn't say much. This kid deserved to be beaten up, so you just beat him up. The lethality was terrifying, destroying everything in its path and on its face. But Mumum was very carefree and blocked it with his hand. Moreover, he absorbed his father-in-law's attack, and Mumum also blossomed in order to escape. This old man turned into cherry blossom petals and disappeared into the air. You also knew that you couldn't catch him, so you had to let him go. Now the victory belonged to the Zozak family and their allies. KVKFRC was also captured alive, and the other members of the same race were also arrested. Mumum had a busy day writing reports. After that, everyone's life became a little more peaceful, and Mumum wandered around the Zozak family's territory, and suddenly she saw Taiyou weeding around her mother's grave. She went to greet her husband, but Taiyou didn't show any expression, because he had already recognized his wife from 100 meters away. The two of them sat in front of the grave to talk to their mother. The story was still about the blood of Yozakura, and Mumumi realized that Taiyou was like her, doing things on his own. And the family was exposed, so everyone was suspicious of him. And Kyoichiro was punished for taking on such an important task without reporting it to everyone. Taiyou was still worried, because he had completed all the tasks successfully, but he still couldn't figure out his father's real intentions. Taiyou still tried to investigate this matter to the end. Mumumi mentioned again about visiting Taiyou's family's ancestral home, and then the two of them had a happy time leaning on each other. Then a new peaceful day began, and unexpectedly, when Taiyou fell asleep, he could see his wife in a wedding dress, looking very beautiful. But he still didn't understand what was going on. When everyone was dressed up, Kengo took Taiyou to prepare his clothes. But this guy still didn't know anything. The family was the wedding ceremony of Yozakura, and the owner of the party was none other than Taiyou and Mumi. Unexpectedly, everyone participated very enthusiastically, and there were also members of other organizations. Taiyou was still amazed. Because this was a wedding for him, this was the way to introduce the newlyweds of Zakok. But there were still some people who came here not to hear the wedding, but to take advantage of the opportunity to come here to do things. Taiyou was even more surprised when the wedding was decided this morning, but the task had just been completed. This was the right time to hold the wedding, and unexpectedly, There were also old members who came to congratulate them. I thought it was just a simple flower ceremony, but it turned out to be an additional sword to the face. But Taiyou was used to it and reacted in time, but he was still surprised. Because it was his own uncle, who came here to test his son-in-law, the strength of this underground world. The wedding was a place to celebrate. It is also a place to assess the value of others, not wanting to cooperate with the incompetent, in short, to test the new tradition of Zakok. It is also the tradition of Zakok Zorzakuja, that the wedding dress of Kyoichiro is a fish suit, and this is the tradition of the fish in Zakok. And everyone affirmed that from now on, until the end of their lives, the lives of Taiyou and Mutsumi would always be put in the world of experience. Go through the challenges of others to show their worthiness. At this time, Kyoichiro gave Taiyou a reward, and sent out a notice, offering a reward for Taiyou's head. It was so cruel, but unexpectedly, the live broadcast of their mother appeared on the screen, which made everyone a little surprised. It turned out that the mother had already planned this story in advance, and prepared to shoot a video to hold a wedding for her daughter, and she also knew that her son-in-law would be killed. So, she had planned to do it a long time ago, and now she had it ready to use. Even Kyoichiro didn't expect this video to be so complicated. It turned out that his mother had been given to the three of them by the old man a long time ago, and now they saw the image of themselves when they were young. Taiyou accidentally saw his wife's tears. She missed her mother so much when she saw the image of her mother in the past few years. Kyoichiro didn't change much, although there were still some people who bullied the younger ones, and he also knew that his son-in-law had a plan to kill his sister's husband. At that time he also felt that he didn't have much time left, so he recorded the video in advance, but he had a very carefree attitude, and he also said a few words to Taiyou. I hope he will always take care of his daughter. Hearing his mother-in-law say this, Taiyou took Mutsumi's hand, affirming that it was a matter of course. It also made Mutsumi feel happy and joyful, but Kyoichiro still tried to warn Taiyou that he was now really in danger. Then the 10th patriarch gave a speech, and turned to open a new page in the history of the family. Mutsumi also encouraged everyone to give candy to their newlyweds. It was really the style of the peaceful members, and people also started to raise their weapons to shoot at the two of them. Taiyou was a little scared, but it was also considered a family tradition. This tradition was a bit strange, but in the end, Mutsumi still confidently held Taiyou's hand. The family will protect them and lead them to the door of happiness. Taiyou also did not hesitate to hold Cody's hand in the rain of bullets. Everyone in the Yozakura family also did their best to let the two birds go to happiness in the year. This was a new beginning for Taiyou, Mutsumi, and the entire Yozakura family.